Welcome back to the World Racing League here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's race 2 of the weekend. We're excited to be here for 7 hours of racing action. Once again, I'm Ryan West. We're joined by Greg Kramer. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning. And I'll tell you what, after a day yesterday that was filled with all kinds of drama in a variety of different ways, including after the checkered flag, this one's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, that's for sure.
Indeed it is. JT Tammy in our Northwest Control Center. JT, what are you looking forward to?
Waking up.
Indeed.
No, an actual good classic endurance race. Basically, if you look at who won yesterday, none of the fastest cars did. It was the ones who stayed relatively trouble-free and out on track running consistent, and that pays off in this kind of racing. So I'm looking forward to more of that today.
Of course, the strategy today is going to be a much, much bigger topic of discussion. Sometime around 9:40, 9:45, somewhere in there, we're going to throw a competition yellow, effectively. The cars are going to come down pit lane, and we'll have 2 hours of quiet time with no race engines here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. So that's something to consider here, a little bit of a unique twist. And then as soon as the quiet hours are over, we will have another 5.5 hours of racing. So you get a little, almost a sprint race here, right? A little bit of time to want to be how you want to set yourself up for the rest of the day, and then a much shorter race to round out the day effectively. So not quite the same as the 8 hours of straight running yesterday. It gives people, I think, a little bit more opportunity to do some creative things. However, I think we've seen in the past that you definitely want to make your pit stop under green before the yellow, because of course, as soon as the yellow goes out, the pits close and you are no longer allowed to fuel, etc. Try to keep it a little bit more fair for everybody, depending on where you are trackside when that is called. We're gonna have 2 pace laps here once again. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to say the one thing you don't want to do here is get caught out in this 90-minute mentality. You know what I mean? And go too hard early and damage the car. You got to remember that after we stop for those 2 hours, you do have another 5.5 hours of racing to do. So don't get so caught up. And the other thing is, look who's leading the pack today. And remember, that's the car that had qualified on pole provisionally and then had gone over the dyno numbers. But Mike Skeen put in a scorcher of a lap during the race yesterday.
Yep.
And as the rules say, if you set a race lap that's faster than your quality lap, that then becomes your starting position for race 2. And it was such a good lap, he's on pole.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Mike Skeen shot out of a gun as soon as we go to the green flag here. Now, we did have, of course, Zanella Racing. The 129 was staying in contention most of the day. I do think that they'll give the 308 a run for its money here in the opening stands of the race. And then the 119, Ashley Freiberg behind the wheel in yesterday's winner, starting 3rd today.
And Ashley put in an absolutely great opening stint as well. So, again, we've got really, really impressively quick cars up at the front, but JT made an absolutely fabulous point that a lot of the teams that ended up in the podium positions weren't necessarily the fastest, but as we talked about a lot yesterday, they executed the best. Remember, it isn't about one lap pace, it's about stint pace when you're doing endurance racing. And that really played out.
Another car to watch here, 4th position, the 282 TCB Racing, Laura Hayes behind the wheel this morning. That was a car that ran into some reliability woes yesterday. Spent a lot of time in the paddock, so wasn't really in contention, but Laura Hayes able to get that car up into 4th position on the 2nd row. Let's just go through a little bit of GP1 news here real quick. The number 5 of All-Star Racing, they also had some trouble yesterday. They will start on pole. Johann Schwartz behind the wheel. The 29 of Screaming Goat Racing, Brett Storm behind the wheel there to round out the 1st row. That's another car that is usually a contender and has been bit by the bug again at this weekend. JT, I think they're really, really hoping to bring a good one home here.
Yeah, definitely. It's, GP1 definitely had its issues yesterday. Got a bit topsy-turvy, but hopefully we'll see everybody refreshed and reset to go here today. GP2, it's going to be Garage 66. John Hamner will be taking the front charge there alongside the 38 Palomar with, we believe, Matt Million on board.
And just a quick note, the guys that won yesterday, the TCB Racing number 246, they qualified 15th. So in endurance racing, you can get it done from deep in the pack. Let's see how it all plays out. Field coming down for the start.
Indeed it is, and we'll see Mike Skeen taking the inside line here. He's going to get a great jump all the way down towards turn one. He's going to clear the Zanella car. You've got the ACP car just getting swamped a bit. They were going to try to make a move with this. The 119 is going to be able to go into second place, and the TCB car is going to try to follow him through. Zanella's going to give him space. The 282 also going to follow through. You're going to have Mike Skeen followed by 3 Supras here momentarily, and Zanella just able to hold on to that. They're on the outside, but now they'll be on the inside of the S's.
That
nice,
was really smart driving by Zanella.
And the general production field is going to click through here now as well. We're just going to take a look at the front of this here. They're going to be 3 wide down the front straight. Again, it's these 3 E46s that we see leading the field down into turn 1, 4, in fact, with the Blitzkrieg car there. And Ginger Racing. So now we've got 5 E46s followed by the number 62 of Open Throttle Racing. They're going to go single file there, still double filed near the back of the pack here in GP2. Everybody getting through there relatively clean. Yesterday morning, of course, we had that interesting spin situation with both of the AOA cars and some of the other traffic caught up in that, but much cleaner start today. Everybody sorting themselves out, trying to get us going here. And you can already see there, Greg, the GP2 winner yesterday, North Loop Motorsports. They found themselves on track by themselves, relatively speaking. I'm just trying to pick out where the number 214 Garage 66 entry, and indeed it's behind.
Yeah.
So North Loop with an incredible start. Garage 66, no answers for him on the opening lap here.
And yeah, exactly. And then you can see already, as you pointed out, Skeen immediately in the 308 just jumping out into a little bit of a lead with the 119 slotted into that second spot.
Patrick Wilmot, I think, trying to go down the inside there into turn 1 in the Kingpin Racing number 18. That's the red and white Porsche 911. And we'll just see him there. There it is, and he gets it done around the GTR 99 car.
Yeah, really stout move.
GTR 99, we talked to Jeff Siegel yesterday, of course. They are content to take it easy here and run the classic endurance race and just do what they need to do. Again, the field's going to get compressed here in about an hour and 15 minutes, give or take.
Yep.
So the only thing you really need to do is not fall off the lead lap. You need to not fall off the lead lap, and you need to stay, close as far as pit window is concerned. The PC Racing BMW is going to come down the pit lane. That's going to be one of your contenders in GP1. They've got something afoot. You can just see them there on the left, the white and blue BMW, and I think that's the car going to, and they're going to go to their pit stall. They've got one guy over the wall, and the hood is open, so that's not going to be a quick repair, I reckon.
Yeah, that is never a good sign. Meanwhile, there's this little scrap here, and again, Johann Schwartz in that purple, a little bit different than what we're used to, that purple number 5 All-Star car, but not getting a really free run here, is he? He has got some real pressure behind him at this point.
It is Cade McKee behind the wheel of the Screaming Goat Racing car. Brett Strom in the Blitzkrieg car. Still have a couple hiccups here and there with the driver ID system, but working pretty darn well, I would say.
Yeah, really impressive. It's great to have that yesterday, and appreciate folks at WRL really working hard to make that happen. Down into 10A, 10B. And as you said, that is a
there
shame.
it is.
Behind the wall.
So there goes the 43. They're going to pull it into their paddock space here and probably get to work on that car. Of course, it'll take a moment for everybody to run over from the pit stand over to the paddock spot. BRD, it looks like, has also gone around Garage 66. They are reeling in the North Loop car to some extent. Last time by, they're about half a second slower, but they have gone around the Garage 66 car of Matt Million. Or it says Matt Million's aboard. I don't necessarily know if that's correct. But 164 of BRD trying to give chase. They are 2 seconds behind, 2 seconds behind the number 21 of North Loop Motorsport.
Yep, and we saw going into turn 1, Troy Lidstrom taking a look from the 83 Palomar.
And there you see, it's the lone BMW right there at the bottom, coming up the S's, and then the BRD cars, that white and blue. And then Palomar having gone around the Garage 66 Toyota 86 FRS, whichever one it is.
Yeah, they're struggling a bit early here, aren't they?
They are.
For the Garage 66 car. The other car, I just want to confirm this, but I'm showing that on scoring that the 120 AE Victory Racing of Hannah Grisham has dropped back to 11th. Now, obviously they lost the victory, but did they lose their qualifying spot?
They does lose his qualifying spot, yes.
So they go to the back of the GTO class. Gotcha. All right.
Correct. So they're working their way up.
Yep. All right. Well, then she's doing a fabulous job.
Indeed. The SJS by ACI Motorsports car has eked out a 4-second lead over Ashley Freiberg in the 119. The Zanella Racing car has gone around Tom Long in the 246, so they are right on the back of the 119. If we could just find, yep, this is the front of the GTO battle here. Yeah, and you can see right there the 119 followed by the Zanella BMW. And Patrick Wilmot still closing in the number 18 of Kingpin Racing. Has already gone around the 282, it looks like, now searching for the 246. Right up the back of that Supra. The 38 comes down pit lane. That's Palomar Racing in the GP2 car. That's their new car. They are running into trouble early as well. And of course, with that Porsche 911, Patrick Wilmot able to get an incredible jump off of the corners.
Yeah, and that lap, Tom Long in the 246 TCB car lost about half a second to Zanella, but I think it may be because he was suddenly focused rearward in the mirrors because of the pace of that 18 Kingpin Racing Porsche.
Yeah, and that's going to allow the Zanella car to escape a little bit if the 246 is concerned, if Tom Long really worried about Patrick Wilmot behind him. That Kingpin car spent a long time on the dyno yesterday afternoon after the race had closed. I think they were trying to find and see if maybe perhaps they were down on power, looking for a little bit more power out of the tune there. Now we're going to get into the traffic here.
Yeah, these split starts, they really allow the GTO cars to get to the back of the GP field in a hurry.
Yep. Now, fortunately, this being the back of the GP2 field, this traffic will be relatively easy to dispatch. It's as they get to the front of GP1 that it will become a little bit more difficult because the pace, naturally, is a little bit higher.
Yeah, funny how as you get closer up through the top of the field, those passes get more difficult.
Indeed, they do.
Yeah.
So we got a whole
continuing
gaggle
to work
here.
Traffic beautifully, and that with this gaggle you're talking about, it's allowed skiing to really open that margin. A big lockup down into 10 by one of these cars.
Patrick Wilmot right on the rear bumper of Tom Long again, going down the front stretch here.
He's looking.
Going to show it. He's going to go for it. A decisive move by Patrick Wilmot. I think Tom Long knows better there than to try to shut the door. That was a great pass by Pat Wilmot in the Kingpin Racing number 18.
Yeah, he's one, that Porsche is not so slippery, and then they're legendary on the brakes, so he was able to make that move work. And again, you're absolutely right, with a lot of assistance, if you will, by Tom Long going, it's too early for me to fight that kind of a pass. So.
Yep, absolutely. So you've got the Zanella car is now going to be coming under attack, but we're going to catch the AOA BMW here. It might make it easy for Patrick Wilmot to use that car as a pick to get around the GT4 BMW of Zanella Racing. I think we've got Leonardo Escorponi on board again for the start here. He's right up the back of that BMW, trying to take all the draft he can get up the hill here.
Yeah,
and we're going to head back down.
He was digging coming out of 7. He had that car rotated and on the throttle really early. So yeah, he's definitely in let's make up a few spots mode. But then traffic will often blunt that attack a little bit, and it did that right there.
I think that BMW just a little bit too powerful for the Porsche on the backstretch, even with the draft there. But again, Patrick Wilmot's going to get an incredible launch out of the turns here with that Porsche power motor right over the back wheels. Not quite close enough this time around.
Nope.
Now, again, as we've talked about, this battle up front is going to allow Ashley Freiberg to check out a little bit, not be looking in her mirrors near as much as Escorponi slows down, trying to keep Patrick Wilmot behind.
There goes Skeen, and then here we come. There's the AE Victory Racing entry. And, yeah, that margin from Ashley Freiberg back to Scorpione is now under a second. So
Scorpione's going to have to go to the other side of the track to avoid the BRD car and get around there. Ooh, just around the outside. Tom Long tries to go on BRD. Makes it happen. Everybody keeps it safe, but a tough move there for sure. And then, of course, the 282 of Laura Hayes on her way by as well.
Yeah, sticking right with that that group. I mean, you know, from second now back to sixth in that group is not much more over a second and a half. So, I mean, it's really close competition here in the early going. Skeen has made good his escape.
Yes.
Got through traffic incredibly well and just dropped the hammer, but this is tight.
Maybe a mistake there by Ashley Freiberg somewhere. Those two cars have now closed right to the back of the Supra here.
Well, I'll tell you, Scorpione has no problem eating some of that turn 12 curb. And a lot of drivers, they just don't like to do that. And he doesn't seem to have any qualms about it. Oh, nice run, though, by the Kingpin car coming up behind him.
Yeah, right there. He's running out of space. He could almost too close there. Didn't have the run set up just right to have a move there. It is going to be a little bit difficult to have the move unless you're a lot faster than both cars here. They're nose to tail all the way for second, third, and fourth here. No, they're going to get into a little bit more traffic here. They're going to get into the GP1 field.
And Ashley
Scorpione's going to go. Yeah. Scorpione goes wide there as Ashley Freiberg tries to stick to the inside.
Oh, and look at that move by Wilmot. Beautiful. Judged that beautifully. Got down underneath as the Zanella car of Scorpione went through, and he just used him like a blocking back. And got a really, really nice run.
Ooh, he has to pull back in. Yeah. Just not the power in that lightweight Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, that's that horsepower you were talking about.
Yep.
Now he's going to try to
stay
get
on
down
the inside. He's going to stay right there.
Yeah.
I think Ashley Freiberg's going to let him go here. But that's going to allow Tom Long to close up on this battle here. Tom Long's going to be right on the back of Ashley Freiberg. I think those two cars are going to want a little bit more pace down the front as we see Zanella going around the lap traffic.
There he comes. Long taking a look. Is he going to go for it? He does.
He does.
Ashley's trying to stick around the outside, but traffic up front again couldn't make that stick.
Not quite able to make that go the way they needed to. I'm just looking back at GP1 real quick. The All-Star Racing car has stayed about a second ahead of Screaming Goat Racing. I have to wonder if that's Johann Schwartz playing games a little bit, that he doesn't really need to eke out a huge lead here, doesn't need to use all the fuel, and just needs to keep Cade McKee at arm's length.
Yeah.
I would figure that 1.1 seconds is probably a smaller margin than he would like, and Cade McKee himself, no slouch, especially behind the wheel of that car. Brett Strom, 7 seconds behind Cade McKee, so that's that gap dealt with. And then yesterday's winner, Ginger Racing, 4 seconds behind Blitzkrieg and Brett Strom. S Collective Racing goes up several positions. They're up into 5th place after having worked on their car yesterday. They were having some issues with rear shocks and setup, and so they were using yesterday as an extended test day. That's why they were able to bring it in, lift up the rear of the car under yellow, and make some changes. And so I think they're much happier with the car today. I think we'll see them in the top 5 throughout the remainder of the day.
Wilmot had some thoughts of going underneath the Scorpione down into 10. And again, just couldn't stay quite close enough to even do some sort of a dive bomb maneuver. But boy, does he get a run down through 12. And let's see if he's going to try and make the move here down into turn 1. Wickedly fast corner, of course. And can't quite pull that off. Oh, is he going to try and... Nah, he can't be. You don't... Yeah, up into 3. That... You've got to be well past before you get there because that car has to turn in at some point.
Right. That's a tough way to earn a living at the top of the hill there, trying to make that pass.
They found that out the hard way in the Arc Enduro many years ago.
And again, this battle behind has allowed Mike Skeen to escape. Now, at risk of second-guessing the folks at ACI,
Yep.
is it tremendously useful to have Mike Skeen in the car for the start here, when we know the field's going to get bunched up in the first hour and 30 minutes?
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking, too, is, there's really no point in torturing your tires and building a massive lead, because it's going to get erased in, 75 minutes here, essentially.
Yeah.
So unless he just wanted to get a gap so that if he did get balked by a group of the GP cars, that he could be a little bit more patient working through them. And that I can understand. And it'll be, it kind of depends on what his pace is. Now, he's still running a second and a half quicker than most anybody else.
Right.
And, to me, that's just going to take a toll on tires, unless they're planning to use them up and put on fresh tires during the break. Oh, that's not good. Almost got caught out around the outside, but now he's still, wow, did he get a run up the hill with that outside run? I wonder if he's going to pocket that little piece of information.
I think so.
Yeah.
And especially to use on any M4s later in the day as well, should he come across other ones.
Bingo.
ACP, for example. The GTR 99 running pretty well this weekend.
Podium yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hannah Grisham continues the recovery drive. She's now inside the top 10, running in the 132s, which does make her comfortably faster than everybody except for the top 3. So Hannah Grisham is coming.
Yeah, she is. And in that case, it makes sense for them to put her in the car to start. She was clearly, I think, the quicker driver of the trio in that car, and let her come through the pack a little bit so that when the race restarts with 5.5 hours to go, as you pointed out, they're in a much better place to start really playing the endurance win game.
Of course, you've got these 3 Supras not getting dropped necessarily, but I think playing it safe here, Laura Hayes especially, somebody who has plenty of experience driving these Supras, especially here at Road Atlanta. I don't think in a particular hurry for what we've been talking about, Greg, is we're under an hour, we're about at an hour from when the red flag and, the yellow flag and then subsequent red flag will be displayed. And I think Laura Hayes content, after having a tough time yesterday with some, body work needed and other repairs, I think content to stay back here in 6th position alongside the corporate teammates, it must be said.
There you go. Oh, look at this nasty little scrum up into 3. And that was some really nice track awareness there.
Yeah, not seeing the wheelhouse cars near the front like we were yesterday. The number 91 with Ryan Smith behind the wheels up into 8th position, but that is the highest of the wheelhouse cars. They had a pretty sturdy run yesterday that I think was unfortunately cut short, and they would have been in contention for a podium had they not run into the issues they'd run into.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, you can
it
see
was that late spin, wasn't it?
It was.
You can see the 91 having to go through this very close fight here on screen. I mean, we're dealing with not only the 91, but the 120, the 2, the 410, the 4, and the 9 are all together here, working their way through general production traffic.
Yeah, and when you catch them in clumps, obviously, that can make it more difficult. And then if you catch them up by turn 3 and you've got to follow them all the way down through up through 5, that can be a really big time loss. And so some of it's obviously you try and make your own luck, with when you catch people, you're literally driving corners ahead. But sometimes, it just, you catch them at a bad time and there's not a lot you can do about it. One thing I've been watching here is a really, really good lap here by Brett Mitchell, in the Screaming Goat Racing number 29. He just uncorked a 38 flat, and he is within a second now of the All-Star Racing number 5. We believe is Johann Schwartz behind the wheel.
Indeed. I think we're going to find that's Cade McKee, as the GP1 driver ID system continues to have just a hair
okay.
of an issue. but that is going to be Cade McKee closing in. Yeah, 138.1 as 001, as you said.
Yeah. Well, I called him Brett Michael anyway, so.
Yep.
Well, I knew that was going to happen at least once.
That's all right.
And I wasn't even really a big fan of that group.
Nor am I.
And then looking back in GP2 right now, North Loop Motorsport, the number 21, it says Chris Davis on board, maintaining about a 2-second lead over Justin Bombard in the 164 BRD car. And that BRD car was really quick yesterday, but it too ran into a bunch of problems and dropped off a bit.
Chris Davis had been in the 42s at one point, so I reckon there's probably a mistake that lap of 2 seconds, maybe trying to let traffic by, etc. But that's let Justin Bombard back through, or not back through, but back up to close. It was 4 to 6 seconds at one point. We still have that gaggle at the front of GTO. Zanella, Kingpin, TCB. Tom Long trying to get involved.
Yeah, Tom obviously has a fair amount of endurance racing experience. I mean, you know, you recall he was a driver for the, oh, look at this. Let's call this for a second. That's a huge attempt at a side draft by Wilmot.
Yep.
And now he pops way out. It's still a drag race, though, side by side as they head. Oh, that's so close. Guys, don't do this early here. Here we go. Wilmot trying to squeeze a little
late
bit
on the brakes.
Yeah, well.
And gets it done. I think he needs to get it done here and then get around the Garage 66 Toyota as fast as he can. And indeed he will. I think the Zanella car is going to have to wait. The Garage 66 cars lets him by.
Yeah, it was great driving by the Garage 66 car. But yeah, Wilmot, you know, I mean, one, the Porsche is so good on the brakes, but also by maintaining that outside line, Zanella had to turn into 10 on a tighter entry angle, and which means you have to overslow a little bit. And so Wilmot just had great position to make that work.
Chris Davis back into the 42s in GP2, so able to keep that 164 BRD Motorsports at bay for now. So that's Patrick Wilmot up into second place. I'm curious now if he's going to be able to run the same pace as Mike Skeen at the front here in similar, not identical, but similar cars, similar design philosophies, I think. And now Patrick Wilmot not having to set up passes and deal with traffic in the same way. I think hoping to check out from the 129 and make some headway on catching the 308 there.
Well, and again, you know, I mean, obviously, if you can make these passes and make them work without having too much risk going on, you just got to be mindful, as I said, about what's coming up in that break. And, you know, unless you've got a plan to change your tires at that point, you don't want to trash your tires in the first 90 minutes here. And then when you go back to green, have nothing to fight with for a while. So, but Wilmot, once he got through, he's just capped him, hasn't he?
He has. I've just had a text from Alex Barroso with the BRD Motorsports crew down there, of course, longtime entrant with WRL. And he brings up the story that we mentioned a little bit yesterday, and we'll talk again a little bit more because there's an update to it. So that 164 car is the backup car. They have a GP1 car usually that they're able to run, and they actually ended up having a problem with that where they crashed it Friday morning, their GP1 car. So the 164 that is currently being run had a DCT in it yesterday. And then the replacement DCT, it says, finally conked out midway through the race yesterday. So that ended up being the reliability issues that BRD were working with. That car had decent pace from time to time, so it makes sense that if you have an intermittent transmission problem, that's going to show its head in different places, different times. We ended up de-swapping it back to a 5-speed manual overnight, so the paddle shifters on the wheel are no longer functional. So that BRD car, no longer a paddle shift E46, back to something resembling a 5-speed. They put in a 141.8, and it looks like that is the ticket to get on pace with the North Loop Motorsport car. Part of switching back to your 5-speed manual is that you're able to take a little bit of weight out of the car. or indeed adjust your tune. But I imagine at this phase of the weekend, you're taking weight out of the car.
Yeah.
And that's allowed them to run, I think, a pretty competitive pace at the front of GP2. And indeed, they're 1 second behind Chris Davis in the 21, just coming across start-finish here. They're still not exactly what I would call close, and Chris Davis responds with a 142.5 to Justin Bombard's 143 flat. So I think we're going to see that seesaw all the way here until we get into what is going to be the pit window prior to the yellow flag.
Well, and that's what do they call that when you add a component so you get added weight? I'm blanking on the term, but so it works in the reverse if you're really struggling with something. And in this case, it's maybe sort of an incidental benefit because they had to make the fix, but they were able to, as you said, pull a little weight out. And remember, weight, you have to accelerate it, you have to corner it, and you have to slow it down. And so it can really take a bit of a toll here. And, it's great to see them right back up in the hunt where we're used to seeing them.
And we've got the Kingpin car just ahead there. There is a huge gap. As you can see from onboard the 21, the Zanella car is nowhere to be found. There it is. So that is the gap right now in GTO. Patrick Willock waking good on the ability to get away. Last time by was about 0.2 faster than Mike Skeen in the similar 308 SJS by ACI Motorsports car. So that Kingpin Racing Porsche doing what it needs to do to keep the Zanella Racing car behind. Doesn't really seem like there's much that Leonardo Escorponi can do right now for the pace of Pat Wilmot in that Cup car.
No, and I think, at a certain point, if somebody gets you and then they're going really quick, again, you've got to make the judgment, do I want to push this hard this early?
Right.
Or do I want to conserve a little bit? Obviously, maybe you're looking at a fuel strategy. Maybe you're just wanting to really take care of those tires. And at a certain point, it's the case of the diminishing returns where you push so hard, you're going to end up being a lot slower later. So that's when you've got to, as we talk about it, the big picture view and say, this isn't the time. And I think that's what we're seeing from Skeen right now. He had turned to 130.6 during that charge to open up that gap, but he got that gap up to over 8 seconds, and then he eases back just a little bit. Yeah, he just turned to a 31.9, but he's been in the upper 31s to the low 32s for a while now, and I think he's got the gap, and he can take his time working traffic without putting a lot of risk in and keep that car up near the front. So I think we're seeing that start to play out. And again, Michael Skeen's got a lot of endurance racing experience. Tom Long has a lot of endurance racing experience. So, these guys, they're great. One, they're great to have on the team.
Right.
With all that experience. And, two, makes sense sometimes if you want to make sure you're in a really good place come the 2-hour break here to put those guys in and let them start.
And I think we're going to see Laura Hayes coming down the hill right on the rear bumper of the 119. Yeah, as they're head down towards turn 1. Just going to see them here. Yep.
Yeah.
So that is the two cars. Laura Hayes is drawing closer and closer to the back of that 119 AE victory car. I think she would quite like to have that position prior to going to the yellow flag section and just be inside the top 5. She hasn't really pushed it much. But I think Ashley Freiberg's starting to lose a little bit of pace here. 133.5 last time by, whereas the front of the field is doing 132s, 131s.
Yeah, Laura was almost 0.4 quicker than Ashley that last lap. So
yep. Yeah, 0.3 separate them across the line. GP1, the Screaming Goat number 29 has closed to within 0.3 of the All-Star Racing car at the front of the field here. They're at about through the S's right now. Yep, there they are. You see the purple car followed by the red and white car. Just, I think, the traffic as the GP1 leaders start getting impacted by some of this slower GTO traffic here towards the middle of the GTO field. And, it looks like one of the GP2 cars is going to split the 5. Johann Schwartz will be saying thank you very much for that.
Yeah, he got a great run and was able to make that move coming out of 5 and just went way over to driver's left.
Ooh, that Mustang's going to take this 3 wide here. I think everybody heads up there, gives him the space.
That's an old needle thread. Nicely done. Now that Mustang's going to go by Johan. But there's a couple other cars that are still going to be, I think, protecting Johan a little bit as they get down into the turn here. Is that the garage 66? Yeah, it is.
Yep.
That's in betwixt them right at the moment.
No, excuse me. That is the 4. Of,
that is.
Racing. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is the Mustang, of course. The number 91, Brian Smith behind the wheel of Wheelhouse Motorsports GT4 Ford. Yeah, I think Cade McKee really anxious for that Supra to get back around the number 5 there as Almonte's. Ooh, I think Almonte thought there was going to be a space there, and there ended up not being a space available for that car to go through.
Yeah, that evaporated.
They've got to be getting a little bit anxious here because you have to imagine that the 4 is being held up by the slower class traffic here, but not able to make the pass. So if you're Almonte, you're like, hey, listen, let's get this ball rolling here. We got 2 Porsches in front of the field. I need to get up there.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a limping all-star BMW.
Oh no, it is back there. What's happened?
Trying to...
Hopefully trying to reset it, get it going. It seems like it's under its own power. It's not coasting.
Is it a downright rear, maybe?
And just to be clear, folks, a yellow here is a not great situation for the strategy.
No.
Because you're really hoping to pit as close to the last yellow window before the red flag time as possible. And if you have an early yellow here, I think you have to pit anyway. But then that's going to mean that you have a shorter tank of fuel as you go to the green flag after the quiet time.
Yeah, and all these cars that just came through turn 7, they got to be careful and not make a pass.
Yeah, and that was really tough there for the 18 when you're on the inside like that. Yep. You got a lot of slower class traffic. Everybody trying to be incredibly careful.
And I hate to say it, but why didn't and again, we're not sure who the driver is in that car. We assume it's Johan, but why didn't he pull into the cutout?
Well, I do wonder if that's kind of an oblique angle to try to make a turn on, and you end up pulling the tire off the rim. Because that's effectively, if you're going to turn right there, it's off camber. You can see as the way the hill goes, and if that would just shred the tire and break stuff, perhaps that's the problem. He is well clear of the racing line.
True, but he's on the track, which means, I don't. There's no way, unless they can do a hot pull here somehow. I don't see how we just let this run.
The problem is, I think it's unsighted with the way the tire barrier is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Long, in the meantime, has closed right up to the back of the 129 of Zanella Racing. Leonardo Escorponi under attack again, this time from a Supra. And we just see them there. That's the white Supra following the BMW there as we go into turn number 1. Then we've got that's the BRD car. Oh no, thank you, Nate. That's the BRD car having gone around North Loop Motorsports. You just saw there. We'll try to pick up that action. Yeah, there it is. That's the change for the lead in GP2. Chris Davis is going to try to get right back to the back bumper of the BRD Motorsports E46. That car has got great pace today in GP2. I think probably the challenge that North Loop is looking for, of course. You don't want to show up and spank the field every time. That's not tremendously fun. That BRD car seems to have the legs on the straights. Again, the North Loop car, a little bit less power and has aero on it. And, of course, we're going to go full course yellow here to recover Johann Schwartz. As you can see, that car right on the right here. So 6 hours, 25 to go of racing time, and we're going to have a full course yellow to recover the stricken number 5. Not a great weekend for the number 5. The 120 is going to dive to the pit lane at the earliest opportunity here. So AE Victory they have stamped their name on the strategy they want today.
There it is. In they come. And you're right. I was really watching the exit of 5 from that onboard with Screaming Goat, and it looked like.
I'm sorry, Greg. The 21, the second place, the former leader in GP2, they're going to dive to the pit lane at the earliest opportunity as well. So I think they'll probably top up on some fuel here,
which would make sense. But yeah, actually, I wanted to talk about GP2. The BRD car looked like it was a lot more willing to use that exit curb at 5. And it just rolled because the North Loop car really closed up down through the S's. And then they got up, and the BRD car just used every bit of that exit curb at 5 and was able to, I think that plus that little bit of a power edge really opened the gap up for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that car going to be slipperier as well. Well, easy for me to say, in a straight line.
Here comes Skeen, overall leaders in.
I think it's an easy call for Skeen here to make the pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you've got the pace. The Nella, the 129 is going to come in. So is the 140, one of the contenders in GP1. You can just see them there behind the Zanella car. Also up there is the Blitzkrieg, the orange BMW, just pulling in here.
Joyce and Ginger staying out.
You can see on board the S Collective number 140. You can just see the 21 of North Loop Motorsport rolling back out.
You see the look on that crew guy for the 21. He didn't like, I don't know whether it was just the release that the driver took out in front of that car coming, or if they missed something.
Well, he was picking up the drip tray as well.
Yeah.
Fuel. The BRD, so the leader in GP2 is going to come in here, the 164. Now we're going to see if North Loop was able to make a quicker stop. Now, as Brendan was talking about yesterday, all these things are marginal, of course. North Loop would have had to put less fuel in the car than BRD because BRD's done one additional lap. It was a lap under yellow, which, isn't a ton of fuel. But that's going to help a smidge in terms of trying to come out back ahead. North Loop, of course, has practiced their pit stops. It's one of the things they pride themselves on, is being an excellent pit stop. We got both cars trying to launch here.
A drag race.
The 410 and the 2 trying to race each other back out here. So we'll just wait and see. BRD presumably taking some fuel here as well. And we'll have to find the 21 and see if they're going to be able to beat BRD back out. Now, it's also worth mentioning, Greg, that while this puts the GTO field, I think, in an awkward position as far as the pit strategy is concerned, this is probably helpful for GP2, wherein the cars are much more likely to run closer to 90 minutes on a tank of fuel, sometimes more, sometimes a little bit less. But with these GTO cars that are typically running just about an hour, if not a little bit less, it puts you in a spot where it's like, okay, you could have made your one stop. I think they would have been hoping for this yellow to come about 15 to 20 minutes later than it did. Because now you're either going to have half a tank going back to green, or you're going to have to stop a second time. And so I think, much as Scott Michaels would scold me for it, I think the right move was to pit here. I think the right move was to stay out and to not pit, which is, flies in the face of, if there's a yellow, you should pit every time. But you absolutely know for certain that another yellow is coming. Now, the majority of the field, the Kingpin number 18, the 522, the 46, the 55, all sorts of cars are going to come down pit road here. So Patrick Wilmot, having made an incredible start here and diced his way through the field up into second, was holding on to first with the pit stop from the ACI Motorsports Porsche. I wonder if they think they can get a splash in here and still come out ahead of ACI?
I think that might indeed be the case. They're just trying to play this a little bit. Plus, I'm sure everybody got radioed that, okay, that car is cleared. We're going to go green probably next lap. So come in and let's top you up.
Yep. I will say, if I can have Brendan in our data center here locally check the weather for me, it is significantly more gray than it was earlier this morning. looking back towards turn 7. The clouds have come in and they look ominous, but I also don't know what direction the weather is meant to come from. Brendan's pointing in the opposite direction. It comes from behind us. Comes from the northwest, he says. I see the BRD car here coming through turn 1. I didn't pay close enough attention to see, but I don't think North Loop did it. Just waiting to see here. Yeah, I think North Loop had a longer stop. I don't think they were able to do what they needed to do here, and I think they're going to be the most of the better part of a lap down as we come back to green here.
Just a quick update on that weather. I took a look, and the map shows there is a cell, and that's, I think, that big black sky you see.
Yeah.
But it looks like it might just pass on by in that direction. So according to the radar. So let's hope.
Indeed, and if we are going to have a cell, let's have it arrive during the 2-hour break.
Exactly. All
Gino
right.
Manley's going to take us back to the green.
Ooh. Gino Manley's been back and forth to North Carolina. So he'll take that Mazda all the way to the outside to let the 246 by.
To North Carolina.
As the Tom Long and the 246 leads the field, having not stopped, same as the 282. I think TCB and Jason Marks have played it correctly here. It's probably the move that I make as well, is stick to your pit strategy.
Looked like was that the TLM entry? Almost running off the exit, the outside of 1 there. Gathered it up.
That might have been, 2 ACP. 410 gets through.
Boy, this is some serious scrapping here, as you would imagine.
All jumbled up now, the field.
Trying to clear this traffic in front. So it's the 2 TCB cars going 1-2 right now.
Yeah. Screaming Goat, I think, has stayed out as well. Now, that car, they are very proud of the fact that they can get
3 abreast around the outside at 6. Sorry about that.
No, not a problem.
That was a move.
Oh, I think people are trying to have a look here. GTR is going to go around the outside of the Almonte car. Isn't going to get a good launch. Goes up over the curb.
Yep.
Now, just to finish that thought, the 29 of Screaming Goat did not stop, and they are proud of the fuel usage in that car. So I think it makes sense here that they may want to stop a little bit later, and they've got a significant gap over some of the contenders here in GP1, so that might work out the way they would like.
Correct. If you see them coming through to 10B right now, just up the road is the 62 and the 48.
I'm sorry, JT. The 119's right up the back of the 772 TLM machine. Not quite going to get there on the brakes into turn 1.
The
TLM car moves out to defend.
And maybe makes a pass.
Yeah, indeed they do.
What a move.
Patrick Wilmot now has the number 91 in tow down the front stretch.
And the guy driving that TLM machine right now is a former World Challenge Touring Car champion back in that heyday we were talking about, Jeff Altenberg.
Ah, okay. You're saying Jeff Altenberg knows how to hustle a sedan around Road Atlanta.
Yeah, he's got some chops.
Yeah, he's all right at that. Okay.
Where's Peter Cunningham when you need him? But then he lets both cars through there into 6. Both the 119 and the 120 going through.
Yeah.
The 29 of Screaming Goat does put the 62 fully under a lap now. Pulls out alongside the 48 to put them under a lap, and that will be the entire GP1 field now being a lap down.
And so that gives them time. They can now pit whenever they want to pit. Yeah, I think that's the right move. To be honest, I think the 29 has played that perfectly. The opportunity. Usually we talk about pitting earlier, giving you more opportunities later in the race, giving you more flexibility. But by pinning everybody a lap down, by keeping track of who has stopped and who hasn't, it's given Screaming Goat tremendous opportunity here to do whatever they want to do before we head into the quiet hours.
Absolutely. And you know that's part of the game too, is with these GP cars and their significantly better fuel mileage. You know, if you think you can make it work, and you know, with that caution, it wasn't that long of a caution, but you know, if you're really into fuel save, running much higher gears everywhere, and extend that out, you know, that can work to your advantage for sure.
What's also fortunate is that the reason for the yellow was their chief rival in class.
Well, true.
Which I think makes it a little bit easier to make the decision.
Exactly.
Now that El Diablo car also having not stopped, they are endurance racing veterans. Up into second, as we talked about, they are a lap down, but second place over the rest of the field here.
Here's the 308 with Zanella right behind, both of them having stopped. Right now, the margin between the two TCB cars up front and the two AE Victory Racing entries is about 12 seconds.
Yeah, you've got all four Supras at the top of the field right now. Then the two ACP with Tangerine Associates BMWs. Followed by the GTR 99, then the 25 of Singler.
Yep, cracking into the top 10.
Indeed. And it looks like we've had a driver change in the ACI car. They've gone to Scott Schmidt, it looks like.
Okay.
The 18 of Kingpin buried a little bit further down the field here. But they're going to be making their run through. The Zanella racing car has also gone to Matty Colleran, so they've made a driver change.
S Collective chasing the 48 entry, the car for El Diablo Motorsports, again looking to, wow, S Collective got in there deep, didn't they?
I think they wanted to go deep in order to make the pass work, but they didn't expect the 91 to check up the way it did. I think the 91 checking up to not hit the back of the 62 up there.
Yep.
So everybody figured it out. It ended up being all right.
That's one thing you have to be mindful of when you're in a lighter weight car and you come whistling into a turn and there's a heavier car in front of you. You're probably gonna have to brake a little bit sooner than you do.
Yep.
And then also having traffic in front as well. Oh, kind of missed the apex there.
Yeah, a little bit of opposite lock there to get the car back and handled.
Absolutely.
So the 18 of Kingpin has now gone around the 308. Now that was the car that was the only car really that was faster than the 18 in the opening stanza of the race. So now that they have dispatched the 308, you have to imagine Patrick Bilmont's feeling pretty good about his ability to cut through the field here. Zanella once again in front of them.
Yeah, he was on absolute rails. He was flying. And from what I could see, I'm sorry, he was using the strengths of that Porsche to absolute perfection, getting it rotated, getting the plant of that rear engine down coming out of the corners, and then using the roll speed and the brakes. You know, doesn't have quite the straight line of the others, but man, he was making up for it in all the other spots on this track.
I think we'll find they've gotten around Zanella as well.
There he is.
Yep. Indeed he has.
You got it.
So next, they'll go in search of the Singler Racing BMW. Has a little bit of a gap to get up to that car. No driver currently named against the Singler car that I can see. And as you predicted, Greg, that gray cloud is clearing out.
Good. Like to hear that. That looked a bit ugly. I'll tell you, we got a great intra-team battle here between the 410 ACP Tangerine entry of Calbamonte and the number 2 of Catesby Jones. They are separated by less than a second right now. And you can go ahead and have fun, but, you know, the old edict, race hard, but don't touch.
Well, especially when Catesby Jones is the owner there of ACP with Tangerine Associates. So at some point, you'll want to stop balking the guy that you're
exactly
leasing the car from, I reckon.
Well, that's the great race team and driver conundrum, isn't it? Does the team owner defer to the gentleman or gentlelady who's paying them to come race?
Right.
Or do the paying drivers say, well, that's the team owner, I'm not going to mess with them?
Yep. 25 of Stigler currently being driven by Rob Holland. So a Rob Holland v. Patrick Wilmot battle probably going to be quite interesting, I reckon.
I would think, yeah.
Whatever they did to the 18 overnight has put them, I think, a lot closer to where they want to be pace-wise.
Yeah.
And again, I say that car was on the dyno for what felt like an hour yesterday. Well, I imagine that's them working on the car, trying to get it, a little bit more power out of that motor.
Well, at this stage, I mean, the last lap, Wilmot was 2.5 seconds quicker than Rob. Now, Rob could have been in some traffic, but still, that's a big gap. There he is, and here comes Wilmot. Don't watch to see what kind of progression we have here. And I think it doesn't hurt that, Wilmot just seems to be in the zone a bit.
Yeah, he is reeling in the number 25 quickly.
So, JT, I was going to ask, just so I'm clear here, am I reading it right that the top 9 did not pit?
In GTO, I believe they all came in and took small splashes.
Okay, that's why it was. Some of them have been able to stay in front because we know Zanella did, and we know SJS did.
I think the difference there is experience on pit lane.
Yeah, and just a splash, not a full stop.
Yeah. Unfortunately, some of those cars, like for example, Kingpin's Porsche with the 18, lost out quite a bit, but they may have done full service, so we don't fully know. But unfortunately, they did seem to slip down the order quite a bit, whereas your more usual front runners in GTO, TCB or a Victory or ACP, they had more consistent stops that did move them up the order a bit.
That makes sense. And I was going to ask you guys too, because this is my first time with WRL here with the 2-hour delay. When the yellow comes out, does the pit close?
Yes. Well, pit exit closes.
Okay, so you could pit while it's yellow and do tire changes and all that. Oh, really close down at a 10.
The 410 on the 99?
Yeah. Man, the 99 defended for all it was worth, tried to jam it down the inside. And the 410, again, just using that wider entry. But I'm just trying to think, is it, red flag, generally you can't touch the car. So if you pit while the yellow's out, can you do tires and get ready and then just let it sit? Or I'm just curious.
I believe so. The problem is you have to have your service done by the time the red comes out.
Exactly.
So the intent is that they really want people to make up their minds. They don't want people trying to time the yellow.
Yeah.
They want people to make their strategy decision now, or
Yes.
before the yellow comes out, and then if you happen to be in the pits while the yellow comes out, then they'll let you finish. But they really don't want you to be doing that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
To try to squeeze the margin out of it effectively.
And so when we're in that 2-hour break, can they work on the cars,
No.
or are they?
It is
So
parked
it
for
is
during
parked
the 2
for
hour
May.
break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, good shot here, showing both the 5 from All-Star coming back out on track, and it looks like the 64 has come out as well and is completing their, I want to say, 10th lap?
Yep. Something like that.
So yeah, that car did come out a bit late, slightly missing the start, and then promptly came back into the paddock for additional work, but it looks like Cherry is back out there and circulating.
Good to see. Really curious what the problem is, because it wasn't a tire on the 5. Obviously, they flat towed that car all the way from the exit of 7 down to the cutout at 10. So,
yeah, what would it be that was that easily fixed? Like if it was a fuel pump, they'd still be working on it, I feel like.
You'd think, yeah. Tell you what, the 119 of Ashley and Hannah have taken that 12-second margin down on Laura Hayes, but Tom Long has extended it. It isn't that Tom isn't going any quicker. I think the times are about the same, but Laura looks like she's backed it off just a little bit.
Yeah. And again, I think not a whole lot of advantage to burning through fuel trying to gain track position here when we know it's going to get smooshed back up during the quiet hour.
Is that the technical term in the glossary for the rule book? Schmooshed?
Believe it. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Very descriptive.
Now, nobody seems to have told the 18 that that's the strategy play as it continues to dice through traffic, and it's now right behind the number 2 of ACP with Tangerine Associates, Catesby Jones.
Screaming Goat right now has a pretty substantial lead in GP1 at this point.
Yeah, and Palomar has gone through to lead the field in GP2, the 83.
Yes, so that I've been following that. I believe they did not come in and pit, whereas Northloop did. Northloop is now a lap down.
They are. Okay. BRD also came into pit, but they are not a lap down.
Correct. If you were to see an external shot, I believe the Northloop car is roughly 8 seconds behind the Palomar out on track.
Okay.
So as long as they continue to have, slightly quicker pace, as you see them coming through shot here, this is Palomar leaving 10B, entering 10A, is going to be the 21.
Yeah, so as long as they can get back around, well, I guess it depends on when the yellow comes out. It's not a safety car.
Yep.
They're hoping to not get pinned a lap down. Depending on how it gets timed, they could get lucky here and end up back on the lead lap and just at the back of the field, which I think they would take at this juncture.
Yeah, last time through, Chris Davis was a half second quicker than Palomar. So they're going to try to have to hustle here.
Of course, Troy Lindstrom behind the wheel of the 83, no slouch himself, especially when it comes to endurance racing.
And John Hamner in the 214 Garage 66 entry just set fastest lap of the race for that car at a 142.2. And that's about a second quicker than Palomar's running, and about a second and a half quicker than BRD. So that Garage 66 machine is working right now.
It is, after having kind of an unfortunate opening stanza of the race. Able to find some pace here in the 214 machine. Jordan grabs us that on board. Of course, the new and updated Sentinel graphics package here. Come a long way, hasn't it, JT?
Yeah, I'd say so. A lot of good subtle improvements over the years.
Indeed. Patrick Wilmot has now dispatched the two ACP Tangerine Associates BMW.
We are going full course yellow.
Ooh.
Turn 10, the 92 from Wheelhouse has unfortunately hit the wall here. Driver's right.
Yeah, you can see down there. I think you can see the marking on the wall as well.
Yeah.
And that is going to go full course yellow here, of course. And it looks like the driver door is open.
In comes the 308.
Yeah, 308 making a stop here. I think no disadvantage in doing so. The Screaming Goat number 29 is going to come to pit lane. This has worked out incredibly well for them.
Yeah, no kidding.
This is absolutely what they're looking for. The 246 of TCB also dives to the pit lane. That's the leader, Tom Long.
So it's going to be important that the 308 does beat that Supra out.
Yep. Laura Hayes in the 246, or I'm sorry, in the 282, my apologies, also going to come down pit lane. Now we'll see if the 119, yes, indeed, the 119 and the 120 also going to pit here. You're Patrick Wilmot, do you stay out or do you take what you're given here and understand that, you know, I don't think the GTR 99 stopped last time either. So Kingpin can get basically a free stop here and not lose any track position.
I believe the 99 did do a splash previously. I believe we briefly had an onboard of them coming into their stall.
I will tell you, it is a mess right now in the super end of the pit lane with all four cars attempting to make a pit stop. That is suboptimal for sure. BRD is going to come on down pit lane. I think if you're North Loop here, you have to stay out. I don't think you want to roll the dice on maybe possibly getting, not the wave around, but on catching the final yellow correctly. I think you need to take your track position here and get back to where you were.
Absolutely.
91 of Wheelhouse is going to come down pit lane.
BRD's in?
I haven't seen the 18. I don't think they stopped.
But we haven't seen them in pit lane yet, but
yeah.
I'm curious as to whether this is going to be a little bit of a cleanup, obviously. You know, that car with the contact.
Right.
They're going to have to probably, you know, put it up on a flatbed and the like, so there's time. And, you know, the one thing Wilmot, at least Wilmot in that car, in the Kingpin 18 Porsche, has shown ridiculous speed. So, you know, I would think I'd come in and top up. Just put yourself in position for the rest of the day here.
Right.
It's a lovely sound, isn't it? Air guns.
That it is.
Quick splash for the 164. I believe they will be out. Palomar coming around. Oh, the 410 stops driver's right in turn 3.
Really?
The 140 comes back down pit lane again. They'll take another splash.
It's going again.
48, the 46. The 555 stays out. Yeah, the 18.
Palomar
We're going to click
stays
past.
out.
Yeah, so the 18, the Kingpin Racing car has gone to the lead. They have not quite been able to put a lap on the TCB cars and the remainder of the GTO field. But Singler and the 25 Rob Holland and Patrick Wilmot both choose to stay out here and take the track position. So your top three is now 18 Kingpin, 25 Singler, 4 Kingpin. That's the purple and black Supra. And then 246, 282 on the AE Victory cars, I think getting away a little bit slower. Of course, they were a little bit further behind as well.
I'm sorry, the 83 does pit. It's the 555 that stays out.
Yep.
I'm just, JT, how much time had elapsed, if you have that, when the 18 pitted?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, I think we can get that. So the 18 pitted 41 minutes into the race. We're now at an hour and 4-ish.
Yeah. And they, the GTO cars, generally around an hour of fuel.
About an hour, yep.
So they're dancing on it, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
That's a tough call. I mean, clearly they've opted for a track position at this point, but again, this is a long caution.
I do wonder if they're just going to try to stretch it to the end of this caution and pit at the last possible moment.
That's what I'm thinking.
And they'll stay on the lead lap and effectively be right back where they were before.
Yeah. Oh boy, you see they got the big crane out on the track, so we may have a leading edge in that concrete wall where the car hit it, potentially. So that means it could be a long caution.
Unfortunately, we're between 6 and 8 to between 6 and 11 minutes from the quiet time being introduced. Let's take a commercial break here, Jordan Worth, and we'll come back once the running order is a little bit more clarified as people come by pit lane one more time. We'll be right back here from Road Atlanta.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta here. Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, as they say. Yeah, they really do beat you over the head with it. Like, it's, you would know that it was sponsored by Michelin, you know? They've branded it pretty well.
Pretty heavily. But, you know, what they put in here, especially that new media center and tower.
Yep, 100%.
It's really elevated this place again, because it was always a great track, but there were times when the facilities were a tad lacking. And
they're still working on it. That main
Yeah.
road, Greg, if
Yep.
you keep going straight back, they're setting up a whole nother thing on the right up there,
okay,
just above the backstretch.
yeah. No, they're continuing the investment, and of course they have, made the very smart move of keeping Dave Miller in the
They have.
in the in-house audio tech position.
Yep. Dave Miller has been tremendous help this weekend.
Yeah, he always is. He's the best, and you just don't want to mess with his equipment without his approval.
No,
That's it. It's all he
Not
asks.
at all. Not
He
at all.
rocks.
Don't touch Dave
Absolutely.
Miller's stuff.
Yep. So there is the 18 coming right through 12 there, and I'm not seeing any. I mean, it's going to be a long cleanup here, but so we don't wait right up until 10 for the yellow to come out.
No.
It's introduced a little earlier.
It's introduced between, what is it, JT, between 9:45 and 9:50, or is it between 9:40 and 9:50?
Oh, got it.
9:40 and 9:50, yeah. So
Okay.
we've entered effectively the danger zone here in the next minute of
Yep.
when they may introduce that.
Okay. Well, this is really interesting to me then, because if we're in that window, and I'd love to get a shot of turn 10, Jordan, when we get a moment, just to see how that, so the car is already on the flatbed, and they're observing, but that big crane is gone, so they must have used that just to get the car up on the flatbed. So maybe this isn't going to last that much longer here. I guess what I'm getting at is if we're in that window, and if the officials decide, well, we're going to throw it now.
My understanding,
if you're going to
Greg,
pit now.
My understanding, Greg, is that race control picks before the day even begins the time that they're going to throw the flag.
Okay.
And they stick to that pretty rigidly.
Gotcha.
So I don't think there's a danger of them just saying, oh, yeah, we'll just do it. If they had already planned on it being at 5, or I'm sorry, at 9:42, then
Right.
obviously it's going to shake out that way. But, yeah, otherwise, not certain here.
Gotta say, it's looking really strong from this right now is the 555 Cajun Canuck Racing. Currently showing Billy Jack Smith on board. They had pit during the previous yellow flag, not coming in this time through. You can see them here. They are going to be the 5th car coming through, black and yellow nose. They definitely have benefited from this. Now currently shown 2nd in GP1.
Yeah, they played that really well. It's one of the open throttle cars just came in, I think.
Yep, that would be the 64.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've talked about the strategy to death here with the the yellow situation as it's developed. So we're sort of in wait and see mode. Yeah, we will have a guest shortly after the red flag is fully displayed.
The first podcast guest.
The first podcast guest. And you know, I was talking to Brandon about it. If no one comes up, I'm not just going to talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to talk just to talk to hear myself. You know, but if people want to come up, and the original intent was, there's people who want to come up and chat that are always busy during the race and don't get the opportunity. I want to give them that space. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, that makes
Where's
sense.
Scotty Elkins?
Indeed. I talked to Scotty Elkins. He is in rare form right now.
All right, we're seeing cars starting to get real aggressive in tire scrub. So you would have thought they were probably, yep, lights out.
Lights are out. Oh, no.
So potentially a 5 to 10 minute.
Who says WRL doesn't do sprint racing?
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Well, it certainly won't be a 10-minute. It'll be a 5 to 7 minute run here. I have to, they have to be able to get in at least one green lap. I imagine if we were really close to the time that we would not be going back to green, but there has to be at least one lap's worth.
I would agree.
So we'll get everybody wound up here.
308 needs to push hard now.
Yes.
All right, back at it here. And there comes the number 5 All-Star car, looking like it's pretty healthy again.
You see the
Look at that,
678.
3 abreast behind them. Into 1. Up we go.
308 gets
Ooh,
blocked. 18
close.
through.
That was almost a touch. If I think it could have been a little rub.
Yeah, a little bit. The 18 able to do what they need to do. They're staying in the lead here. And now they need to put as many cars as they can between them and the 25, and importantly, the 246 and the 282.
And Cajun Canuck, you know, unfortunately they're down a lap to Screaming Goat, but Palomar, the 83 of Troy Lindstrom, leading in GP2, and Justin Beaumard in the 164 BRD, they are within a second of each other, so that's going to be a fun little scrap too.
So actually, if you look in this shot here, there's about 50 feet separating Cajun Canuck and the 29 at Screaming Goat. The important thing is the 555 is ahead of them on track, which means they are technically on the same lap.
On the lead lap now.
Right.
The difference is they're a minute and 34 seconds behind Screaming Goat. Screaming Goat, if they can pass the 555 before our entrance into the quiet hour, they will effectively then be a lap down as we go back to green later.
Indeed.
So that 555 needs to try to hold on here. That is going to be a tall order, though, because that 29 is going to be going very quick.
Yeah,
Tom Long has needed no time at all to dispatch the traffic and get back to the number 18. There's a little bit of a gap there, of course, but it hasn't taken long for that to happen. So I think if you're Patrick Wilmot here, you really just need to protect the car until we go to the quiet hour.
Exactly.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds behind, so we just got to stay ahead, but 1.3 is close enough that in the next couple laps you could be staring down the barrel of making a move here, and I think Tom Long would very much like to start the race in the lead. And of course, when the quiet hour comes out, if you have moved the traffic between yourself and everyone else, as we see, that's Laura Hayes trying to look around the outside, doesn't quite pull the trigger on the number 25 of Rob Holland.
Yeah, Rob had to check up just a little bit, and Laura sensed opportunity, and she might be able to do something now down into turn number 10. Because here they are. Well, I'll tell you, she didn't already clear him, did she?
I don't think so.
No, I didn't.
No, still behind.
No. Okay.
They're a little bit bundled up by that Almonte car, I reckon.
Yeah. Ooh, Laura tried to square up the exit at 10B, get her nose up underneath.
I think it's going to be a no, not quite.
Yeah, that was smart on her part.
Yep.
You know, that's a bad spot to force the issue here.
The 678 dies for the pit lane. Yeah, thank you, JT. I think they were the cork in the bottle to some extent here for the GTO field.
Oh, she is putting huge pressure on Rob Holland right now.
Yep.
Holland. It's interesting, you know, these different chassis, these different platforms, a little bit different approach to turn 5 by a few of them. Oh, we got a drag race. She's going to go around the outside,
look on the
try and
outside.
pinch Holland.
See if she can get a better run onto the back straight here. Yes, gets it done before they even get to the turn. So able to hold a lot of power around the outside and gets the move completed. Now Rob Holland's going to be under attack from the GTR 99. Michael Gilbert behind the wheel.
I think that was why Rob maybe let that happen a little bit easier, as he knew if he forced the issue, he was going to be really slow out of 7. But he's already under attack here.
Right.
And here comes the GTR 99. Nice move.
Tom Long closes down another 0.3 on Patrick Wilmot.
And that Screaming Goat Racing entry right now is running about, the last lap was about a second quicker than Cajun Canuck, but
That GP1 battle.
yeah.
Yeah, so the 29 did get through as we go full course yellow.
Okay, and this is going to be the full course yellow. Yep, this is going to be the stoppage.
Just real quick, GP1, White Gooden getting by in the 140S collective.
Yeah, just
Choice
in time.
Racing, Will Choice, directly behind the Cajun Canuck BMW of Billy Jack Smith, and directly behind him, Brett Strom, in the 424 Blitzkrieg Racing. So those cars nose to tail there.
So a tale of 2 races here in GP1. Screaming Goat Racing makes the correct strategy call and gets themselves a lap ahead. And unfortunately, it seems like either a mistake in the pits or a strategy call for North Loop pins them a lap down. The 2 favorites in the general production fields today. BRD capitalizing on the mistake for the 21 here. And then the 83 of Palomar also right up there in the top of GP2. I think we might have a GP2 battle today, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly looks like it.
And the battle for third is definitely all on the same lap. The 214 of Garage 66, the 21 of North Loop, and the 216 of Skip Barber, all on the same lap in the fight for third. So it's only going to take a couple slip-ups from the guys ahead, or indeed some lucky strategy calls, and we could have this top 5 all come back together in GP2. 25 is coming down the pit lane.
The 120s and the 119?
Yeah, both, and the 308.
That's what I was curious about.
So I think, if I recall correctly, what's going to happen here is they're going to come in, they're going to top off, and then they're going to park at the exit of pit lane.
Yep.
Safety car should be out on track. Safety car is going to pick up the leader. They're going to come down pit lane and park behind these cars.
Correct.
So once we end the quiet hour, these cars, which will be at the front end of pit lane, will basically be sent out, and they will come to the back end of the safety car conga line.
Now, I mean, BRD can't need that much fuel. I'm just trying to think. I believe that bottom 3, or not bottom 3, but 3rd through 5th in GP2 are going to get most of their lap back. Is going to be the net result of, well, yeah, they'll get most of the lap back. They'll be back around. Maybe they're just way smarter than I am, because they've stayed out. BRD has come in to take some fuel. So the safety car is going to come in behind BRD.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm dumb. That was the right move. They won. Like, they did that correctly. Right? Do I have that wrong?
No, it sounds like yeah, you are correct on that. And I'll tell you,
Incredible.
And Screaming Goat, man, have they played this first 90 minutes
Oh,
to
yeah.
absolute perfection.
So BRD coming down the pit lane early to take fuel. Palomar stayed out. So Palomar did what they should have done to hold on to their track position. But I think this is going to shuffle BRD back to the other 3 cars. JT, are you tracking? Are you feeling what I'm putting down?
If I understand correctly, what's going to happen is Palomar is going to come down pit lane here. BRD will be ahead and will be cycled to the back.
To the
so
rear.
It's going to give
right.
a big advantage to BRD.
But they're going to have had their lap back, though, because they'll all have done most of a lap more than BRD has.
Yes, but
So it's going to cycle BRD to the end of the line.
correct, but BRD will be on the same lap in first position. They'll just because Palomar's not going to. Well,
I can't hear you at all.
sorry. So
No,
Palomar.
I meant Brendan was trying to talk.
Oh, gotcha. So Palomar should be effectively the leader at the moment.
Correct.
So BRD will then cycle to the back, so they're going to be roughly 20 seconds behind the leader when we go back to green.
Correct. So Palomar still holds a lap over the other 3 cars. No.
Not over BRD.
Right, the other 3, though, is what I'm talking about. The cars that are a lap down.
I would need to see the positioning where Garage 66 is, but they will still have a lap over the 21.
And nobody can hear you, Brendan. Nope.
Well, in the 308, you can see they wanted everybody to know that that one spot they couldn't get turned into. They couldn't get that turned into it, but they're marking out their territory pretty clearly there.
So Garage 66 has unlapped themselves effectively. North Loop's going to miss that opportunity by about 2 cars. Right, but you can see the Palomar. Well, it's the 83, so it's the green one, right? Yeah, it's the 83. Yeah, so the 66 is ahead of the 83 in the queue. So they've unlapped themselves, but it doesn't matter because you're still going to be in the same track position. So the only thing that's happened here.
No,
it's the 83. No, it is not.
The 38 is 3 laps down. They had a problem at the start.
Yeah. Yeah, the 83. Yeah, okay. So effectively, it's going to be a net no change for Garage 66 North Loop and Skip Barber. But BRD is going to cycle around to be down to Palomar by 20 or 30 seconds or so.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we've entered the quiet hours here. It means no race engines. Fortunately, we have a guest. Maybe, potentially. Oh, we need 1 minute. Excuse me. We have 1 minute until Brendan says I can have a guest. So if we want to do a commercial break, when we get back, I'll have a better idea of what it is that Brendan actually wants from me. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
I tried to super glue it with tape on it, and the tape came off. Dude, that Mustang, that was sketchy. Dude, I want...
All right, welcome back to the World Racing League. We are in our quiet time. Once again, if you'd like to come up and have a chat, say hi to your family at home, the booth is open, but we will not be filling in between. So if you decide you want to come up and say hi, we'll do it. If not, it'll be quiet. We're, of course, not on the PA right now because of the quiet hour, or quiet hours, as it were. We've got Kelsey from S Collective up here. Kelsey, right before the stoppage time here, there was a yellow, and unfortunately, it seems like you were involved in that and had a tough break there. But it seems like the car's okay.
Car's all good, so
Perfect.
we're just trucking along now. The restart actually helped us out. We're able to gain 2 spots. We're up in P2 now.
Excellent. So P2 here in GP1, I know yesterday you and I had talked in the paddock about having some issues with the car. Do you want to run down that again real quick for the folks?
Yeah, so I'll go back to Tuesday of the week, and we were getting the car all ready to go, finishing final prep, getting ready to load it in the trailer, and we found a blown shock. So we have spares, but unfortunately it's a different brand of shocks. Threw them on. They're freshly rebuilt, ready to go.
Right.
But we spent Friday, we were going to sprint testing, but we had rain until qualifying. So we kind of qualified what we had. Got through it. Tried it out of the car as best we could with the conditions we had on Friday. And started the race yesterday, and the car was just diabolical handling.
Got it.
So spent most of the day yesterday during the race chasing the setup. Pretty early on in the race, there was a car that spun coming out of 10B. And when we went to avoid that car, because it was kind of rolling backwards into the line we were taking, we had to go off track.
That's right.
I think that ultimately caused us about an hour later to have a axle fail.
Got it.
So
okay.
we spent an hour behind the wall fixing the broken axle. Got back out, continued to chase the setup, use it as a test and tune the rest of the day. And finally, at the end of the day yesterday, after the race was over, we got the car realigned, and it seems like we have a good car now.
Perfect. Now, are you aligning that in the trailer with some string, or is there a shop nearby there?
We have a string box we carry in the trailer.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So looking forward to today then. Obviously, a podium is possible. Cade McKee and the Screaming Goat Racing, they have somehow, with brilliant strategy calls, gotten themselves up a lap ahead of the rest of the field. Do you guys have the pace to catch them, or do you think you need a little bit of help?
We have some pretty good pace, but it'll really be, I think, as we saw yesterday with how much attrition there was, just staying consistent and staying out there and nailing the strategy. Absolutely.
Tons of attrition in GP1 yesterday. It seemed like nobody, this happens every now and then we get one of these WRL races where either in GP1 or GP2, it seems like nobody really wants to win the race because we've got cars that drop like flies, cars that are contenders in the top, and then people who end up being contenders because of the attrition, they go out. And so just trying to keep a clean race here with your 12 to 13 car GP2 or GP1 field, is what's important there.
Absolutely. So it's been just kind of keep at it, and keep consistent, and we'll see how it goes today.
So what does your team plan to do over the quiet hour? That's my question.
They may try to look at video if we're allowed to. Other than that, we're gonna just kind of make sure all the drivers are ready to get going once we get back to it. Probably have a little bite to eat.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll probably grab some lunch on my way back down from here.
Got it. Well, hey, then that's a convenient trip up here then. I appreciate it.
Make sure the crew gets fed. Yesterday, one of our guys kind of succumbed to the heat a little bit, unfortunately. So it's just part of being out here, this humidity. It was a lot sunnier yesterday than it is today. So
it is.
It was pretty rough. So we want to make sure everyone stays in a good place today.
Yeah, the cloudiness keeps coming and going. It was about 15, 20 minutes ago that it got really dark. And I was a bit concerned that we were going to start having some rain, which was... I think we already had enough complication going on with the way the yellows were following, and to add some rain to that, I think would have been interesting for sure. But the teams, that's probably a lot to think about here. So the rain has stayed away. Jordan, do we have the radar? Is that doable? There we go. We look pretty clear here. Everything seems to be passing around us today, which is perfect, given that Friday the rain was really only coming here. So I think we've paid our dues there. Perhaps something ends up developing, because as I understand it, in the southeast here, you'll get these pockets of rain that just appear as opposed to just being part of a system. So hopefully we don't get anything like that, but it looks like it's going to be dry the remainder of the day. And again, hopefully we can keep the sun off this track as well, and get everybody in the paddock, keep them nice and cool for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Those afternoon pop-up showers, though, you just never know around here, especially around 2, 3 o'clock. It can be a little questionable at times.
Absolutely. And so we see here the pace car and that BRD car, as we had been talking about, that's going to cycle around to the back of the queue, and they'll retain their second position over the 83 of Palomar Racing. Kelsey, anything else to add?
No,
Hi
no,
to your
not
family at
today.
home. I
Yeah, hi
appreciate
to
the
family
hat.
at home. Thanks to the crew and the whole team back at the shop that helped out putting some new parts in this car the past week. One of our guys, we were really focused on driver cooling for this event, so 3D printed us some new quarter windows that are all NACA ducts just to the chill out and the helmet blower. So that was an incredible help for the car this weekend.
Perfect. Well, happy to hear it. Kelsey from S Collective Racing, we really appreciate you coming up to chat. You're always welcome, of course. As I told you at Eagles Canyon, please come say hi anytime.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Kelsey.
Always good to hear from Kelsey. Her first race with WRL, Eagles Canyon 2023. So no stranger here.
Welcome back to the Driver's Eye live coverage of the World Racing League here at Road America. We've just got a quick interview with Scott Lovett to bring it. I'm sorry, Road Atlanta. My apologies. I do that a lot. We are at Road Atlanta. This is the Sunday. We're just about finished with the quiet time here. About another 15 or so minutes until we have the track go hot. I've got Scott Lovett with us from Sector1.ai. Scott, I understand we've got a lot of cool new stuff going on at Sector 1. Tell me about it.
Yeah, a lot of things. So working with industry partners, Flightronix, Red Mist, trying to bring as much data and good usable features to the teams as possible. And the two big ones for this week were the GPS location of all the cars on the racetrack, including both of the safety cars. I remember early on talking to folks walking up and down the paddock, hey, what features do you want? Man, I really want to know where that safety car is. Do I pit in front of it, behind it? How can I, work my pit strategy? So being able to tie that into the app this weekend has been just phenomenal.
And it would have been super, super important with this come to the 2-hour break period, which we already knew about, but then we also had a couple yellow flag situations there as well. And I think track position relative to the safety car would have become incredibly important to make sure that you stay out on the lead lap there.
Yeah, absolutely. So that little bit of information goes a really long way for teams to make those decisions. And, just as well as everybody else, like that could be a lap, right?
Yeah,
so if
absolutely.
you're trying to get a lap back or not go a lap down, very, very important data.
Absolutely. So, Scott, you've been working on Sector1.ai for some time here. Is it going the way you thought it would? Are there some new unexpected challenges? How has it been?
Lots of challenges.
Lots of challenges.
Yeah, it started with I wonder if I can do this. And then people were like, oh, can you do this? And can you do this? And I love that kind of stuff. So yeah, let's keep building. Let's keep building. And the more data you bring in, the more features you try to implement, the more you realize how much everything touches each other and ties together. And that's been a real challenge, especially when you work in parallel with other industry partners who are also trying to innovate at the same pace.
Right.
So we've got to stay really in lockstep just to make sure, if the data stream changes because we added a feature, do all the downstream consumers get that data? Do they know how it's going to look? And then when I get it, then, do I present it in a way that the users can manipulate it and use it to their advantage?
I feel like there's been some technological advancements in the last 5 years that have become a little bit more accessible, that have meant that the pace of development in this space, especially, and in lots of, I think, different niche spaces where there wasn't necessarily a lot of ROI for somebody to assign a whole engineering team to come up with this bespoke solution for this relatively small setup we have here. Are you finding that I'm trying to think how to ask this. You're able to keep up the pace of development as fast as I think you would want. Are you finding that that's making it easier for you to be able to build this, or is it more challenging almost because you have other competitors in the space, maybe not people that are doing exactly the same things that you're doing? But it seems like I open Facebook and there's some new tech gizmo thing that people want to implement for racing.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword in a couple of different ways. But yeah, it's really cool to see all of the different ideas that are out there and the different implementations of similar ideas.
Right.
People's different takes on it and how they're trying different things. And even walking up and down the paddock, like I talk to people about Sector 1, they go, well, I got my own tool, which is awesome, right? You want to see that. And especially in racing, every team operates a little bit differently and they use data differently. So I think it's awesome that people are trying to do all these things. But yeah, the tools have just enabled people to build really, really cool things. But the other side of that is because everybody's building so quickly, it's, candidly, it's hard to get traction sometimes, right? Because there's a lot of different options. And then in the space of what I'll call parallel functions, right? Each manufacturer, each OEM of products are developing so quickly now, that now that I've got to work that fast to keep up with all of this innovation, which is again awesome, but also presents a challenge. And fortunately or unfortunately, we've seen some of that this weekend where we come out with this feature and everything works great, and then also the next day we come in and it's not working because someone innovated overnight, and you're trying to catch up.
And it's one of the things, and I'll speak for Brendan here because he's talked to me about this separately a lot. One of the things that he really enjoys, and I agree, is that you have gone about this in a collaborative way, that you've seeked out other people already in the space who are doing things that are similar in the same kind of space, but are not exactly what you're doing, and have engaged with them and tried to bring everybody up at the same time. It hasn't been like like a vicious attack on, you know, trying to like, I'm going to crush everybody and do this. It's like, no, you're bringing everybody else along with you. And I think that level of sort of collaboration and making sure that the existing partners who are passionate about it, who maybe aren't necessarily pursuing it because they can make millions and millions of dollars, but doing it because they see a need for the community. And it seems like you've stepped into that role as well.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love to be.
Oh,
like,
yeah, of course, 100%, 100%.
I'd love to roll in here with a hauler with the big Sector 1 logo on the side of my race car, and but you know, I don't have huge dollars to invest in it, and I think a lot of the people that work together with me, you know, we're all kind of cut from the same cloth. It's like we're grassroots racers. We love racing. We love doing all this stuff, and we want to build the sport. But we all know that it's going to take all of us because none of us have that private equity backing to go
exactly
and do these things. And you know, holistically, and it helps everybody.
Right.
And the invitation's open to anybody listening, right? Like if you've got an idea, a product, like one of the things I tell folks is that if you've got an idea, like my system's modular, like bring it to me, let's integrate it and let's get it going. And one example of that is machine learning for telemetry from the cars, right? So if we have the ability to read CAN bus telemetry in at a very fast rate, but the ability to analyze it and look at it, sometimes that's a lot for a trackside engineer. So like now we're looking at different friends, acquaintances, companies that have the ability to plug in a module that'll do that for us. So yeah, I think it's gotta be collaborative in this economy.
100%. And then with the economy, and then it's part of what makes grassroots racing what grassroots racing is the community, right? And you got to make sure that you're being collaborative with everybody who's coming out here for basically similar interests, right? And we've got, for example, we're just looking here at the number 4 of Kingpin. All these super teams, for example, they're all separate businesses, separate entities, but they all know that they're working on the same problem, more or less, and they help each other out. And so being able to be in that position, I think is really, really awesome. And so I have a lot of respect, a lot of time of day for what it is that you're building.
Thank
for
you.
Sure.
Yeah, and you know, it brings us challenges, right? Because everybody builds at their own pace or their own requirements. So trying to keep up with all those changes is tough. But we're working on ways to do that and to make it better and to make it faster and more reliable. So it's been great, and it flows over into the racing too, right? So now it's not so much I come out to WRL when I race; it's for me, right? Now I'm racing against friends that I work with or friends that I spend a lot of time with, and you know, it's just a lot more fun that way for me, I think. So it just builds the whole community.
Now you mentioned wanting to have the Sector 1 hauler to come out here and do WRL. Just looking at the field we've got here today, do you have an idea of what it was that you would pick if you had to fill the Sector 1 hauler for your WRL team?
Like what kind of car?
Yeah.
I'm weird. I like to do things differently. You know, I've never actually thought about that. I don't know. I would have to come up with something that's completely different than what everybody else is running. So one of the discussions I joke around. So I race stock cars in HSR, and I've joked about it with a lot of people, but I'm kind of serious. I would love to put a Craftsman truck together that runs GTO, and I'll just let the secret out, because if someone can build it, I just want to I want to sit in it, you know.
So if you go down to the logistically it'll be a little bit difficult. And I've talked about this on the air before, and he wishes I'd stopped talking about it. So Troy Lindstrom down with Palomar this weekend, but he also is usually in the Samson Racing, you know, crowd. He ran, I don't know if it was strictly a Craftsman truck, but it was definitely a stock car truck at Thunder Hill for the 25-hour for years, and I believe he still has that truck there, and it's, as far as I'm aware, trimmed out for endurance racing still. So that could be a potential angle there, that maybe when we go to Utah, you can see if Troy wants to bring the Craftsman truck out and get a couple laps in the HPDE and see if that's something you really want to do.
That would be great. I mean, I know people watching can't see it, but the smile on my face when I talk about it. So, like, I've raced a lot of different cars, a lot of different places, and nothing brings a smile to my face more than a stock car. So just the feel of it, the rumble, all of it, like the just pure ridiculousness of what it brings. So yeah, like any kind of NASCAR style truck, I'm thinking LS paired to like a DCT with some good suspension.
Oh, okay.
And just go out there and have fun. Like, how amazing would that be?
That would be super awesome. I'm all in on the goofy solutions. I mean, I'm sure you've heard us talk about it on the air all the time, and VW Fun Cup and this and that. The goofy solution, I think, is absolutely the kind of whimsy that we can really bring into racing. I'm always about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's another personal challenge, right? It's like, what cool thing can I build that, you know, it may not be the smartest thing,
right?
But it would definitely be the most fun. So, I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yes, absolutely. No, 100%. I think the opportunity is out there. You are not the first person to have tried, so that's fair enough. Fair play there. Anything else you want to add, Scott, before we get going here? We've still got about 7 minutes or so, I think, before we do the roll off.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just kind of what we talked about, right? It's collaborative. It's a work in progress. I know that sometimes there can be frustration, like, oh, trying to use this thing and this isn't working or that's not working. But I'm not making any money off of it, right? Like I'm
Right.
here for the love of it, and I'm doing my best in my spare time to get it going. So the feedback that we can get from the racing community as to what works, what you like, what doesn't work, things that you wish it had a lot of really cool discussions just this weekend alone about different features. So that's what I'd love. So if people want to reach out, if they're interested in working on it, if they're interested, whatever it might be. And the different backgrounds of different people too. Like we all come from different racing backgrounds, and each of those backgrounds has kind of like a bespoke need for the way to look at data or what they want to do with it. So knowing all of that, it just helps all of us. So it gives everybody a bigger set of tools that they can pick from, so that when they get out here, we're doing more with what we've always had.
Right.
And the other thing too that someone brought up the last time, which I think is really cool, is that all of the higher series have a lot of this capability, but we haven't.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes a difference in preparing our engineers for moving up into the next level, right? So now, now we all have, or will have, all the experience working with this data and these tools, that when we go up to the next levels of racing, now we're more qualified than we were before, which I think is awesome. So all the feedback, all of the, any of the help, any of the, just the high fives, whatever it takes to keep it going.
Perfect, man. Well, I've loved what I've seen of it so far. I use it, especially when, like last season when I was at home, trying to cover these races from there. Being able to have that available to me definitely made up for the fact that I can't just look down the pit lane and see what's going on. I can't see into turn 12 and like, okay, where are we at? What's going on? Like having that available, and it sounds like it's only gotten better since, since then. So
yeah, it's been awesome. The list of like what I want to do is definitely longer than the time I have to do it. So, there's a lot of good things on the list. I'm trying to get there. So again, if there's folks out there that want to help, then, hit me up. Otherwise, there's more stuff coming.
Awesome. Scott Levitt, thank you for coming to chat with me. I really appreciate it. Come by anytime, of course. If you got new stuff going on, please let us know. And, hopefully we see more and more people adopt that so we can keep this around and give WRL this extra jolt of, pro relevance, shall we say. I think it's already a great place to be as far as getting track time and getting experience in multi-class racing. But if we can add that next level of like, hey, we're doing data analysis, not just on your individual driving stuff, but on how that plays out through the rest of the race and getting that taught to people. It's one of those skills, I think, that, understanding the strategy and how all that stuff works, that you don't, unless you're super, super nerdy about it and you commit to watching every endurance race on TV forever and pick it up naturally, it's hard to practice. It's hard to sit down and read a book about. And so when you have something like Sector 1 available with WRL, you're able to, I think, expose yourself to more of that and get a greater understanding more quickly of how it all works.
Yeah, it's been a learning process for me too. So it's been awesome. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come here and talk about it. And yeah, we'll keep innovating, and we'll keep bringing it to the racers, and we'll talk again soon.
Awesome. Thank you. Scott Lovett with Sector1.ai here, talking us through some of the new changes here. If you need strategy and data information sort of software, you know where to find him. He'll be here at the track the rest of the day, right? Yep, perfect. Scott will be around. He's got the hat on. He's got the gray shirt, the jeans. I'm sure he'll be down in the paddock, able to answer any questions and get you all set up. Scott, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greg Kramer.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back. How was your time?
Was just fine.
Excellent.
Just fine.
Get some good dog time in?
God, I did. I got in a
Excellent.
little puppy loving. You betcha.
Good. Glad to hear it. So I will say, I think I have talked about this before. I'll talk about it again.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being along for the ride with us. I understand that when you're working in professional TV that they don't want you on the mic for 8 hours at a crack, that they usually have these sort of shifts, as it were, and we don't do that out of necessity mostly. So I appreciate you being down to clown with us in that regard.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you get a little bit spoiled, obviously, at a certain point. But, it all comes down to there are a few things I like doing better than talking racing, especially when there's one going on. So it's not that much of a dig for me. to be able to hang in there and enjoy it with you. And nice of you to be there to offer up some opportunities for some of the people to come up. I was texting with Johann Schwartz, and I think he might be coming up for a visit a little later.
Oh, good.
So,
Johann Schwartz, always welcome up here with us.
Oh, he's one of the great characters for sure, and hell of a driver, and always fun. So,
as far as somebody that you can interview, Greg, right? And like, to be clear, I am a just rank amateur at this. Even for me, and it's extremely helpful because I am terrible at this, interviewing Johann Schwartz is fantastic because you can ask your kind of half question, hasn't really been fully thought out thing, and Johann will give you a good 2-minute answer and give you all of the information that's available. And it's so nice to have him up here to be able to share that and share a lot of the feeling and understanding of what drivers are having to teach themselves and learn about the car and how that translates into how the car moves around on the road, and give the folks at home an idea of like just how much goes into this.
Absolutely. And yeah, you're right. His answers are always well thought out, even if the question maybe isn't quite so perfectly formed. But yeah, he's got a unique knack. I'm dating myself big time here, but Parker Johnstone, who used to race in Camel Lights and also did a number of years in IndyCar, who was just an incredible driver, was an engineer by trade, but he had this amazing way of putting things in a very understandable way for those that don't have degrees, right?
Right.
And he would come up, and it was such a joy to interview him because he had this very down-to-earth delivery and could take these really sort of obscure even things about physics and race cars and make them very understandable. And Johann's very much like that. And that's a rare thing, and it's a great thing to be able to access once in a while.
Absolutely. So always have time for him to come up and say hi to us. He was with Moorhead Speedworks for some time, notably. And then also with former entrant JT. Who's the entrant I'm thinking of that he used to drive with that had the Camaro and then subsequently the Aston Martin and now is in Lamborghini Super Trofeo? JT's not back yet. It's gonna come to me. It's all black car, red trim. 89X.
Yes.
89X. Yes.
There you go.
I believe he is with their Super Trofeo squad this season as well.
Okay. As my favorite all-time comedian would say, well remembered.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I try my best.
When I was talking about Parker Johnstone, when I was doing kart spring training one year, and it was, I was announcing, but it was literally testing along with some media stuff.
Right.
And I was struggling. And all of a sudden I get this tap on my shoulder and I look and it's Parker. And there was like one car on the track just lapping slowly. And I wanted him to explain to people that were there that really didn't understand what downforce and ground effects were all about. And I said, could you explain that? But again, put it in real layman's terms. And his opening line was, oh, Greg, I'd be happy to. And it all started with this crazy Italian named Bernoulli. And off we went, And I mean, you couldn't help but just be glued to what he was saying.
Right. No, it's incredible. It's finding those people, especially in places like this, that are able to give that level of feedback. I think is just tremendous. I'm always very, very happy.
Exactly.
So what we've just seen occur is the quiet hour end, and so the cars are now going to cycle back on track. And so what's going to happen is those guys that came in under the yellow before the safety car are going to cycle around to the end of the safety car line here. So they'll have to get a move on and catch the back end of the field. Now, obviously, this is going to jumble up the order some, and we'll have to wait and see how the timing shakes out.
Right.
So there will be some people who are pinned a lap down, and there will be some people who are the better part of a lap down that are really, really hoping that they can make hay here with a little bit less traffic ahead and get this going as we see the 678, the last car to come down the pit lane.
Yeah, they were one of the cars yesterday that really had an impressive race going, and then what was the last hour, I think, when it all went wrong and they ended up getting a DNF. And so they'd like to put together a little bit better finish today for sure. There were a few of those who had really good races going, and then it just all went wrong for them right at the end. Screaming Goat being one of them, obviously, who's got some real pace here as we would expect. So be interesting to see how those play out.
Absolutely. So that first line of cars is now past the start-finish line, and they're going to go like hell to get to the back of this Honda line here. And yep, we see those, and that is the group that had come in before the safety car to try to top up on fuel. So ultimately losing some track position here. And they're well on their way to catching up to the back of the field. They're only a few corners away, so that should be just fine.
But you would assume that they at least have a full tank of fuel.
Right.
And might have some fresher tires. I didn't catch if anybody actually did do tires, but they certainly have topped off, while some of these other cars, if we don't get an early, a caution at the 50-minute mark or something like that, they're going to have to make some green flag stops. So
indeed,
it's all part of that strategy that you always plan, right? You got this great plan, and then racing says, okay, scrap that, and let's and then it comes down to who is best able to adapt.
I always find myself wondering here, especially when we have these races with the, sort of split in the middle, in the Southeast particularly, what is the strategy with regards to the tires? Because in one instance, if you're a very wealthy team, you're just going to start on new tires every day. It doesn't matter. I have to imagine there's teams that at some point probably needed to save a set just because they don't want to buy another set of tires.
Right.
And did you run on yesterday's tires this morning? How is that going to play out? So I'm curious if we're going to see any tire changes here today. Greg, I'll let you take the field here to green.
All right, here we go. And leading them away, the 18 Kingpin Racing Porsche. And what a drive Patrick Wilmot put in that. And he's going to lead the field down again. Late move here. That's the Almonte Porsche, who's down a ways, but would love to get back onto the lead lap here and then hope for one of those cautions. Tucking in behind him is the TCB 246, Peter Jarquin, behind the wheel of that right now, up into turn 3. That really tricky right-hander up right at the top of the hill, and everybody being pretty circumspect right now. Nobody really going side by each up through there and too much risk, but the Almonte Porsche is really pressuring that number 18 Kingpin car, recognizing an opportunity here to get through and get after it here and maybe have a shot at it. Problem is, you have a very, very quick Peter Jarquin is closing up behind in the TCB 246. And what you don't want to do is let that car through, because that's going to make getting that lap back or getting on that lead lap a really difficult proposition. But those two Porsches really getting a nice launch out of turn 7, finding a little bit of a gap there as the rest of the field works through. And the Almonte Porsche has got around and gotten that lap back now from the Kingpin Racing number 18. And the driver in that machine is going to be throwing everything at it. It's Nick Persing right now, and he is going to be doing everything he can to not only maintain that spot, but start to push and drive away at this point. And here we go. Lap 1 at speed back in the books. Field streaming down through that very tricky turn 12 and onto the front straight. And the car that might be one to really watch here is the one that's sitting in 5th right now, the 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang, driven by Michael Tosi. He was really quick in the late going yesterday and then had that late spin. So he's feeling that he needs to make good and do something really impressive. There it is with that slightly sort of teal nose on it. And then come the two ACP Tangerine machines, and they've really been in lockstep in terms of some battling here. Here they come up through turn 5. They had a race out of the pits where I thought, well, they might just be grinding on each other a little bit, but they didn't, and were able to go. Here comes the Wheelhouse Mustang taking a peek, looking at Rob Jakowitz in the 282 TCB car, but couldn't get that one done at that point either. And the other car, and I'm not sure who's going to be starting in that 308 that was so fast, the ACI machine, looks like they're back in the order just a little bit right now. Meanwhile, in GP1, it is Screaming Goat Racing with that lap up on the Blitzkrieg racing machine. And one thing they don't want to do is give that up. Oh, look at this. 3 abreast, maybe 4 abreast if anybody's really risky here in the opening going. Remember, lads and ladies, we have 5.5 hours of racing yet to go.
I'm
So
sorry,
be a
Greg, I'm
little
going to
bit
break in here real
circumspect
quick. It
Go.
looks like the GTR 99 has gone around the 18 at the front of GTO. That pass, that was a move that was starting to develop a little bit. So Kingpin Racing back down into second as the GTR 99, probably with Rob Jackowitz aboard. I don't imagine he's at TCB. He's usually a GTR guy.
As
Oh,
us
no,
collective.
S Collective, yeah, the Porsche.
Yeah.
We were just talking to Kelsey as we went to the break. There's a little bit of smoke coming up there, probably from the brakes.
Yeah.
Teams displeased with themselves. Unfortunately, that is going to bring out a full course yellow more times than not. We, of course, saw the number 5 had been stricken there earlier, and that required a full course yellow recovery. I think we're going to see the same thing again here.
It's out right
and
now.
Indeed we do. It is out.
Oh, and all that hard work by the Almonte car in the hands of Nick Persling. He hadn't opened up much of a lead, but he had a little bit of something there as he's trying to get that lap back.
It'll be enough. So they're going to pick up the leader as long as the leader does not pit.
Yep. Okay.
So I think that's going to be enough for Almonte to snake around and rejoin the end of the line.
Beautiful. Well, hey, that's if Almonte had a game plan, that was it.
Yep.
And you need good fortune for you, bad fortune for somebody else usually to play into that, but it sure did happen here.
Now, fortunately,
what a
for
shame
lovers
for
of
the S Collective car.
Oh, yeah. After having those problems yesterday and not getting the car the way they want and spending time with the setup, this is not what you're looking for in GP1.
Oh.
Fortunately, for those lovers of green flag racing, I bet they'll be able to recover this just to the spectator area right here on the access road. So it should go relatively quickly. We're going to see the 9 pit along with the 18 and the 91. So the 9 evidently needed some fuel. I probably stay out and get my lap back.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. And Brendan points out it's the cars that didn't pit right before the full course yellow time. Yeah, everybody, the 308, the 120, the 119. So we're going to see a lot of the GTO field coming down here.
I get everybody else, but why the 9? Get
do
that
you want to
lap
force
back,
yourself to
then
make
pit.
it? Yeah, but then if you have to make a green flag pit stop.
So here's the thing. Just do one can, get it back out.
Right, and try to beat everybody back around. Yeah, that's probably a good call.
Gamble on another full course yellow later. Or,
and they're
whatever.
Gonna unfortunately, it's too late. They've already sent the 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Brendan mentions it's a missed opportunity, I think, by the team. They're having a tough time getting the 9 rolling. They just pushed the back wing. Now they're able to get it moving. Of course, both the AE Victory cars stopping. Now, we did see that whole crew, and by that whole crew, I mean all 4 of those Supras stopped together on that yellow that preceded the stoppage time.
Yes.
So they only needed a quick splash here, I think, to get their strategy back to probably where they want it. With 5 hours and 19 left, I think you end up with a relatively round number of stints remaining. As we see the Ginger Racing car there taking on some service.
Well, trying to. It seems a bit unscheduled.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Just sitting.
Yeah, it was interesting.
See, one of the crew people in the background is hollering at somebody at the transporter.
Yeah, I believe they may have been having issues of some sort because I think that was their out lap and back in. Because they are a couple laps down already in the GP1 class. So they must have had some sort of issue either just before we went to our quiet hour or just after.
Importantly, the 83 and the 164 have not pitted. The 164 in all of the melee was able to grab onto the rear bumper of the 83 here. Only 3 tenths behind last time by. Sergio Ramirez behind the wheel of the 164. Your first and second in GP2 not separated by much. Zanella is going to come down the pit lane.
And I just got an update on you. First of all, Johan said he's probably going to head up to the booth around 12:40, 12:45.
Perfect.
To chat. But he did tell me that the problem with the car, and you guys can delve into it a little bit more deeply when he gets up there, but it was just a master switch failed.
Oh.
Of all things.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's up there, man.
Yeah.
That's up there with like coil connectors and boy. Man, I think Screaming Goat had a problem with a master switch connector or a master switch as well.
Oh,
one of the times that they had issues this season.
Oh, and what's okay? Sorry.
Yeah, it was the 369 going down the pit lane.
Yep.
So we're going to have the GTR 99 leading us back to the green here, followed by the 282 of TCB Racing. Again, usually it's going to be Rob Jackowitz in the 99 and not the 282. See those tires not quite up to temperature yet. They're running closer to a 26 or a 27 PSI under racing conditions yesterday, so that BMW is still a little slidey, I reckon.
Yeah, and after that long stoppage, you know, you had a couple of pace laps, but you still, in the opening few laps, until you really get the temp in those tires, you just got to, you know, be slightly conservative in all of your applications until that grip really comes in there. Lights are out. We are going green this time.
Indeed, and the 46 now hustling to try to get to the back of the pack, but I don't think they're quite going to make it. As we do go green, that ended up being a relatively quick recovery here.
So the two ACP Tangerine cars right now, 3rd and 4th, and the number 4 Kingpin entry right there as well.
Yep.
Ben Singler, the 25, the 129 is Zanella, with Victor Franzoni, who was a rocket ship yesterday. But we are back to green here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This time the field streaming down, heading into turn 1. And a big lunge there from the 410 on the 2. Boy, that intra-team battle continues here.
Yep.
Couldn't quite get it done.
One has to imagine different drivers behind the wheel now. We no longer have the do I pass my renter versus do I hold up the guy I'm renting the car from battle. See the TLM car out there as well.
Yeah. And that car, you know, it's been having some problems running, but when it has been running, I mean, Jeff Altenberg was throwing down some laps earlier in that car.
Yep.
So there's pace there for sure.
It's a good car with a lot of good pace, it would seem. But unfortunately, Greg, from where I'm standing, I can see that bright orange and dark blue 992 sitting in David Tuati's hauler and just think, man, wish we could see that car as well.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Yeah, for him, that's home.
Absolutely.
He loves that thing. Look at this. Thinking about it. Am I going to go 4 wide here?
And it is, 282 is Laura Hayes on board. So she stays in the car. Probably wants to complete an entire allotment of drive time here. Staying right behind the GTR 99. That is 2 drivers that have battled each other on many an occasion here in the World Racing League between Rob Jackowitz and indeed anybody aboard the GTR 99 versus Laura Hayes. A common thing, and of course with the shared Supra at one point where both teams ran the Supra, I think some information was exchanged there as well. So 2 drivers that I think know each other rather well. The 129 of Zanella is right behind the 18 right now, further down in the field.
Oh, man. Yeah, Laura, who drove the opening 90 minutes, was absolutely superb and has not lost that form. Here's a question for you, and I assume that, you know, you just sort of, in terms of driver time, you ignore that 2-hour stoppage.
Correct.
So, you know, it's not like she drove the hour and a half and now she could go 3 more, right?
No,
I
think she still has to do another hour and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, that would require a lot of hydration and physio.
Indeed, it would. I'm just trying to get set up with. I'm just trying to get set up with an interview here.
Yeah, no worries.
Jordan, if you could find for us the 29, if available. I know obviously we've got some tie. There it is right there. It's right alongside. Perfect. Cade McKee has decided to come join us up here in the booth. He is risking the curse of the commentator and the curse of the interview to come talk to us about how they have played the strategy MasterCard in order to get a full lap on the GP1 field. How did y'all do it?
We got the first full course yellow there. We assumed quite a lot of people were going to pit just to fill up to make sure they could make it to the break. We knew we had enough range to basically make it within 5-8 minutes of the break, so we would fill up there anyways, and then so we'd be ready to go for a full stint after the break. So we knew that we didn't really necessarily need to pit there, and that if you pit there, especially since we basically got to get as much back as we could because we were pretty close, right in front of the leaders, I believe, overalls. But because we got to get as much time going as fast as possible under the safety car, we basically got to get a lap there. It was essentially like they were pitting under green flag, even though it was under double yellow. In fact, the team did want me to pit, but I made an audible on that one.
You said no.
No.
And ultimately, if you're behind the wheel of the car, it's not like you're driving for Roger Penske and you're going to be out of a ride tomorrow. You can pass the pit lane if you want to pass the pit lane.
I mean, I think Roger wouldn't mind if you won the race anyway.
Right. I can see that going either way. Depends, I suppose. Greg, what do you think? Do you think if you make the right pit strategy call by ignoring the strategist and just go by the pit lane and end up winning, do you think Roger cares?
Oh, I think he'd slap you with a $5 fine so fast.
Fair enough. So, Cade, obviously yesterday didn't quite go the way that you guys wanted, which I feel like I've said a lot of times this season. What was that all about?
We had an issue with the seat rail.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Just all these little fiddly, weird problems this year.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It does sound like yesterday the 5 car had a problem with the battery master switch, which I believe you guys had an issue with this year as well.
I don't know what is that.
Like the shut off on the outside of the car.
Oh yeah, we did have an issue at Daytona, but from my understanding, yesterday the 5's issues were more to do with ABS, and
interesting.
They had no ABS and they got beached. And then today in the morning, that was they had an electrical issue with the wire getting worn through.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to get some clarification then, because Greg Kramer has insider knowledge.
Does he?
Like, we could take it to Kalshi and do well. But unfortunately, we've got some conflicting information here, so we'll grill Johan Schwartz when he gets back.
Well, Johan is what told me so.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. So he's giving different stories out to whoever will listen. Interesting. Okay. Well, he's supposed to be up here in a little while as well, so we'll keep an eye on the racing here, Greg, for sure, and have Cade hang out and chit-chat with him a little bit as we go.
Right now, the top two continue with the GTR 99 of Jackowitz and Laura Hayes, covered by nothing. But they are drawing away from the number 4 Kingpin Supra in the hands of Nick Pearson, and then Ken Goldberg in the number 2 ACP Tangerine Bimmer, and the teammate Jose Santiago in the 410. But that whole group, now you get behind the number 2, there's not a lot between all these cars, from the number 2 all the way back to 6, the 25 Singler Racing, BMW to the 91 Wheelhouse entry, the Mustang with Tosi. They're all in pretty close concert here. But this duo up front, I mean, they've escaped by over 5 seconds at this stage. Really hustling here in these opening stints.
We've got this same kind of group at the front that we had about the middle of the day yesterday, Greg, where it was the 99, the TCB team, I believe AE Victory, because of the pit cycle, they have gone back to 10th and 11th. But 99, the 282, the 4, the 2, the 410, the 25, the same kind of crew, the 91 of Wheelhouse, all kind of in this sort of top 5, top 10 battle, is about the same crew that we had yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. And at the back of this queue here, you see that, again, that 308, the SGS by ACI Motorsport Porsche, Skeen is back behind the wheel.
Oh, okay.
And so they obviously were looking at him now to make up some time here in the early going. And look at that pass down into 10. That's why.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just going to keep
The
on
man
going
knows
on.
how to hustle, yeah.
That 678 stack racing car just not quite happy today, I think. Probably a little bit warmer, a little bit harder on the tires than it's typically used to, the Racer's Edge guys.
Well, and the thing, too, is the warmer the air gets, obviously, the less effective the aero becomes. And that car is, it's light and it's fast with really good aero. And so, now you've got a car that's, not as powerful as some of the others. And one of its real strong suits, the aero, isn't quite as effective anymore.
Right.
And another
in the
thing
heat,
another thing to keep in mind is that most of the other GTO cars, with the exception of the Mustang, are turbocharged.
Right.
So in the heat, they can make up for the power deficit they normally have, just slightly more boost and make the same power. But when you've got an NA car like the Ligier or the Mustang, you can't really make that up. So you're down on power in the heat.
No, it's not doing a whole lot of it for you. Looking back down at GP2, the BRD Motorsports car has gone around Zachary Liebel in the 83 of Palomar. So that's going to be them ahead almost 4 seconds last time by. So on the restart there, Sergio Ramirez has got the pedal down and gets all the way around where they need to be. Third place, the 21 of Northloop, back up into third. Still a lap clear, unfortunately, or most part of the lap clear. Then the Garage 66 car, then the Skip Barber Racing School. So that 3, 4, 5 in GP2 still on the lead lap, and you're first and second also. Or I'm sorry, 3, 4, 5 on the second lap. And 1, 2 still on the lead lap there in GP2. So still waiting to see how that's going to shake out over the course of the rest of the day.
I think, just to make a note here, I think the 410 just got passed by both the 91 Wheelhouse Mustang and the Singler Racing BMW. So they went from 5th to 7th on this last lap.
25 of Singler, I think, willing to hold on to the back, to the rear wing, effectively, of the 91 Wheelhouse car as they drive to the front here. It looks like, just on pace right now, the Wheelhouse car is going to be a lot quicker than the 2 and Ken Goldberg. So I expect that pass to come probably in the next lap or so. Only 1.2 seconds last time by, so that's going to move the Wheelhouse car, a big mover since the start of since the restart, effectively. They'll be in the top 4 in no time at all.
Yeah, they've really been hustling it. And, again, Michael Tosi was fast when he was in that car. Look at that move by Skeen. Just decisive, last moment. You couldn't even see him behind the Singler Racing BMW, and then suddenly he was alongside. Yeah, Skeen is in the zone right now.
So, Kate,
and again, he's trying to come back from 2 laps down, I think.
Yes.
Kate, I think I've asked you this before. What are the differences that you can see on track between your car and the 5?
The 5?
Yeah.
We're fairly equal in mid to low speed corners.
Mm-hmm.
When I was behind Johan today in the morning, we were both running. He seems to be a little bit earlier on the brakes and a little bit earlier off the brakes.
Okay.
But the biggest difference, it seemed, was we might have a little bit more very top end of the straightaway and higher speed corners, and they have quite a bit more acceleration off the very low speed corners.
Got it. Okay.
So, if I don't know if you were watching the onboard in the morning, but when they would come out onto 8 onto the back straightaway, I could be on his bumper and he would be 4 car lengths ahead by the time we got to the bridge, the Motul bridge there.
Right.
So.
And then you felt you were starting to come back a little bit as you get towards the end of the.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, is that a function of gearing, or is that just power?
I don't know if it was gearing or just their car, I presume, is a decent bit lighter than ours, which obviously helps that acceleration. Yeah. I think we're fairly similar in power to weight. So, but even if you have a similar power to weight, a lighter car is going to accelerate better than a heavier car most of the time.
Yeah, you've got like a similar amount of aero, and I know that they're 2 different engines, but if you've got similar aero, similar-ish, modifiers for that.
Modifiers, yes.
Yeah, you're going to land in kind of the same realm. I don't know. Is that car H pattern? Well, I
believe so.
Oh!
I ask Johan.
Really aggressive pass. And I didn't catch the number of that car. That got kind of caught out there, but had to hit the brakes hard to not just run off the outside of 10B.
Yep. 282 and Laura Hayes had to check up a little bit there and try to stay the course and wait for the end of 12 to make the pass around the Garage 66 FRS. That's the leader, Rob Jackowitz, really needing to get around all of those cars before he gets balked and then jumped subsequently by Laura Hayes on the straight if she'd had a better run. The Zanella car is also closed up to the back of the 25.
Yeah, they're running. Victor, as he did yesterday, is throwing down some really impressive laps. Last couple have been in the low to mid 34s, and the only car that's running close to that right now up in that front group is the Wheelhouse entry.
And that Wheelhouse car has made its way into the top 4 as I anticipated. It's going to be a little bit harder, I think, to catch the 4. The 4 is a little bit further ahead, about 8 seconds right now. But Michael Tozzi's on a mission. We saw him wheel that car yesterday, Greg, for quite some time. That he was able to keep that going.
Yeah, he put in an absolutely stellar drive.
Cade McKee is going to take his leave now. We always appreciate Cade coming to say hi. It's less exciting when his car is just out front leading and smoking everybody. You know what I'm saying? So thank you, Cade, for coming to see us.
Yeah, thanks, man.
You're always welcome. Please come back anytime. We await the arrival of Johann Schwartz at some point.
Yeah, he figured it'd be around 12:40 or so, he said. So.
BRD is still about 6 seconds clear of the 83 at Palomar. Sergio Ramirez putting in great times right now, 144s.
Yeah.
Versus the 146s being done. Northloop has changed drivers. CJ Hereda aboard, 142 right now. So I think they've got their hot shoe driver in, attempting to get the better part of that lap back and put themselves in a better position. But still a big hill to climb.
Oh, man.
With the going down a lap there in the yellow drum. 214 of Garage 66 is just starting to lose pace there, 23 seconds behind the 21. So that third place starting to look like harder and harder hill to climb for the 214 and the 216.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And as you said, for that entry to North Loop to get that lap back, they're going to really have to play, one, have CJ just drive the wheels off it, but also play the yellow game if they come up here and figure out how to just get back on that lead lap.
Yep. I'm looking forward to a potential three-way fight in GP2. I think the GP2 class, this season especially, has had a lot of attrition involved in the course of running in the last several races. And so to have all three of these cars that are great cars, that are long-time entrants, BRD, of course, formerly kind of sort of the Harrison car. I don't know specifically why that's different. But BRD, Palomar's been here a long time, Northloop's been coming a long time. So to have these three stalwarts in GP2 battling it out, I think is fantastic. A position that BRD might not have thought they'd be in, having pulled this car out of the transporter as a backup, running in the wrong class effectively.
I'll tell you, that speaks volumes about the team and their ability to adjust, and speaking of which, I wanted to mention here that the 91 Mustang here has taken, in that last lap, took 2.5 seconds off of the number 4 Kingpin Supra of Pearson. So Tosi is indeed up on the wheel, just took another half a second off.
Yeah, Tosi's got the hammer down here for sure.
Yep.
Definitely can taste that podium right now. I think what could have been yesterday for the Wheelhouse Motorsports team, and just a mistake late, I think ultimately keeps them off of the podium after some penalties shook out.
Right.
I think desperate not to make those same mistakes again, but doing what he needs to do, Michael Tosi, to get that car back to the front.
Oh, and there's that patented Skeen super late lunge.
Yep.
And Tosi wisely, I was going to say, if I were Tosi, I might just let Skeen go and then try and get some draft off him.
Yep.
For as long as I can.
Unfortunately, probably not a similar enough car to sit behind Skeen and have Skeen teach him how to drive.
True that.
With the Mustang versus the Porsche here.
Yeah, slightly different powertrain alignments.
Now, if we look at the front of GTO, it's still Laura Hayes right behind the GTR 99 here. I almost wonder if she's content to sit back and save some fuel.
I would be surprised.
Let the big BMW punch the hole in the air and have the Supra just kind of roll it in nice and easy and stay there and try to get a better strategy position. 4 hours 58 to go.
Yeah, I think that's a really good strategy. And, that team's savvy enough that I'm sure, they've got that worked out. And Laura's got enough experience here.
Yep.
So we hop on board with our overall race leader, catching some traffic here.
I have seen Laura Hayes do the impossible on fuel mileage. I've seen it happen at this track, in fact. Drive the 111 Thunder Bunny car. I think that was the first time that car really showed how powerful and strong it was as a contender, was the 111. And it was the purple car, of course. JT remembers the purple 111 car. It looked fantastic. It was the only purple car for a while. Now it's in vogue. That car met an unfortunate end, I think, and that livery was not replaced, but still stands to this day as my favorite Supra livery of all time. In fact, I think, JT, if I had a Supra road car, I would be tempted to dig out all the photos I could to try to get that color scheme at least onto the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we love having that scoring pylon, but can we lose it for just a little bit? And because this is...
Yeah, there we go.
There we
Lovely.
go. Just watching Laura at work behind. And I have yet to see her, when she gets up really close, I have yet to see her make any kind of a significant move indicating, a potential overtake. And that's why I think you are spot on that she is just staying as close as she can, getting as much of a pull off of that big bimmer, and gaining some fuel here.
Of course, you were around at the Grand Am days, Greg, where that was like the primary complaint among all the Prep 2 cars. That was Will Turner complained that because he had a BMW, it wasn't fair, and that even the Porsches are a better shape, and I have to cut a bigger hole through the air, so I should have more power, and this and that. Would have been. I think that would have been at this track. Would have been one of the places that I heard him specifically complain about the BOP and Grand Am.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. And the thing is, depending upon how far you want to take the BOP, to where you're going to look at the, how slippery a car is. That
right.
That's certainly being applied now in the GT3 ranks.
Right.
And, all of that. But, the thing is, and I know, Will is a absolute hardcore dial in the Will BMW guy.
Yep.
But, sometimes it's, you got to bring the weapon to the track that is going to work,
What I always thought was funny was around the time they got rid of the E92 M3 and GT2.
Yep.
Their solution was to put the widest body kit of all time on a Z4. And it was like, oh, but we've been having these problems at Le Mans, and the tires and the frontal area and this and that. We're just really not as fast as the Porsches and the Ferraris. And then their solution was to put the biggest box flares of all time on a Z4.
Yes.
And that was their GT2 car. And it was like, okay, well, were you really that concerned about it? Or
yeah. It does give one pause sometimes.
Yes, it does. And that car never had the same level of success that the car before had. The E92 and the ALMS.
Well, and it was interesting too when I was really getting my start in racing, and I was running a little ITC car, and I kept asking the guy who was sort of the crew chief and who I was getting the car from. I said, "Why don't we put on some wider tires? Give me some more stick." And he said, "Yeah, Greg," he said, "you're doing most of your racing at Brainerd, the old one."
Right.
He said, "Tires create drag too."
Yep.
He said, "You want to stay on a fairly skinny tire at that track, And I hadn't thought about it. And the minute he said it, I went, "Well, duh,"
Yep.
So,
especially in an ITC car, you don't have a whole lot extra grunt to give to a bigger tire.
Yeah, mile long front straight, and I was pushing out a hard 73 horsepower. So.
Oh yeah, the big stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So if I can, I do want to remind you that while RL may not have been very competitive with the Z4, Turner was.
That's true, but it was a different Z4. It was the real Z4. Yeah,
true.
It was not the clamped on goofy Z4 that they tried to we'll take the GT3 car and change it and then just beg the ALMS to be okay with that. which was the start of my discussion online that nobody could ever give me an answer to, which was,
and
what really is the difference between a GT3 and a GTE car now? Like, apparently this is just made up.
Oh, big lunge.
Oh,
Poor position right there.
Yeah.
That was Wheelhouse trying to take third away from the purple number 4 Kingpin. Couldn't get it done there.
I was going to say, that car's got enough pace versus the 4 that you probably don't need to force the issue right there.
Yeah.
You're probably going to get another shot at this. Now, are they worried about Zanella catching them from behind? Maybe. But that's probably not the move that I'm choosing to make, personally.
Right. And Zanella hasn't really made much inroads into the 91 Wheelhouse car yet. And now the 4 defends big time, so the Mustang, is it going to try the over-under?
Not quite. That Supra just able to hang.
Yep, did that very well.
Speed. May not be worried about the Zanella car broadly, but if he thinks the 4 is holding him up,
yes,
then that is going to allow the Zanella car to... So right now the gap is 1 second.
Oh, you're right.
Like. Yeah. So it's come down in a hurry.
It went from 2.5 to 1, so that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And there's the overtake.
Got it
Gets it done on the backstretch. Now Zanella's going to have to do the same thing. Similar sized car anyway.
Yep.
And you can just see the mid-corner ability of that Supra and able to really hang around and defeat the over-under there because they're able to get it back to both apexes so effectively. Whereas you can probably take a lot more curb in the M4, but you're, going to have to be a little bit more cautious with your mid-corner speed because it is that much bigger of a car. Same with the Mustang, it would seem.
And there's the big lunge.
Yep. Just got to hold it. I think the 4 lets him go there a little bit.
Yeah.
Isn't trying to force the issue. Let's let them both by.
Yep. But boy, I'll tell you, that shot really showed the difference, in particular in the wheelbase.
Yep.
Of those cars. I mean, that the Mustang and the BMW much longer wheelbase than that Supra, which makes it really nimble by comparison, but a little more sketchy in the fast transitions. I mean, in the long. Oh, a car in the gravel.
Oh, it's beached. It's the AOA car. It's the 55.
Yep.
They've done that a couple times this weekend.
Yeah, we believe possibly Roger Eagleton there on board that car.
Looks like he was trying to get it rolling, just doing the old rock back and forth. For those of you that are from the city, that's the first thing they teach you when you get stuck in the mud in your truck when you're a kid. Got to rock it back and forth slowly and dig yourself a little bit more of a sturdy hole, then you can pop it right out. Fortunately, the gravel traps at a racetrack are engineered to stuck in them.
Not do that.
Yep. You can just see on the right side of the shot here the grooves in the gravel, and those grooves, if you try to walk over them, if you step on the high part of the groove, it instantly sucks itself down to the bottom part of the groove.
Yeah.
Like if you step there, it gives instantly, and you go, oh, that's how you stick a race car in these, because it's just smooth gravel that sinks the second you put any kind of pressure on it.
Yeah. And they are designed to capture.
Yes.
That's so I would suspect this is going to lead to a full course.
I would agree. And the full course yellow is going to be...
Go ahead.
They're going to pick up the GTR car unless they stop, which I think, unfortunately, is a chance here because I don't believe they stopped during the prior yellow. And they're kind of trying to stretch the mileage here anyway. Yep, we go full course yellow. And this is going to be sort of what they were hoping for. I think they probably wish it had come about 10 or 15 minutes later. The Zanella car is going to dive in. Same with the 4. This is going to work out pretty well for them.
And this is what North Loop really needed.
Well, it's going to depend on where the safety car comes out.
Exactly.
Yeah, because now they have to wait to see if the GTR is going to come back around. And if the GTR chooses to pit in, it's going to... I want to wait. I want to wait and see. I don't think... Reflexively, I don't think it's going to work out for them on this one.
Okay.
The 120 is going to dive in. The 555, the 9.
Yeah.
Ooh, you know what? The North Loop car is about to go under the gantry here. And they're going to beat the safety car out. So this might... but where's the other 2 cars in class? Where's the BRD car? We're waiting to see that pop over the hill here.
Yeah, really good. good point. And this is, real quickly, this is also where had Almonte stayed out.
Ooh,
It got on the tail of that
I
lap.
don't think it's going to work out, Greg. The BRD car is going to come down the hill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not quite. Not quite. And then we expect to see the... Yeah, there's the Palomar car as well. Oh, no. The GTR comes in. It was not by much, folks. The GTR 99 was right behind the Palomar car before they pulled in.
Ooh, yeah.
So it very nearly worked out. It's the, I believe it's the 4. Yeah. Driver's out.
Oh,
Driver's
man.
still stuck to the radio. They had to figure that out. I think the driver got out in a hurry and then had the helmet still clipped into the car with the radio. So that's been an interesting one on pit lane.
Well, that could certainly explain why suddenly that 4 started to go backward a little bit.
Yeah, no kidding.
But,
all right,
man.
Well, Jordan, while we let the pit cycle work itself out here, now that we know the implications, I think, a little bit, we'll wait and see how it shakes out and where everybody's gaps end up being after this break. So we'll talk to Uncle Continental here shortly, and we'll come back to some pit lane action. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It is round 6 of the World Racing League here, and day 2 of our Enduros, and we are under a full course caution. And I just wanted to introduce quickly Johann Schwartz, who it's been a long time since I've had a chance to chat with Johann. Used to announce him a lot in World Challenge days and the like. And Johann, 1, it's great to be calling you racing again, and 2, man, that car has been fast, but you've had your little glitches, haven't you?
We have, and good to hear you back, or your voice, and at these races. Yeah, unfortunately, small little things, you know, that can put a stick in the spoke here. And for yesterday was the ABS pump. We could drive it without it, but it was a little bit of struggle for some of the drivers, so we decided to fix it and then just run it, getting ready for tomorrow, and then which is today. And today we had a master switch go out. They do that every once in a while, and you know, had to fix that. That cost us 10 laps, but when it's running, it's strong.
Yeah, really, really quick. There's no question about that. You know, obviously we've had some, you know, unique weather here over these days, and you know, a driver, you know, of your experience, capability, and the like. That's got to help a team when you're dealing with all of these different things that are getting thrown at it. You know, is to have somebody of experience, as we watch the Wheelhouse Mustang getting it stopped.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things when you're running. We still have the stock brake system on there, so when you have the brake booster on there with no ABS, it's amazing how little brake pressure that it requires, because it gets multiplied by possibly 5 when you're pushing, and then the amount of pressure that applies out there. So normally ABS helps you with that if you push too hard, but when it's you doing it, you have to be pretty precise with it and not to flat spot the tires and go off, worst case scenario. So, but yeah, we have had different kinds of weather. I don't mind the rain. I was actually looking forward to a little bit of rain. It looked like in forecast it was going to be either rain on Saturday or Sunday, but we haven't had any. So that's the great equalizer, as you know.
I just want to point out real quick, guys, very sorry. BRD and Palomar are in the pit lane, and North Loop had gone by the pit lane. BRD is already back out. We're gonna have to wait for the timing. I think North Loop just unlapped themselves again. They're still gonna be most of a lap down, but at least they're not the full lap behind. My apologies.
No worries. Want to keep on top of that stuff. Yeah, I was going to say, with the rain and the like, you're pretty comfortable sideways, but you don't want to be doing too much of that in the wet anyway. What else have you been doing these days in terms of racing? For a while there, I know you were racing a Porsche in club racing, and you're doing a lot of other stuff now too. I hear.
Yeah. So I also raced a Ginetta here, and some other series that. We've been racing some endurance races, and then I raced the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in the IMSA series and done a couple of IMPC races.
And that's with 89X, right?
89X,
yeah,
correct.
Cool.
Yeah. So
going back to green here, my apologies.
Yeah, we should see that.
Yep, and the Singler car was right behind the safety car, and they chose this lap to pit in. I think we're not anticipating going back to green that quickly as they come down pit lane. That's going to hurt their chances today.
Ooh, and a car coming out of the pits right in front of this pack up into an already tricky turn 3. And look at that, just parked. That was that the 282?
I think so.
Yeah, and now just having to ease around the outside. So Laura getting some challenges here early, and down the hill we go. Johan, I wanted to ask you as we're watching this, and if we catch anything in particular, we'll jump in. But this is such an amazing track. Is there a particular piece of this track that just makes your mouth water to get out there and drive it?
Sure. I like turn 12. I like the breaking into turn 10A. I mean, there's a lot of things I like about the track, the S's, because you really got to set that up correctly. Turn in at the right point as you come down through the S's, and for maximum throttle you can carry through there, and then good exit out of 5. So it has a lot of nuances. You're very busy here all the time, except obviously down the straightaway. So it's one that it requires your full attention at any given time. So and you can see the field and the lap times are very close. So I think WRL is doing a great job trying to really equalize all these various platforms. So it's not easy.
No, and I think you're absolutely right. That's one of the things that I found really impressive about WRL is they've taken, I mean, it's a pretty simple formula, but they figured out a way to apply it that really does keep the competition close. And you don't hear, many teams really complaining that they're way out of the window, and it shows in the timing results for sure. But then I also love the fact that in this series, it brings the pit crews into it because there's no minimum time, so they get their moment in the sun or rain, as it were.
And because there's so many good drivers that are keeping such a good pace, a lot of times it does come down to the guys that are sitting on the pit stands and the guys that are fueling and changing tires that are making the difference for whether you're going with a win or you're finishing 5th. I mean, it's so close.
Yeah, it really is. Watching Zanella racing here, Victor Frenzoni just continuing to show some really good speed here. And just watching Michel Abate now behind the wheel of the number 120. And I think that car has now worked its way up into 4th, according to timing here. So question for me is when we're going to see the 18 get back up into that front order. It was so fast early. And
the 18 had caught a penalty, Greg.
That's what
noticed
it was.
that.
All
yeah,
right.
They had a passing under yellow penalty, and I suspect it was that shot that we saw as they were coming through turn 7, and it was kind of a schmozzle there.
Yeah.
I didn't see the beginning of it, of course, but that, I'm guessing, was around the time that they would have called that. Excuse me.
And again, we're talking about the pit stop, we're talking about the equipment, and everything that needs to be done before you get to the track, right? Hours and hours of prep, and then you get a little bit of a percentage of the final here for people to see and enjoy. And then you got to be alert all the time for not passing under yellow, right? It's highly consequential. So it's really truly a team effort where everything has to click as we see a car going off.
Yeah.
Replay of the 216, Skip Barber.
Yeah, that was a dance with the barriers out there. Nice job to keep it off of the barriers. You were talking about how much you love turn 12, but part of that has to be because it's a corner that you've got to respect, too.
You have to respect it, right? there is lap time to be gained, and there is a lot of stuff that can happen if you don't do it right. So it's one of those you have to be really precise at to maximize the throttle, 100% throttle going down to turn 1. So huge dividend on that, and a great passing opportunity coming down, setting yourself up for turn number 1. So that's another thing that why that's a critical corner.
I was telling people in the paddock on Friday. I'm sorry, Greg, just real quick.
No.
I want to let Johan promote himself a little bit more here. I was telling people in the paddock on Friday that what we really all should have been paying attention to and going to was your wet driving clinic. Do you have one of those coming up?
I do in October, and I think I've also heard that we may have one in conjunction with the Sebring race.
Ooh, okay.
So I think they're trying to figure out the detail with the skid pad down there.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Yes,
right, that is high. You have no idea how many egos has been saved, as well as money has been saved for knowing how to not only correct but also recover.
Right.
A lot of people do the correction but forget to recover.
Right.
And then, auger it into the wall. So highly consequential.
No, I think there were a lot of people on Friday, especially, that kind of mixed condition qualifying. I had been talking about it. It's like, Johan does this class thing that you could get out there. My understanding is it's like pretty reasonably priced too.
It is, and it's well worth the investment and stays with you too.
Yep.
So the sooner you do it, the longer it stays with you.
Perfect. So yeah, guys, keep that in mind. We still have some more Southeast races to come here in kind of the rainy season here, but we got that going on. I think Mike Gorman's going to make it a mandate that you have to have taken that class in order to get into his cars. That's what I heard.
Well, he's been smart. He's bringing a lot of his clients to that, and I think it pays huge dividend, right? Plus, on top of it, you have a great time. You get to do a little drifting too. Yeah, so a lot of fun.
Do you know about drifting, Johan? Can you teach a class on drifting? Is that something that's in your wheelhouse?
I've done it
done it a couple times. All right, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something about a record.
Some kind of record. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah. So, no, that was a lot of fun. I didn't know what to do for 8 hours, so I decided should keep the car sideways, right?
I mean, nowadays you could have Netflix going on the phone. You just set that in the dash, and you could kind of watch, whatever TV show you want to watch.
Sure.
While you're doing it, closed course, etc.
Sure. Now the cars do it by themselves too, don't they?
The drifting I haven't seen. The driving certainly.
I've heard of car manufacturers that have started to actually be able to program that too.
Fascinating.
Yeah, there's like a drift mode.
Yeah. Well, there's also where it actually does it by itself with no driver. I can't remember who did it.
Well, I imagine if you have a skid pad with sprinklers, that it's probably a consistent enough grip differential here. Mike Gorman's very excitedly pointing at the number 61.
He is.
Up here in the commentary booth because he's just put a motor back in it, and I'll let him talk about how incredible his team is at getting the motor back together. But that 61 is the bright green 2 Series that has kind of the burn mark on the front of it. Mike Gorman, talk us through this motor swap. You talked about you didn't get any sleep. I imagine that continued.
Yeah, talk you through the last 2 weeks of that car's life has been remarkable. But yeah, we had an issue. Obviously, that unplanned rapid evacuation of fluid we discussed yesterday on the M2 ended up being a southern exposure being installed on the window or on the engine block. So we got the gentleman down at AOA, John DeBarros, a huge friend of the team, was able to help us source an N55 last night. And then when we put that in this morning, we determined that there was an issue with the oil pan on that car. So John again saved the day for us. Had one of his guys, Hector, bring from the shop another pan for us. Got it in during the Park Ferme scenario, and that car is out killing bugs right now. And we couldn't be happier with the patience of our drivers and our crew that just did an unbelievable job. David May and Jeremiah really tag teamed this engine replacement last night. Getting everything swapped over from the M2 engine to the M235, and just it was definitely one of those not exactly like for like swaps. So one of the ones that takes a little bit of extra time. But just extremely proud of my guys, and I hope that they're found a shower and a well-deserved horizontal place to lay down for just a little bit.
Well, I was going to ask, it's probably easy to source just an N55. Not easy, obviously. I mean, you're at a racetrack, you got stuff to do. But like any old N55, you can probably find. What is the difference when you're trying to get that into an M2?
So there's some specific components that to the M2 that need to be swapped over, the M235 rather, that need to be swapped over. I'm not the guy that turns the wrenches, so I probably can't explain it to the best of their ability. But there's a lot of components that aren't necessarily the exact same, so we got to make sure that we switch over the harnesses and pumps and things like that. From the donor engine to the from the original engine to the donor engine. So it's just kind of that trial and error process as you're trying to mate an engine that didn't necessarily come in the same model car to the car that you're putting it in. So just a tremendous effort from our guys. Huge help from the paddock, from AOA, and getting us back out there. And just this is one of those moments. It's the peaks and valleys, but the valleys hitting low make the peaks feel a lot better. So we're feeling pretty good right now.
Johan, you've been around racing a long time, especially sort of this kind of club, upper end of club, lower end of pro, middle pro sort of realm. What I think I like the most about it, we talk about this all the time, is the camaraderie and the willingness of other teams to help.
Yeah.
I imagine the five guys have everything they need available to them, but nothing would surprise me that if you guys had needed a part, there's plenty of E46 teams in this paddock that would have given you just about anything.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think it goes across the paddock, and that's what I love about this. And I think it is actually a very American thing, to be honest with you, in American racing. I always feel like when you hear Europeans that are coming over here, they don't seem to have the same kind of camaraderie. They're more guarded and so forth. Here, it's like, let's help out. Let's, it's going to be you one day. It's going to be us the other day, right? And with Mike, I just feel like locking the door with Mike here, making sure I feel like there could be another Mike going down there. I feel there's 3 mics around for this thing to happen. They look alike. It's impressive what he's been able to accomplish. I mean, when I hear about his overnights back and forth to get computers reprogrammed, and now this engine situation and all that, it's super impressive. I take my hat off, and it's always with a smile. And every time the car goes back out, they celebrate with a victory. It's awesome.
Yep.
No,
it's super awesome.
Yeah. So, and I would say, on the 5 team, we were talking about the prep, the little details that happened to the car today and yesterday. Some of those things you just can't prep for, right?
Right.
So the amount of time that they spend in the shop to get the car all ready and to make it run like it does now, they've done a tremendous job. And Kenny is the team owner down there, Kenny Hendrick. Not related to Rick Hendrick,
sure,
but kind of runs the same type of operation and tries to really pursue perfection with everything that he does. The car looks sharp. That's a new partner that is an actual true partner of the race team, Pixel Black, that is out there sponsoring the car for this race here. So, it's fun when it all comes together like that.
Right. Johan, go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say real quick, Johan, you've heard me close out a weekend, I think, often enough, where one of the things I always say, the unsung heroes of this sport are the teams and the crews.
I know.
And, they don't get a whole lot necessarily of recognition outside of the teams themselves. But, man, their commitment to this is extraordinary, isn't it?
It's absolutely extraordinary. So, let's put it in perspective. They're here at the track before the driver shows up. The driver shows, he gets hot for 2.5 hours, however long the stint is. They're in the driver's suit too, changing, right? And then they stay at the end of it, changing brakes, fixing anything that needs to be fixed. So they are really, deserving of all the credit they always get when somebody mentions it too, because it couldn't happen without them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, to go on to a different subject that I am contractually obligated to cover because Brendan's not here, what do you have going on for the Daytona Volkswagen Fun Cup race? And can you be the anchor driver for Open Throttle when they get their Fun Cup car?
Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, I didn't know, but I wouldn't be surprised that Mike actually has a Fun Cup too. He's got 10 other cars that are racing around the country at the same time. But I think the Fun Cups, I've always wanted to race one. I mean, it's a 2-frame chassis. Back then they had both diesel and the gasoline powered engine.
Right.
So I think they are only, from what I heard now, just gas, but huge fields. They draft, I mean, being in the draft is super critical, as you can imagine, with the body shape like that, right? And so I can only imagine that it absolutely been fun. So I saw it coming, and I was like, yeah, this could be fun. Now you kind of got me. I need to start thinking about it again because it's coming up.
We need to basically just go down with an envelope of cash and start trying to find one. And like I said, save some shipping back overseas and just leave it here stateside with us, and we'll leave you some cash to travel. It's a little bit lighter back with.
Yeah, I actually, I think there's only 2 Fun Cups here in the States that ever made it over here. I'm surprised not more did, because it seems to be a very cost-efficient car and kind of a fun car, but still, you know, fun to drive. You know. So
I was talking to Mike Gorman, like, would you rather drive a Legend car or a Fun Cup car? Like, I think I'd probably rather drive a Fun Cup car than a Legend car.
I would too.
At kind of the same, probably cost effectiveness and things like that.
And I've driven Legends cars, and I don't fit too well in them.
I imagine that I wouldn't fit at all in one.
So they get a little tight in. They're fun to drive, though. So, but yeah, Fun Cup, that sounds, and I can imagine, you know, they're very draft dependent.
Right.
At Daytona.
Yeah, exactly. At Daytona, you're going to be on the throttle the whole lap.
You are going to be drafting and side drafting or whatever else you can do, and what's going to happen going into turn 1, right?
No, it's going to be incredible.
That should be a riot.
I know there's more than a handful of people in the WRL paddock who are Fun Cup experienced. I think Tyler Hoffman's done it. I think Rob Walker's done it. I think there's been a fair number of folks that are.
Charlie did it.
Oh, Charlie did. Yeah, there you go.
With Tyler, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And had a blast. He's the one that told me some of the things I repeated. So thanks to him,
I
could give a little bit of knowledge on the Fun Cup racing.
Yeah, I think it would be an absolute blast, and I really think there should be more of that going on here.
Yeah,
especially
be the change you want to see.
I know, man. I gotta finish the changes I already committed to.
That's true. That's true.
Hey,
no
Mike?
question there.
Hey.
Yeah, is Olivier Piatek driving one of your cars?
He is. Yeah, he's in the 62, the American flag livery car. Yeah, kid's amazing.
I announced when they had it being broadcast, the Full Send Sims SMX League on Tuesdays, and Olivier was a front runner in there.
He is absolutely just an incredible, just calm, cool, collected.
Isn't he though?
Just a remarkable driver. And then, you know, the way that he, you know, helps with our driver coach Zach, and really just bringing up the average speed of the rest of the drivers in the car. He is 100% just a team-focused driver that anybody would be fortunate to have in their car.
Yeah, he's a class act, and I mean,
100%. Great family,
you know,
great guy.
Awesome to, you know, to call in the sim. But I mean, you know, his real world stuff is top notch too. And so when you get back down there, say hi to him for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I think Mike Gorman is doing almost as much for American road racing as Jeremy Shaw. Every single guy that Mike Gorman puts in the car, or girl, that's like under 25 or 30, is just this like amazing hot shoe that nobody has there's like nothing but good things to be said. You've got Mateo, you've got Abby, you've got just everybody. Like all like, how do you do it? How do you find all these like incredible people that are like, yeah, we're actually really good at this. We just don't have billionaire dads.
I mean, I have no idea. I ask myself that all the time. We're unbelievably fortunate to have. Talent is one thing, but talent with a good personality can be kind of hard to find in this sport. And I mean, we're very fortunate to have just a consistent hopper and pool of drivers that are there, even when things go sideways. I mean, obviously this weekend's been a little tough for us. We've had some contacts, we had a motor failure and all that. And the drivers are hyping me up about everything. You know, it really makes the tough, long nights, all the prep that leads up to the weekends and everything. You know, it doesn't go without gratitude, and it's. I don't know to answer your question. I have no idea, but they seem to have focused in on us like a magnet. So either everybody in the sports like this, or we're just really, really, really lucky.
Well, I think part of it is also, you know, you do have a good price point.
Yeah.
You know, just like, and because AOA helped you, I can point them out too as being one of those that you guys are kind of like to go to for having an opportunity to go endurance racing without necessarily having to bring a lot of money. So I think you're doing a great very good thing for the sport.
Thank you. Yeah, the driver's seat might be slightly damp from riding on an open trailer on the way there, but you know, we try to do everything that we can to keep the cost down. Huge shout out to FCP Euro. We appreciate you. And we do everything that we can. We do everything that we can to really keep the cost down for our clients. And you know, we want to see whatever particular phase somebody is in their driving career, whether they're trying to do their very first time out on track days, kind of all the way up into that M235 pace, and kind of send them off to, we've partnered up quite a bit with Round 3 as well for the MPO1 program to get these drivers that have a goal of getting into the prototypes a good solid foundation. So when they move into that car, you know, we can sign off and say, this is a good guy to put in your car. And partnering with, you know, again, all of these teams that have a slightly different element of focus, it allows us to really focus on our niche of you know, being kind of that first place to go to before you ultimately decide what career path, you know, so to speak, you want to take in your individual racing career. And John DeBarros is, you know, we've worked together pretty closely for the last several years, and we've kind of always been in that, you know, GP3, GP2 kind of area, and they've got some M2s that they're running now as well. So again, same dynamic. You can go to a Miata, you can go to an E90, you can go to an M2 CS. But there's steps to go along the way. So wherever you are in your journey, there's a team that's focused on getting good, reliable cars and good results. And like I said, we may not show up with the stacker trailers and show haulers and things like that. But ultimately, when it gets out to getting seat time and getting on track, you know, that's not as important to you know, some of these drivers. And that's kind of where John and I's kind of area of focus and everything is. And I think, you know, they do an exceptional job as well. And you know, I think there's a need for that segment in motorsports, and we're, I think, very happy to provide that, and I think John is as well.
Yeah, and I think, and then you also have the development that goes and comes through you, and then moves on, and then you got, you know, people like Abby that is the destination, right?
Absolutely.
So that actually has now found, hey, and you guys are friends.
Yeah. Abby's fantastic. You know? She's been racing with us since the Miata days, you know, 3-4 years ago, and.
Trouble. The 5 has spun going down the hill.
Oh.
It's eaten some of the bumper as well. I think we're going to end up with we'll see if we can recover here.
That's not good.
No, not at all.
Suboptimal for sure. But yeah, I mean, you know, Abby, she's a veterinarian surgeon by day and then a race car driver by sometimes 4 o'clock in the morning at night.
Replay here. We'll just watch him come from the top of the hill and see if we can get an idea of what happened. Oh, just misses the mark completely.
Yeah.
I think that was a communication issue with the 678 and just being running a bit wide there and unfortunately going off.
Yeah, so that's we'll see if the 5's able to get back going, but that's a lot of the front bumper to have lost. It's going to get going here, and it's going to pull the splitter back up onto the hood. So it's going to be tough to reverse up that hill. Just not a ton of grip out there in the wet grass. But do you go forward right now? I don't know what to do.
I wouldn't go forward.
Yeah.
Take the escape road.
Oh, I suppose. I mean, this is going to end up a full course yellow. I have to imagine if they can't get this moved quickly.
Yes,
you're completely unsighted coming up over the hill at 10 and 11 here.
Not a good place to be.
No.
Apologize. I didn't mean to come in and intrude. I actually just came because I knew there'd be a good view of air conditioning in here, and you had a bottle of water, so it seemed like a good stop.
Absolutely. No, not a problem at all. Mike, if you got to get back, you should get back to doing what you got to do. Absolutely.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we got a couple of laps with the new engine on the car, and like I said, this is the most climate comfortable place to do it. With a great view and great company. So.
Wait,
100%.
Mike is spreading the word that you have AC and water?
Yes, he is.
But I'm not going to tell you where it is. It's
I really thought that would attract more people in the quiet hour, but as it turns out, it did not. And we are going to go full course yellow here. Mike Gorman, thank you so much.
Guys, thank you.
Good. So, Johan, as a driver coach, right?
Yeah.
This is almost 2 on the nose. Sorry. What do you tell a driver who comes back in after something like this?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's going to take a little while to repair it if it's repairable. So I'll definitely take the video card and take a look at that and see exactly what happened.
Right.
I didn't see quite the whole situation. I couldn't tell if it was by himself when he was doing it, or was he getting pushed out. I couldn't tell.
I think he was trying to give space and went wider is kind of what I thought I made out of that.
Got you. Yeah. So...
I think he also made the mistake of was committed to probably the escape road and then tried to come back across, whereas if you had committed to the escape road, probably would have been okay. It would have been embarrassing, and you'd get back on track. But I think the trying to come back and try to get back to the racing line, it digs into the grass and pulls the splitter up and off.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's certainly not optimal for sure. So it that is the car I was driving. So,
right. Yeah.
That I hope Robert is okay in there. I guess trying to help out traffic is one thing. Another thing is also just be predictable and let the faster traffic deal with it, right?
Right.
So it's kind of one of those situations where how much do you want to help out? And sometimes you put yourself in a compromising position for that.
Do you find that, like, my wife is a business psychologist.
Okay.
Do you find that this is a effective way to change attitudes, like indirectly? Like, it's not on purpose, obviously, but do you find that people make changes more quickly when something like this happens? Or do you think that a fair number of people go, oh, that sucked, but that was a fluke, it won't happen again, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing?
No, I mean, I'm fortunate enough, the people that I work with, and probably my selection too, I'd like to work with people that take this serious, right? They want to become better. I've run into people that hired a coach, and then by just hiring, they think they can get faster, but not really working at it, doing their homework either before and after, right, for next time and all that. So, Robert, I know, is one of those guys that have taken it serious for many, many years. I don't know how many years he's been racing, but, he's 72 and he looks very, you look at him, he bicycles and he has, driven many, many different cars in many, many different series, mainly at a club racing level. But we were looking at data last night and things that he could improve on. So he took that to heart and tried to implement some of it, right?
Right.
It's not necessarily that we try to implement all of it, right? We find 2-3 low-hanging fruits that is not consequential, and then work on those.
Do you find that incidents, and like this in the scheme of things, is relatively innocuous? He went off, like, it's probably scary to have something like that happen at turn 12, but at the end of the day, there's damage to the car.
Sure.
That's unfortunate, but it seems that everything is tremendous, like, fine.
Yeah.
Do you find that this bruises the ego too much and that you have to pull somebody back up as far as speed and commitment, or are people pretty resilient to this kind of thing?
It varies from person. Yeah. It depends on, I know he's going to feel terrible in there for not bringing the car, and even though we were a couple of laps down to the electrical gremlins, maybe there was something that we could do and work our way up, and now I don't know if the car is going to be able to go back out. Somebody doesn't get to drive, all that stuff, right? So it hurts all the time. And like I said, in tennis, you lose a ball and you hit it out of line. You can, you have plenty of other balls to hit and work on. Some of these things, they can stop you for the day.
Right.
So it's a very consequential sport when it comes to that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I've had people that go right out and, like nothing bothered them, and they're basically right at the pace. And some people, they can feel I don't want to do this again. So they start slowly moving themselves, towards.
Sure.
But it can take a while for them to get back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I have one other not racing related question. It's just like a personal interest thing for me. I'm sure my daughter and wife are watching at home right now. Hi to them. My daughter very into volleyball, and I was looking through the driver sort of survey information, and your daughter plays D1 volleyball.
She does.
Where does she play at?
Plays at High Point University.
Oh, at High Point. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a decent volleyball program out there.
So she was very fortunate to become part of that. Exactly a year ago, that's cool. Within 2 weeks, I remember my wife Karen sending a note to me about it was a year ago that she got recruited to go to High Point.
Sweet.
So, what a sport that is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very entertaining. So very fortunate. She's actually taller than I am. So that comes in.
Perfect.
It's very helpful.
My daughter, unfortunately, is not going to get the height that I have, and so she's very determined in other ways to make sure that she's where she needs to be.
But she came to our house with 2 new volleyball friends, you know, because they already started practice even before school started.
Right.
And she brought one of the liberos, and she's 5'2".
Yep.
So,
and that's what I keep telling my daughter is like, you know what, this is. And like this is the cool position to play. Like this is what you want.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to get you to where you're working hard. And she's like, I got you. So
height is not necessarily. She couldn't be a hitter, obviously, right?
Right.
But yeah. So there's a spot for everything for height in volleyball for sure.
Absolutely.
Good team sport.
100%. No, I've loved it more and more. I started watching it in high school because I had a couple friends that were on the high school volleyball team, and that was one of the things that we were meant to do as football players. Was you need to show up to, it was like once per week, you need to show up to one of the other sports, either wearing your jersey or wearing, we had like polos and dress nice or whatever, and you have to show support for the other sports that are going on. And more times than not, we ended up going to volleyball games because the schedule worked out and stuff like that. And I got to where I really enjoyed it. And then to have my daughter now playing volleyball, it's like, oh, cool, I get to come watch this all the time. So anytime I see that come up, and then the Bay Area just got one of those League One professional volleyball teams as well. So we're looking forward to that too.
Yeah, no, it's a great sport. Great sport.
Well, I think we're going to try to squeeze in a commercial break here, Johan. I'm sure you'd like to get back down to the pit lane here. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think you guys, as always, doing a great job, and great to have Greg back. I love it. You know, so and we should be. I'll be with Moorhead Speedworks at Watkins Glen, Sebring, and Coda.
Oh, perfect.
So we'll be out there fighting in the GTO class. So I'm looking forward to that.
Excellent. Back in the Ginetta, presumably?
Ginetta, yeah.
Ginetta? Awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, Johan Schwartz, thank you for coming to join us with the 5 this weekend. Just met an unfortunate end here.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll see that car back as well. Johan, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate
Johan,
it.
give Karen a big hug when you get home from.
I'll do that. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah,
all right.
And best of luck in Super Trofeo as well.
Yeah, that's coming up this weekend at Road America.
That's right. Yeah.
You guys have been doing really well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So can't wait to be with the 89X guys there.
Perfect. Well, we'll try to squeeze in a quick commercial break here before we go back to green. We'll be right back from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's DriverSeye Live in the World Racing League.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle. Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back, everybody. Lights out on the pace car as we are getting ready to go back to green here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And again, that caution for the off-track excursion for the number 5. And down the hill we go. And it's the 120 AE Victory Racing machine that is in the lead of the race. However, we're going to, a big lunge and move down to the inside. Cars heading up into turn 1. A squeeze play right there just absolutely blunted the attack of one of the BMWs heading up the hill. But everybody playing nice, at least so far, and getting up and through turn 3. Just a quick note, it wasn't that long ago. Look at the car running the wide line there. That is that number 4 Kingpin Toyota Supra GTR or GT4. Remember, not long ago, that was in the pit lane on fire. And they have come back out, and they have been running relatively good speeds, although
they're struggling
it seems
right now
to be off the pace again. Boy, right as I started to point them out, they had really been running well for a little bit there after they came back after the fire, and now struggling again, JT.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, a couple general production cars just starting to pull away from them. Traffic just unfortunately got a bit dense right there through turn 5. You can see a little bit of lock up there. I believe that was the 55 from AOA, maybe. Oh, tiptoeing. It's just awkward. The 55 is on the outside. The 4 is just going to try to hug the left side here, let everybody go to the right.
It's really the best thing you can do at this stage is just pick a side, get over there and stay there and let everybody else come through. But yeah, that car, after it had come back out, I mean, I was watching its times and it was right in the hunt with the top 5 cars. And then they come back and go green, and immediately something seems to have gone awry once again. And after this caution, we've got ourselves looking at the 83 Palomar Racing entry continues to lead in GP2, and the North Loop Motorsports car has regained that same lead lap. So we've heard Ryan talk about he really thought we were going to see a pretty good battle in GP2, and that might be starting to build once again. And it's the 29, the Screaming Goat Racing, just continuing to control things, lap up on the field in GP1.
Yeah, if I'm understanding the timing notes correctly, North Loop did come in for a quick splash. They were able to get out very, very quick. I'm not seeing Palomar's actually have come down pit lane.
Okay.
That may have definitely helped them. BRD did. They had a relatively long lap after. That said, they're not too far out. They're about 18 seconds behind the 83 at the moment. So we do have 3 cars in GP2 on the lead lap, as we see Palomar coming through shot here, followed by North Loop.
Well, I'll tell you, that was a great shot of that tunnel access road underneath that used to be the bottom of the dip or the gravity cavity, however people refer to it. But down the hill we go, and again, it is Michel Abate in the 120 AE Victory Racing Toyota. A quarter of a second clear here of the 99 GTR of Rob Jakowitz. And that ACP Tangerine car, I would expect we're going to see that car come alive even a little bit more. And it's been quick, but Billy Johnson is now on board that car. Brendan Schubert at the helm of the 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota. And then in 5th, car that led for quite a while here earlier, the 246 TCB Racing Supra, Garrett Higgins behind the wheel now. And John Simonetti has taken over the controls of the 282 from Laura. And Dan McKeever is back behind the wheel of the number 91. That's your top 7 right now. And then a lap down is Mike Skeen, who has been flying once again in that SJS by ACI Motorsports car. Early in the race, he turned to 130.6. And that's just a stunning time, at this point. Then it's the 18, Jared Applegate behind the wheel of the 18 Kingpin Porsche, but he too is a lap down. So work to do, and that was a car that had been absolute front runner early on here, but just got caught out by some of the yellows, I think, is what happened.
Yeah, that's correct. They unfortunately had a untimely pass on another competitor while there was a local yellow.
Oh, that's right. Yep, had that penalty. Yeah, I think we saw that, sort of saw the tail end of that one moment up in turn 7.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see just how close that margin is right now. 0.8 of a second now between the 120 Toyota, which is the second car in frame with that orange hood, and then the car right behind it, the 99. Those are the cars battling for position. Then that that Mendrin-esque graphic on the number 2 ACP Tangerine entry of Billy Johnson. If you've never been to or seen Road Atlanta before from that high shot, you're wondering, what is that loop for with all the black on it? Well, that's when the pro drifters come here. That's where they turn in early, go up and around, and then head back down the other way. So you're wondering what that was for. It's not a skid pad. This track has become something of a multi-purpose facility over the years. Oh, car.
Oh, Palomar.
Yeah.
Going a bit off-road here, turn 10.
Yeah, managed to keep it alive through that gravel. That's not always easy to do. We've seen a lot of cars just get beached there, but good job. See if we can watch for it. Oh, boy.
Yeah, North Loop on the inside, I believe. Yeah, it looks like Palomar just got a bit deep defending. Okay, that's Blitzkrieg. North Loop is a car just behind them.
Behind it. Yeah, the blue and orange, right? Is North
The
Loop?
second blue and orange, yes.
Yes, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
and you could see there, yeah, it was a little bit, I think, that the Palomar car was paying a little bit too much attention to the car alongside it, not the braking part. And that happens.
yeah, unfortunately, just a little bit too late on the brakes there for the ball. And Chris moves up into first there. Now we're going to have to try to keep an eye on that 164 from BRD. Additional 15 seconds back.
And they've got the 48 GP1 El Diablo BMW between them, the BRD 164 and the 83 Palomar now. But been a hell of a fight back for North Loop, hasn't it? CJ Hereda has been doing a great job behind the wheel, and they played the caution right that time. And are back in the hunt, and not only in the hunt, but in the lead in GP2.
Mm-hmm.
Love these onboard shots. Oh, wickedly fast, turn 12 here. And of course, whenever you're turning down a hill and you're just following the normal lines of the terrain, that means you're off camber down the hill, and that just means there's no banking. In fact, it's a little bit of anti or negative banking, and so you've got to factor that into everything you're doing. Whoa! What a pass!
That is a very well-performed move by Rob Jakowitz there on Michel Vate.
Yeah, and took a lap car at the same time. That was spectacular.
That's what you got to do to get the lead here.
Yeah, absolutely. And got it done. And it really does, in a way. It points out the you see those two cars kind of in lockstep. You can see that BMW has a much bigger greenhouse or cabin on it, and so it punches a lot bigger hole in the air. So for that guy in that 99 right now, Rob Jakowitz, obviously he had a really good head of steam built up down that straight, and then popped at just the right time. No, look at this. Michel trying to come back. Oh, and
just looking.
Smart move. Getting in his mirrors, trying to distract him a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if the Super is going to be able to plan an overtake back here.
Yeah, and you can see Jakowitz immediately trying to get off line, break any kind of toe he can. And Michel is going to want to be snugging up underneath there, but she's just losing ground.
It's going to be interesting because Steve Hammond's just behind her, and he might be looking to make his way through as well. He is a couple laps down, but if he has the pace at the moment.
Yeah. Well, with just under 4 hours left here, the one thing about endurance racing is you just have to take every pass you can, because the time you take it might have been to just unlap yourself. But in 2 hours time, it may be the one that results in you ending up in the lead. So you just have to just push. Again, push with some smarts. Aggressive move there by the Almonte Porsche, Nick Persing. I've been impressed with Nick, man. He is. Ooh!
Yeah, looking like Michelle doing the same on the 55 there, forcing the 55 to lock up a bit.
Yeah, the AOA Racing, the Hawk Performance Snap-on BMW, and sometimes that's you see that car coming up the inside, making that move, and you're offline just a little bit for your turn in, and you haven't, and so suddenly you just kind of do a little bit of a break, but because you're offline, unloaded on the marbles, it'll just lock like that for a second. Another car.
Oh, 48.
Yeah, that's the El Diablo entry. And they are able to skate through the gravel.
Slivin kind of rejoining safely.
Watch what happens here.
It's the car just looking like coming in a bit too deep there.
Yep.
Brakes fading just a bit.
Yeah, a little bit too much speed at the turn in there. But again, able to get through. And that's one of the things that, and it depends on how you get into the gravel, what the angle is and all that. But, with all the rain we had, that gravel gets damp and then packs. And so when it dries, that top layer might still be a little bit dry and loose, but sometimes the bottom layer is a bit more dense just because of the moisture that's in it. So if you don't just gun it and dig yourself a hole, you can manage to get yourself through that gravel. But, it all comes down to angles. And the biggest thing is when you're trying to get through the gravel, keep those front wheels straight. I'll tell you once Robert Jakowitz got into the lead in the GTR 99 Bimmer, he has opened up a little bit of a lead on Michelle. It's up to over 3 seconds, and he just ran a lap that was almost 2 seconds quicker. So he's finding some serious pace. Billy Johnson behind Michelle also ran a 34.9, which is basically what Jakowitz did, and Billy's only 3 seconds behind Michelle in the Toyota, so that could be changing up here in a fairly short amount of time.
Yeah, and we also just saw going through the shot there in GP1, the 62 from Open Throttle. Piatek, I believe, had overtaken Wiseman in the 424 Blitzkrieg Racing BMW.
Oh, okay.
If I'm reading the class positions correctly.
Yep, I think you're right. Yeah, Olivier, like we were talking about with Mike, I mean, he is a very, very talented driver. Whether it's sim or real world, he gets it done. Well, and right now, the ACP Tangerine number 2 BMW of Billy Johnson is struggling to get around that number 4, which is back on the pace.
Mm-hmm.
So one really has to wonder what's going on with that car. Ooh, late move. Trying to go 3 abreast for the number 18 Kingpin Racing Porsche of Jared Applegate. Got one of them. Boy, that was sketchy, though.
Yeah, it's the thing with endurance racing is, you as you do point out, you do have to, be a bit aggressive with your passing,
Yes.
because you never know how, a yellow could affect you or how something can play, later down the road. But at the same time, there's also a ton of risk management that drivers have to evaluate every time they come upon a car that they need to overtake.
Yeah.
And so there's times where it's like, okay, is it worth trying to send it on the inside into turn 6 where they might not see me, or is it better to, you know, sacrifice a second or so and get the exit out of 7, even if I'm going to lose a little bit of time?
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, that's such a big part of the process, is that evaluation as you're talking about it. You know, one of the things that you know, in all the years of announcing and observing, if you will, you know, literally some of the best drivers on the planet in endurance racing, Sasha Maassen was one of the guys that to me was just a standout in how he approached his endurance racing, is that he understood that instead of that dive bomb pass and then getting parked at best, you know, perhaps, and losing all the momentum you have, and then, you know, having to rebuild that and losing all that time. And, you know, if you do that, you lose maybe 2 seconds. If you breathe a little bit early and let a little gap form between you and the guy you're trying to overtake, if they're in a lower class car, just breathe it a little bit going into the turn, and then get to the throttle early and use that extra power, grip, arrow, whatever it is you might have in hand, and just accelerate by on the exit. And that sometimes, you know, that's one of the real things you learn to be a really astute endurance racer, is when do I make that really aggressive pass and when do I just give up a tenth here, you know, and then roll through the corner a little quicker and be able to pounce on the exit. And that's always tricky. Ooh, Almonte running a little bit wide there, gathering it back up again.
Yeah, and I mean, you always do have to judge the risk factor. And I mean, you know, backing off just for that brief couple of seconds that allows you to, you know, go a bit easier on the car. You save just a tiny bit of fuel, but that can add up over the course of a stint.
Sure.
And you just maximize that exit to be, you know, as efficient as possible. And it's a constant juggling that these drivers have to do with each situation. They have to really try to gauge, you know, risk versus reward. And it's not like sprint racing where you just have to be hyper aggressive all the time. This is there's so many variables that you have to be aware of to be very good behind the wheel of these cars.
It is. And, you know, just like the little things, you know, some of these cars, you know, obviously, you know, you've got a front splitter or you've got a little dive plane. And if you know, force an issue or whatever, and you nick the car in front of you and you ding up your dive plane or you crack your splitter or whatever, you know, that ripples through the performance of the car, right? And, you know, if you suddenly, you know, you're down a little bit on grip on the front, if you keep trying to drive the same way, you're going to torture those front tires. And so now you've got to adjust your driving style, you know, to keep the car alive just a little bit longer. And there's, you know, there's all those things that you have to, you know, sort of keep in mind. And this is the track where those things come at you by far and away the fastest and in the most consequential manner, because of how fast it is, but also because of the time that you spend in all this traffic. If you've got a car that's not 100%, you're going to find yourself really struggling more and more as the race goes on, and you just have to be mindful of that stuff. You know, I mean, things in racing happen, and, you know, right there, it was cool. This guy here, just for North Loop, you know, that understood that the Porsche behind him was trying to get by. He just, you know, came through, eased over just a smidge, and let that Porsche slice through nice and clean. Neither of them lost a ton of time. And you know, if this guy tried to race the, you know, defend a little bit or whatever, even though it's not the same class, sometimes, you believe it or not, that happens, and both of you end up paying a significant price. And one of the trickiest spots on this track is actually coming out of turn 5, JT, because you come out of 5, you've got all that momentum, you know, that's just carrying you to driver's right, and your next turn is going to be this left-hander at 6. But look at that little jog in the track. And what I've seen so many times happen where the pursuing car is, that's a faster class car, says, okay, the normal line that the guy that I'm going to pass, the normal line, he's going to take it, stay driver's right out of 5 for a little bit. I'm going to square up, use my acceleration or cornering speed or whatever, and come down the inside. But at the last second, that guy in the car in front looks in the mirrors and sees this much faster car, comes through 5 and immediately tries to, move over to the other side to quote unquote help. And suddenly you've got 2 cars in the wall, that sort of thing. Or just a really sketch moment where everybody slows down. And, it's just those little things. And that's why, particularly on a track like this, where there's constant change of direction and all that going on, any race steward, race director worth their salt in the driver's meeting will say, whatever you do, don't try and help. If you're running 10/10s at your speed through a corner and there's a faster car behind you, don't help, because they've already planned how they're going to overtake you, and that's their job. And just drive your normal line. And, it's an art. It really is an art, JT, being in the slower car, right? And knowing how to let that traffic through without impeding them, but without suddenly doing something they don't expect at all.
Yeah, this is something I've tried to explain to others, is the fact that, when you're the slower car and you're ahead and you're about to be overtaken, looking in the mirror, you are already a second behind the thought process of the driver behind, who's already thinking ahead, who's planning his attack, who's expecting you to remain predictable. So you shouldn't go out of your way necessarily to help them. Now, I don't want to say you shouldn't ever do that. There's always going to be a time and a place. It's that evaluation process, risk versus reward. So, for example, the North Loop driver going into turn 6 did help the Porsche with the overtake. They helped facilitate that pass by lifting a little bit early, doing the point buy. That allows them to save a little bit of fuel. It allows them to save a little bit of tire by tucking in behind the car and being able to take the racing line instead of running wide the entire corner. And it's a very heads-up move, being very aware of what is going on around them, versus, a more panic moment when you are fully exiting a corner and about to make a transition.
Right.
So there's a lot of things that these drivers have to think about, and they have to be aware. And the ones that are more aware of their surroundings, they're more adaptable to the situations, and over the course of a stint, they're going to be quicker and safer.
Absolutely. And you bring up a really good point is, like on this straight here, if there's a car coming up behind you, and you're not in a huge scrum of cars, where at that point, again, hold your line. But, you can certainly give that point by and let them know, I see you, I'm going to let you through. And one of the biggest things is, and I talked to Pat Long back in the day, who, of course, America's only Porsche factory driver for many, many years, about the overtaking and being overtaken. And he said, when you're driving a GT car and you've got that faster traffic, in his case, it would have been prototypes here, GTO versus, say, GP2, is if that faster car is coming up behind you and it presents, you know what I mean? It makes a decisive move. Okay, I'm coming here. The smartest thing you can do is breathe and brake just a little bit sooner. Mm-hmm. Because that faster car will zip by you, because they've not only probably got more speed, but they've got a little bit more grip. They get deeper into the corner, and then you tuck in behind them, and neither of you lose virtually anything, right? And if you try and panic race them to the apex, you're both now parked, essentially. You're crawling at the exit, and you've lost all that time. And so that's a real strategy play. And talk about losing time. One of the fastest cars on the track this weekend, struggling in the pits, something in that right front corner, JT.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 129, which we see here from Zanella, has been on pit road for a decent amount of time at this point.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they have lost quite a bit of time trying to diagnose this issue. Something in the right front suspension can't tell exactly what they're trying to focus on, but
they're almost looking lower, like they're looking at the steering rack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's... And trying to find them on score. There they are. Yeah.
Yeah, they're 22 laps down out of the lead.
Yep. Victor Franzoni was on board when they came into the pits, and you know, this car has been quick. Everybody that's driven it has been fast. You know, Scorpione has been really quick, but Franzoni has just been a missile in that car.
Great racing driver names,
aren't they?
Great racing driver names.
Franzoni, Scorpione, yeah.
Brazilian flags against those two names in the car.
Yep.
I
don't
gentlemen,
do a Portuguese accent.
No, neither do I.
Italian.
Jordan does. Jordan does a great Portuguese accent. For those that aren't aware, Jordan on his Twitch channel uses the Portuguese/Brazilian spotter instead of the just normal spotter sound pack. So he's slowly learning Portuguese over time, but it's only about how to drive a NASCAR on an oval in Portuguese. So
another taker in the gravel trap there, JT.
Yeah, it looks like David Fusco again. Unfortunately, just probably getting just a bit of a lockup here into 10A and having to straight line it through the gravel here.
I wonder if they have like a proportioning valve or ABS or something issue. If they like, there's no way you're going to make that mistake that many times. Like, there's got to be something wrong with the car at that point.
I mean, once you have a flat spot, it's not going to exactly go away, and it's just going to be more prone to the same thing. I mean, they're not the only ones that have had a bit of fade going into 10A. We've seen a couple of cars struggle within the last hour doing so. But unfortunately, whatever issues they had on that right front are just going to continue to cause more problems for them. So we see Palomar had come in for a stop. I believe they're just coming across the line now in their outlap. That's going to drop them down to 4th at the moment. Doing a driver change, putting in Sean Milburn in the car.
Gentlemen, I do want to squeeze in a quick interview here while we examine the strategy change. We're starting to get into a pit cycle here. We have, I think, one of the great crewmen in WRL, longtime WRL crewman, goes by Dale Jr. is up here with us in the mellow yellow suit. Dale Jr., I believe you were a long-time number 369 crewman, but I've seen you around with Mike Gorman a lot recently. What's the deal with that? Let's talk about it.
Well, Chattanooga's kind of toned down their schedule, and I just like hopping the wall. So,
gotcha.
I got in touch with Mike and said, "Hey, man, would you mind me coming down and helping out?" And he was like, "No, come on."
I mean, he's got 6 cars to fuel at a time, so that gets you a lot of reps on the fuel can.
Yes. Yeah, we talked to Barber about doing this interview.
Well, yeah.
I would have loved to have done it at Daytona, but I was with Gorman in open throttle, so I didn't have any time.
Right, absolutely. There's very little time for any crewman on that team. Everybody's always working super, super hard, and it sounds like you are no different.
No, I just try to get in there and do what I can. I'm not really that good a mechanic, but
sure,
I can hand wrenches, and I'll do whatever just to help the team.
Look, I always think it's better handed wrenches than it is cups of coffee. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
At least you're staying around. You're doing all the cool stuff. You're getting in there, getting your hands dirty, the whole 9. So, are you usually the fueler? Is that about where you're at?
No, I do fire bottle. I can fuel.
Okay.
But just when you're with a new team, you put me where you want me.
Absolutely. No question about that. How long have you been doing this over the wall business and racing?
4 years.
4 years. Okay, perfect. So that's a good little amount of time there.
Yep.
Do you have your sights set on potentially going over the wall, even at like the SRO level, potentially?
Sure. If anybody needs me,
perfect.
Just get in touch with Chattanooga Turn Wagon on Facebook,
and we'll get them sent your way.
I'll be there.
Get you going. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, like if you're local to Chattanooga, right?
Yeah.
Then you got Road Atlanta. They got big series coming around. They're almost always hard up for crew guys, even if it's not for the IMSA race. But they got the Michelin Pilot Race or any of these other ones, you know, they need crew people all the time.
Oh yeah,
Why not you, man?
I'm always down to race.
Always down to race. So what's been your favorite part about this weekend so far?
Well, getting that splitter made from our little mishap yesterday.
Okay,
Getting the car back on the track was pretty awesome feeling. She's still out there turning and burning.
So when you say getting the splitter made, is that like getting one out of a box and getting it reattached? Or are you putting the old one back together? What's going on with that?
No, it's just the Road Atlanta crew brought all the pieces back. So
good. Okay.
We just took the hardware, and luckily we had a one already cut out sitting on our lift. So we just transferred everything over, and then had a control arm that we had to replace, and we got her back going.
Perfect. No, it's always cool to see Mike Gorman and all those crew guys down there just working hard to get the cars going and back on track. It's a great time.
Yep.
Amen to that. And so if you're working with them, working with Touring Wagon, are we going to see you at Watkins Glen?
Probably not.
Probably not. A little bit far for you?
Yeah, just a little bit. I've been there. I actually flew in one time, and I was at JFK, and we were taxiing out to the runway to get to a closer airport, and I got a text of the Touring Wagon car wadded up.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, that's right. That was on the practice day. I remembered that. On that. And that was like the first day of that new car, I believe, too, right?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, no fun. No fun when your weekend ends early just like that. Did you end up still going all the way up there and hanging out anyway?
Oh, yeah. I mean, plane ticket was purchased, so I just walked around and went up to Palomar and said, hey, you need a hand? They said, sure, jump in. So
perfect. I mean, with a race suit like that, you look official. You know, I mean, it's a mellow yellow race suit, and it's got the Buc-ee's logo on one side and a Natty Light logo on the other. I don't think you look more official. Oh, you got Marine Corps on the back, open throttle racing. Man, you've got this thing decked out. Who does your suit?
Tracks did it. They had a sale for a custom suit, and I went for it.
Perfect. Can't beat it, man. Can't beat it. Anything else you want to add?
No. It's a great time. I love the broadcast. You guys do an excellent job. And I enjoyed meeting new people. I've met spectators that have actually stopped me and asked if they could take a picture with me.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Hey, I mean, he's famous in the paddock, folks. If you don't know, this is Dale Jr. we're talking about, all right? He is the best fire bottle and fuel guy in the series, hands down. Dale Jr., thank you for coming by and saying hi to me. I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, not a problem.
All right.
What a delight.
Heck yeah. I'm always happy to hear from crew.
Yeah. And, you know, that mindset of, hey, you know, okay, so my car had a problem and I'm done in terms of that program, but I'm here. Who needs help? And, you know, like you said, at this level in particular, you know, they'll always take another crew person with a little bit of help here. Now you can see that's the refueling going on that SJS by ACI. I love the graphic on it on the side there. That looks like an old German Messerschmitt.
Yeah, I was noticing that during qualifying on Friday. Had not seen this car before. I'm like, man, that looks spot on like the BF109E, going with the yellow nose and your variations of grays.
But you can see the challenge that they have with the refueling. You know, we've seen some stops from some other cars where the refueler just literally can stand at the wall, lean forward, put the jug into the coupling. When it empties, he literally straightens up and leans back, and one person grabs the bottle because they're behind the wall where they belong, and another one just puts that next bottle on his shoulder and he leans forward. And those guys have to pick it up, walk it around, climb up on the front of the car. And again, there's no minimum stop time here. So, you know, that's getting that right for them is even more critical because they've got these extra steps that they have to take. So, you know, and again, that, you know, some of that is just, all right, we're going to run this platform and we're going to have to deal with that. So, all part of the game.
Yeah, it looks
and then you hope that a guy like Mike Skeen can make up those extra couple of seconds.
Yeah, we think Mike Skeen actually just hopped out of the car. We think Kurt Swearinger actually swapping in. No stranger to Porsche Cup cars.
No, not at all.
Also noted, I saw in the background 38 from Palomar coming down pit lane. I believe most likely unscheduled. I've seen that car come down a few times, diagnosing whatever issues they continuously had.
Yeah, 3 laps down right now by my reckoning, huh?
Oh, the 38 is a bit more than that.
From the overall lead. Yeah.
Oh, the 38 just, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
For GP2 class in general, yeah, they've unfortunately, for most, they have had some issues.
Yeah. So nothing's really changed in terms of the sharp end of the overall run order. It's still the 99 GTR BMW, or the GTR 99 BMW of Jakowitz out front. The 120 AE Victory Racing Toyota of Michel Abate in second, but about 9 seconds back now. We were talking about Billy Johnson really starting to carve things up a little bit. He's now only 1.5 seconds adrift of the 120 in the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW at this point. Then in fourth, all over the back of Billy Johnson, is Brenna Schubert, who had just turned a lap 2/10 quicker than Billy ran. So that 119 AE Victory Racing machine is right there as well. Then in fifth, the 91 Wheelhouse Motorsport Mustang. Drivers Dan McKeever at this stage sits fifth. Sixth is the number 246 TCB Racing Toyota Supra of Garrett Higgins. Seventh, the team car, the 282 of John Simonetti. Eighth, and these are all on the lead lap. Eighth is the number 410 ACP Tangerine BMW of Pedro Pablo Calpamonte. Ninth is the SGS by ACI Motorsports entry of Kurt Swearingen. And I'm showing, let me correct that. Starting with seventh, the 282, they're down a lap at this stage, I believe. So, yeah. So, and then rounding out the top 10 overall is that number 18 Kingpin Racing Porsche that Chris Applegate just did a pit stop in. We've had a fairly good long run here of green flag racing. Yeah. So we've had a couple of green flag stops, haven't we?
Indeed, we have. I just want to note at the top of GTO right now, the third and fourth place positions have swapped. We've had a little bit of a shuffle. Brenna Schubert goes into third with Michel Abate now in fourth. Do you think Brenna Schubert was on the radio saying, I'm faster, let me by. We're ruining our race, let me by, like they do in F1? Do you think that was the situation there, or nah?
Well, probably not quite as blatantly as they they do there. But
sure.
I think some of that shuffling could have been because Billy Johnson went from fourth to third to second in the last couple laps in that number 2 ACP car.
Got it.
And so I think he may have just affected some of the exits and the like. There's Billy. There's the orange hood of the 120.
.119 tucked in directly behind the bumper of the 2 here going into 10.
Yeah, Brenda's not going quietly, that's for sure here.
No. Going to stay right on the back of Billy Johnson there. It's going to try to get a good run here down through turns 11 and 12. Billy Johnson's going to run a little bit wide here, but just get it held on. I think allowed the room. If Brenna Schubert had wanted it, the move was there, but opted not to. Almost looked like Billy Johnson had that back left tire on the grass to get the car to rotate more. I mean, it was kind of a weird perspective that I had, but it seemed like he was pretty wide on the entry.
Yeah, that's not a style to get a car to rotate I'd like to be doing much of.
Indeed it isn't. Once upon a time, I may use that style on like a rental car to use the curb to get the car to turn a little bit more.
Sure.
But not at race pace in a GT4 car.
Yeah, and Billy can probably hang on to that a little bit better than
you
or I. So
yeah.
But
do you think Billy Johnson's a better driver than me? I don't know, man. I've got a lot of Gran Turismo time. I probably have more time in Gran Turismo than Billy Johnson does. So
well, I'm sure
that.
There is that. And I got to say again, I just love the graphics on that number 2 car.
They always bring a banger livery every year. They change it every year, and they change it up a lot every year. It always looks really cool. That would make a good shirt.
Yeah, to me that looks what I've heard referred to as Mondrian-esque, which is an artist, I think he's a Dutch artist back in the day, as they say, named Pierre Mondrian, and that was sort of his modern art style.
Did they teach you that at UMD? That was not at my Minnesota State school education, I can tell you that much.
No, actually, I learned that at Le Mans one year.
Okay, so. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah.
we weren't talking about art styles at St. Cloud. It just wasn't the case.
You went to St. Cloud State?
I did. So did my wife.
Oh my goodness!
I've got the hockey jersey and everything.
When did you go?
What was it now? 3 years ago? 4 years ago? 2 years ago? Something like that.
All right.
My wife graduated in 23, and I started going around the time she graduated.
So you guys were there where it kind of had lost a bit of the reputation it had for many years of being just an absolute party school.
Yeah, we had arrived well after that, and you could tell it had the trappings of a town because I also grew up very near Chico State, Greg.
Oh,
and while I was in high school, they really tamped down on the partying there too. Yep. And it felt almost the same insofar as, wow, that probably was a really cool party house at some point, and now it isn't.
Oh, it was. Well, when I was in college, St. Cloud State was renowned.
I believe
as the party school. But then they really started to, they realized they had the potential to build a really good hockey program. And they finally got the nod and they went D1.
Yep.
And, they're a hockey power, and it's absolutely great to see. And just a little, here's a little connect the dots, 6 degree of separation for you.
Sure.
My father taught at St. Cloud State many years ago.
St. Cloud State has a great broadcasting program, which, for whatever reason, I chose not to take them up on. I believe it was a schedule-related thing, and I needed to be remote. They have an incredible broadcasting program at St. Cloud State that I was not able.
He didn't teach that, but
okay. My wife went to grad school there. She got a lot of funding to go to grad school there, so we made the trip up there.
So did my daughter.
Ah, there you go.
My daughter. In fact, my daughter still takes classes there. She is working full time, but is working on getting her doctorate. So she still every other weekend goes up and does studies there. So,
gotcha. I keep threatening my wife that with my St. Cloud State degree, it gets me very much preferential selection into the Carlson School, and I threaten her about once a month with we'll just move back to Minneapolis. It'll be fine. I'll go to the Carlson School. We'll be good. And she's not in favor of that.
She's a California gal now.
She is. She is indeed. She was not ready for the winter. I had spent about a semester or two in Bozeman, Montana for school when I was much younger.
Yeah.
So I was already with it and understood what we were getting into, and I don't think my wife was fully prepared.
Yes. Well, it is a figurative and literal slap in the face when you're not ready for it.
It definitely is. And what's crazy to me, Greg, is if you were going up to UMD, I remember living in St. Cloud and talking about, we went to the Glen Sheen Mansion and hiking up there and stuff. This is Northern California people. Duluth had a lot more of that kind of stuff that we enjoyed. And I remember talking to people in St. Cloud. They're like, oh, no, you don't want to live in Duluth. It's too cold up there. I'm like, it's cold here. It's colder here than it is in the cities by 10 degrees a lot of the time. What are you talking about? It's much worse up in Duluth. You don't want to.
And it was. I'm not going to lie. It was nasty. And what would happen too is you had this lake effect, and I'm not talking snow, but because Lake Superior is so huge,
right?
That there were times in the fall when it would start. You'd go up to the top, up to the top of the hill where UMD was and where St. Scholastica, all those schools were.
Yeah.
And you'd go up there and it'd be chilly, and you'd come back down to down by the lake, and it'd be just glorious,
right,
temperature-wise. But then you reverse it, right, and when that lake and that bay would freeze over, And I remember many times getting up in the morning and having, making sure I had long sweatpants on and a coat and all that, and getting on the bus and getting off up at the top up at UMD and immediately taking the sweatpants off, peeling the jacket off, and having shorts and t-shirt because it was a good 30 degrees warmer because
That's crazy.
The wind coming off the lake down at lake level was just killer.
Right.
Yeah, it was. But I'll tell you what, there was one of the greatest beaches, and I've been lucky to travel and see some stuff. One of the greatest beaches I've ever been on is Park Point in Duluth, Minnesota.
So I've dumped a canoe upside down with my 5-year-old daughter at the time in it at that beach.
In Lake Superior?
In Lake Superior, yep. In the summer, but in Lake Superior.
Yeah, but still, in the summer, it's warmed all the way up to, 52?
Yep. So we ended up dumping it out. My wife hadn't really been in a canoe before, and she was rocking the exact wrong direction when the waves would come. And I kept telling her, you're going to flip this over. And sure enough, she flipped it. And we ended up flinging our paddles out so they wouldn't hit our daughter in the head as we flipped the canoe over. So I got the canoe back to righted and picked my daughter up and put her in the canoe. And then I just swam and pushed it back to the shore. And I found that probably 30 or 40 feet out, I could stand. So I ended up just walking back. I'm like, oh, this isn't that bad. And my wife went and cut the oars and had to go probably 50 to 75 feet the other direction to get the horse and come back.
Yeah, and that water is cold.
It's pretty cold.
It's warmest. Yeah,
it's pretty cold. Yeah,
so,
that was not our best move, but it was a good time. We enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, it's a great beach.
And then it was cool. We loved that part. That was great.
Yeah.
But
and then in the summer you go up the two rivers, the Lester and the Chester River, as you start heading up the North Shore, and there were waterfalls with deep water pockets where you could cliff dive, or you just go hang on the rocks or whatever, and then where the Lester, I think it was the Lester, exited into Lake Superior, there's a little island there, and you could go out and you just in the evening build a campfire and just hang around. There was a lot that I just loved about Duluth. The problem was there was just no way to make a decent living up there.
Yeah, it's tough unless you're going to go work in the mines. I gathered.
That was pretty.
Or at the port. Yeah.
What's that?
Cirrus, that's right. Brendan points out that Cirrus Aircraft is up there, and that is true. Could have done that. You could have worked at Cirrus, Greg.
I could have.
You've been working on turbocharged prop planes for dentists. Or jets now. Oh, they did a low pass at the air show.
Wait a minute, hey!
Hey!
I'm sorry. I just looked over at a picture that was posted on the Discord chat, and it is the Mondrian-esque car at Le Mans, the LMP2 car.
Wow, there we go.
Well done.
Excellent.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the map. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amazing car.
I know. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. That was a nice flashback. I appreciate that.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Sorry, that total squirrel moment there. Just looked over and saw it. So back to Road Atlanta.
Perfect. Yeah, back to racing. Indeed, that was really what we needed to get back involved here.
Looks like BRD's doing a tire change.
They are. They've come in. They came down the pit lane a little bit ago. They're just about finished, I reckon. And this is what I was trying to talk about earlier a little bit, which is with a team in GP2 especially, where you think money does not grow on trees, are you running yesterday's tires in the first bit and then changing tires? Are these qualifying tires? How did you decide when to change? Usually we're not doing tire changes in GP2 that often. So maybe this was yesterday's set and now we're switching to a new set or what have you. Temperature, of course, with the track going up.
That makes a certain amount of sense. Yeah. Especially, with that 2-hour break, you go out, if you take care of your very used tires in the first 90 minutes, and you come out, now you get a heat cycle on them, which might take away that smidge of grip, but it gives them even a little bit more durability. And you go out and you drive smart for a while, you can extend that out. And of course, they're running on a tire that has pretty good durability to it to start with. And so you change that tire out now as we're into coming up on only 3 hours to go. So that was They may have played that really smart, the tire scenario anyway.
Right. It's going to put them back down into third. We'll have to wait for the timing to update when they come by next time. No, they're going to go down to fourth. The 83 is going to retake third position here. And you've got the 214 of Garage 66. This GP2 battle much closer today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, JT and I were talking about that you had thought we might see a much more snug GP2 battle today, and that's, you know, coming to fruition here.
Yeah.
And it's great to see.
The 21, of course, has regained its position at the front of the field here. On that yellow cycle, I had stepped away just as that occurred, and I came back and was, what do you mean they're in the lead? So I imagine they played that yellow correctly.
Yep. And interestingly, Screaming Goat, you know, who had that brilliant first 90 minutes, still lead by a bunch, but instead of being a lap now, open throttle with Olivier Piatek and that team have regained that lap and are, you know, only some 48 seconds behind. So, you know, they've done a really, really nice job of trying to get back into this. And again, we never want to have a caution, but, you know,
right.
You get back onto that lead lap of your class and you're just at a bit of a deficit, you know, you do want, that's how that plays out. And, you know, that's why you just never give up here. We don't want to see cautions, but for some, they are of huge benefit, and we've seen that play out.
Yeah, Brandon Warwass at the front of GP1 right now in the Screaming Goat racing car, trying to hold that down. The nice thing about the 29, a pretty balanced team as far as driver speed is concerned.
Well, I don't know what happened on the previous lap. Well, that might just be his pit entry because this GTR 99, you know, it had been running in the 34s, 35s, and it was a 41.3. But I think they passed the start. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay.
He's got Billy Johnson right behind him as he was coming into the pit lane here, so that pass will occur. That'll cycle the number 2 through to the lead, and then Brenda Schubert right behind Billy Johnson for third will take up second as we get through this green flag pit stop run here. The 410 also comes down pit lane, the sister car to the number 2.
Well, with that GTR 99 in the pits, the top 3 overall on the GTO, by my reckoning, are covered by 1.4 seconds. And we're better part of, 4+ hours into this thing.
Absolutely. Brendan, do you think you could get me the Irresponsible Math link? It's not saved on this computer. Anytime I try to search it, I search the wrong syntax, and I never pull it up. Because we've had enough green running here now that I think we're going to be close-ish to accurate. Brendan's giving me a not certain kind of look. But our behind-the-scenes software developer, Joseph Moodrock, told me that he made changes to Irresponsible Math. So my understanding is that it's always updating, and I no longer have to click update and then wait eagerly. Yeah, there's the tab. Here we go. Oh, this is different. What happened to the colors? Can't see. Oh, this is more useful, though. Okay, cool. So right now, it's a... Ooh. Right now, we've got almost a 3-way odds, Greg, for first place in GTO. Kate Speed Jones, 29% chance of winning. Tom Long in the TCB car, 29 chance of winning. And then the number 99 with Michael Gilbert behind the wheel, GTR 99, 23% chance. So highly likely there. But if you go to P2, which tells me it's not sure about the strategy situation, Ashley Freiberg in the AE Victory Racing car, the 119, has a 24% chance of coming second. So we've got a better idea now, in theory, about what's going to happen here. Screaming Goat, of course, the favorites in EP1.
Yeah, they've been looking very consistent and very strong today.
GP2 finishing projection right now. This is projection is giving no juice to the other cars in class. They're giving 70% chance of the win to North Loop Motorsports, with a 42% chance of second for Palomar Racing. So BRD not in favor with Joseph's projections. Oh, there's pit stop projections now, too. Wow, this is very advanced. I'm going to have to play with that later. You should play with the irresponsible math link. I do miss the colors. Oh, Jordan or Brendan's saying we don't really have enough green run data. I thought we'd have enough by now because haven't we had a couple green flag stops now?
Yeah, this is one of the longest green runs we've had.
Yeah, I was going to say I think this is the first actual full cycle that we're starting to see. It's very interesting to see Cajun Canuck on pit lane here. I think they were doing a driver change. It's interesting because just 8 laps ago they were on pit lane for normal service.
I wonder if they were running afoul of drive time.
One would hope that if you were getting close to drive time, you would have just made that change during regular service, you know?
I would have thought so, too.
I saw briefly from that camera turn 6, a bit of smoke there. That was from the 55 going off track there. See a waving green flag here at turn 7. So I don't think the 55 has rejoined just yet.
Good eye, JT. Yep.
Unfortunately, it's in a position that we'd only be able to see from an onboard. Oh, saw a yellow. Was that a yellow flag there at the turn 1 stand?
Let's see. I can't quite see. I have the blinds up here.
I could be wrong.
Oh, there's a car in the tire barrier.
Exit 1 there.
Oh, the 369.
Oof.
So that's 2 cars off track at the moment, I think. Hopefully both can be recovered on their own without additional help here.
That'll be more work for Dale Jr. Jr. And we're going to go full course yellow here. Just as we got into that green flag pit run.
Let's see if we can see this other car you were talking about here.
Take the onboard of the 99 here.
Driver's left, yeah. I can't tell if it's in the wall, but it's close to it.
Yeah, way back. Okay.
Yeah, here you can see alongside the white and blue barriers on the left.
And we have our caution.
So 3 hours 10 to go here, and we were just sort of in a green flag cycle. So anybody that was able to hold on a little bit longer here, I think is going to get the benefit. It is going to blow all the projections to smithereens.
AE victory for the 120, not the 119. Oh.
Here's to hoping. I'm always hoping to be able to talk about projections. Yeah. Indeed, we may take a commercial break here and just see the 120 and the 2 are coming down pit lane, so we'll wait for the pit cycle to shake out here momentarily. We'll be right back after a quick ad from our sponsor.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to DriverSeye Live's coverage of the World Racing League, presented by Continental Tire, the fastest choice in racing car tires. Cross Contact, LX, Sport, etc. Actually, I've been selling a lot more Continentals at work lately. They have not been the LX Sport, which is like the standard tire on like an Acura MDX. I sell more of the new one. They have the weather grip, weather guard. They have like one of these all weather tires that's like kind of a snow tire, but you can still run it during the year. Continental has one of those now, and it works pretty good, I've found. So I've been selling a lot of those. Thank you, Continental, for helping us out here in the broadcast and helping out WRL, the best racing league in the country by far. 164 BRD is going to come down pit lane alongside the 214, two of the contenders in GP2 this afternoon.
You love a good head-to-head pit battle.
Yep. The 83 of Palomar also coming in, so all the heavy hitters in GP2 making their way down the pit lane. Palomar, of course, long-time entrance here in the WRL. They've making the hike all the way out from San Diego, or parts near to. Usually they've got the opportunity to leave the trailer on the East Coast when it makes sense, but with our next trip being to Watkins Glen and then subsequently to Utah, not quite sure if they'll leave it here for Watkins Glen or if they'll need to get the cars back to work on it. I imagine they're going to want to work on the 38. They've had some, I think, teething troubles with that car. We see the pit stop from the number 11. Kingpin Racing. Kingpin Racing, of course, doing excellent work in Pilot Challenge, but also the VP, what do they call that, JT? What's that called?
VP Racing Sports Car Challenge.
VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, is that the official name? Yeah, the VP Challenge. Calling them both Challenge, I think, is what trips me up.
Yes, I agree.
You know.
And one thing I wanted to point out here, you know, with the 11 stop there, with the lug nuts that eventually just kind of get deposited there in the pit lane until the car leaves, you find out in a hurry when you're a pit reporter to be mindful of where those are on the track, and when the car starts to leave, turn your back to it. Because every once in a while, a tire picks up one of those things and throws it at you with a huge amount of velocity, like somebody winging a rock really hard at you from a short distance.
I never thought about that as being a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can get pelted.
My goodness, okay. Wow. That's crazy. And we're going to go back to green here after the quick recovery. The 18 of Kingpin Racing is going to rocket by the 117, I believe. Lead the cars down into turn one. The 117's holding its own there. I think the 18's still going to go down the inside, though. Yep. Gets the pass done. Got the TCB car hanging on as well. Of course, Billy Johnson in the ACP with Tangerine Associates BMW out there in first place. Ryan Roberson in the number 91 of Wheelhouse Motorsports moves up into second place. Jeff Siegel, who we spoke with yesterday in the GTR 99, that car going backwards as we wait for the timing to catch up. The 62 of Open Throttle, unfortunately, coming down pit lane under green. Suboptimal to say the least. Kyle Roach in the 246. That was the car that we saw grab on to the back of the number 18, Kingpin Racing. Just chase it up into turn 2.
So the cars behind the 18 right now, if I'm right here, that's the 246 TCB car in 5th. And the 119 AE Victory Racing entry of Sarah Montgomery now sitting in the 6th spot.
Yep.
And hunting, it looks like.
I think we're going to have at some point, it's still 18 seconds or so, Ryan Roberson versus Alana Carter at the front of GTO. The ACP car has made its escape to some extent, but Roberson and Carter in the 91 and the 120 respectively. Reasonably close on track. Waiting for the timing to update here.
Did Billy not stop on that in that number 2 ACP car?
I don't think he did. I do think they stopped on the
previous
green cycle.
They had pitted under yellow.
They pitted under prior yellow or this yellow?
This yellow.
Okay.
Wow,
so they got it done. They did what they needed to.
That's an incredible job, because look at this here. As we're seeing, that's the TCB entry of Kyle Roach working around that 18, but not that far behind them is Billy. There he is. So, I mean, if I'm reading this right, he's going to have an opportunity to put everybody except the top 4, including himself, a lap down. Unless my timing froze up.
Possible.
No.
62's back out already. I wonder if that was also a driver change or perhaps a small issue. Yeah, the 2 is about to put a lap on the 18 here.
Yeah.
And they are right behind this gaggle. And indeed, they're going to make the move down into turn 1. That's going to be over.
But more importantly, the number 2 is now...
Ooh, I'm sorry, Greg. If we could come back to the turn 1 camera, Jordan. We've got the 91 under attack from the 119. I think it's going to get done here. Yeah, you just see it right there. The 119 goes down the inside and around the 91. So Alana Carter wasting no time.
Wow.
Getting by Ryan Roberson in the 91 Mustang. Yeah, I do think there's something goofy going on with the timing, because it still says 13 seconds, and that was not 13 seconds across the line. It was like half a second.
Yeah.
Maybe the timing is behind. Let's see. Find my mouse. There we go. I didn't hear you. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, it's the wrong car. That's okay. That's the problem. I keep thinking of the 119. That was the 119. We're looking for the 120 is behind the wheelhouse car, and it is 13 seconds behind. That was Sarah Montgomery trying to get the lap back, and that is what happened. Thank you, Brendan.
But once again, there's Billy just coming through 12, and not far in front of him is the 246 and the 119.
Right.
And that'll be huge if he could get them.
Well, the 119's just gone through, so that's a car going away from Billy Johnson right now. that now has the better part of a lap to make up. So Billy Johnson's really racing the 91 on track right now. He's got about a 22-second advantage over him. Alana Carter now down to 10 seconds behind Ryan Roberson for second place, so that gap is coming down. It was a big 2.5 to 3 second swing that time by.
Ooh, big dive down to the inside.
Yep.
2 goes 2.
There goes 2. The 2, rather.
Just behind them, you can see the Porsche of Nick Persing catching up to Michelle Robbins in the white Supra just ahead.
I think you'll find that's Michael.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
All good. I have a lot of glare on my screen, so I can see how that would occur. Kaylee.
All right. Can somebody confirm something for me? Who is the car now right behind Billy as he comes out of 7? Is that the 246?
Yes, I believe so. And the car behind it is the 282.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the 246, the 282, and then the Almonte Porsche. Let's see him come up here.
So right now, with Billy getting around the 246, if scoring is accurate, they now have lapped everybody up to 5th in GTO, that number 2 car. Not pits, pit sequences might change that up, but still.
Correct. Brandon Warwas still in the lead of GP1. The better part of 2 laps ahead now. Randy Kinney in the 62 of Open Throttle, I think, was a lot closer to the 1, but I think made that extra pit stop on the green. So the 424 of Blitzkrieg has gone into second position here. Agent Canuck has also had a lot of, I think, unplanned, unscheduled stops. They're down in 4th position. I think another car that if it had run clean is probably a lot nearer the number 29, but it hasn't happened. As I say that, the 46 of Ginger Racing is going very slowly down the front stretch. Seems to have gotten back to power now, but it's still kind of taking its time getting up the hill into turn 2.
Yeah, so to be clear, Ginger had been behind the wall for about a half hour.
Right.
Their 2 out laps since have been over the 2-minute margin. So I think that car is kind of in a limp mode right now, trying to diagnose an issue.
Got it. So not a competitive run at this time. Now, Wheelhouse Motorsports car now back out to 28 seconds to the number 2 of Tangerine Associates ACP. The 120, though, of AE Victory, Alana Carter has made the catch, is now within 5 seconds of the 91. We've seen that come down from about 15 to 20 since we went back to green. So Alana Carter looking for the second step of the podium right now.
Yeah, consistently, the 91 consistently has been running about a second and a half or so slower than both the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW and the 128 AE Victory racing entry of Alana. So, yeah, she's definitely closing it up.
I wonder if they're looking for a tire stop chance. If you're about a second and a half to 2 off the pace, and we're getting to the later stages of Sunday, I do wonder if we're just starting to get to the end of some tires here.
There they are, second and third overall.
Yeah, but so it's this Mustang and then the Supra right behind. That's going to close up even more at the end of this lap, I think. With the updated timing.
Two seconds.
You know, I had talked to her a little bit yesterday. I saw after the podium celebration, Alana Carter had been hanging out. And I asked, I said, you know what? You should have done both. You should have done both races. I know Alana Carter, kind of a big deal in Radical Cup Canada, and didn't get a ride this weekend. Now, to be fair, I don't think she pursued one, but I thought it would be cool to run the double and do the Radical Cup races and do this. But it wasn't in the cards, is my understanding.
Well, and look how quickly now Alana has eaten in even more into Ryan Robertson's. I mean, she's basically there, car length separating the Toyota and the Mustang.
Right.
Doesn't look here like she's quite close enough to pull anything off down into 10, at least not without a massive amount of risk.
No, and again, I think safety is going to be the name of the game here as we continue forward. Billy Johnson's got quite a lead here, and you really just need to keep the car close. Be able to stay in podium contention here and just hope for a mistake by the 2. Billy Johnson cannot do the rest of the race. It's not possible. He's been in the car too long. You have to imagine that anybody who's in that car is slower than Billy Johnson. Like, just the odds dictate.
Yes.
As good as Billy Johnson is, not a lot of people are as fast as him in a GT4 car. Just want to be in the right spot when that driver change happens and stay on the lead lap. Again, maybe you hope for a yellow here to get the field closed back up, but you just got to keep the car in the right position to have all those things fall your direction.
I have to say, you know, people who might be, so why do you have Billy in the car at the end? Well, that car has been there and thereabouts, but it hasn't, been up at the sharp end at all. And if your job, if they said we need to get this car to the front, well, then Billy did exactly what the team wanted him to do. He's been superb.
Yeah, got the car into the right position. Indeed, you're absolutely right, Greg, where they've kept the car, the slower drivers have kept the car where it needed to be and given the pro the opportunity. We saw a lot of that in the past, too, right? In other forms of racing where you have mixed fields that really you just want to, and there was always 2 schools on that, right, Greg? Do you want to have your start of the race in LMP2 or LMP Challenge, or do you want to have them finish the race? And so it's let the gentleman drivers or the slower drivers or the renters or however you want to say it go out in the beginning, and you're just imploring them, please get the car on the lead lap, mostly in one piece. and let the pro take it to the end.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens at that point. Then you're going to have, young guns usually fighting it out to see who's going to win the race. But I've seen it happen the other way, where it's the pro gets in the car and gets them to the front and with a substantial advantage. And then it's like, all right, well, we're going to put the gentleman driver in, and we'll hope that he bleeds slow enough versus all of these pros that he can stay out in front. And as long as there's not a yellow, it's not a terrible idea, but usually you end up with a yellow flag situation there at the end.
Yeah.
They get overtaken.
Well, and it really comes down to, your faith in the in that, you're talking about a Pro-Am series.
Right.
And you're the team's faith in their AM driver. I mean, for instance, if you've got Ben Keating as your AM guy,
feeling pretty good.
That's not a bad risk to take if you want to build that lead up early. But for the most part, even for a while they had a rule that the AM had to qualify the car, and then they had another rule that said whoever qualified has to start.
Right.
And so essentially you were ensuring that the AM guy got in, and the thing there was that then they had a minimum drive requirement, so you didn't have the AM guy go out and run to the first caution, get out, and then the pro just drives it all the way home. Right. So all of those those little things going, but again, it depends on, and you're not locked into a strategy here either, are you? If suddenly it looks like you're the AM guys are doing a really excellent job, then let them take it up to that final couple hours and then put your pro in. Right. But if you need your pro in a little sooner because you're just not where you think you need to be in terms of being in a position to go after the win, well, then you just change it up a little bit. But sometimes those decisions have to happen in a big hurry.
That they do. And sometimes you have AMs that, in the case of Ben Keating, he's really good and wants the drive time. And other times you have AMs, and I have one particular fluorescent green car in mind, where the AM really wanted to drive the car and really was not that good.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, he got TV time.
He did get TV time. He got a lot of TV time. I'd rather he get the TV time than some of the other GT entrants around that era. I'll leave that one alone.
Well, I remember, I think it was, what would it have been, 2014 maybe? I was working pits for Le Mans on Fox at that time, and I was looking at the LMP2, the Pro-Am category, and I basically went through, and because I knew at some point I was going to get asked, because I was sort of the LMP2 guy for that one.
Right.
Who do you think's going to win this? And I was looking at times, and the pros at that level are all so close.
Yes.
They're just good drivers. And so I went through, and it was like, I started looking at all the lap times in practice and quali of the AM drivers. And it kills me. I'm not going to remember who he was. He was a French guy, but he was consistently just that little bit quicker than every other AM. And, so that was my report in the pre-race was keep an eye on these guys, because the pros at this level are pretty much all the same. It's
right.
Your fastest AM. If he's also, mistake-free, that could well make the difference. So
I really liked the LMP2 of that era, Greg, because there was still a good mix of cars. And even if the two cars were the same, the odds that they had the same engine were pretty low. And you had open top, and you had closed top, and you had Morgan, and you had Lola, and you had Orica, and I think you still had probably the Zytec back then too. Probably the tail end of that. I think Nissan had a couple of those. But a lot more variety now than just a class full of the same Orica.
Yeah,
same
exactly. But it's a problem when you have a near spec class like that, right? All powered by the same engine, and then one chassis manufacturer of the four that are approved just hits on something,
right?
And the other three cars just can't match the pace, and it's not like you can go and develop them,
Right.
So you're kind of stuck. Do we just keep trundling around fighting for 7th, or do we buy another car?
Well, it's funny how it's the French manufacturer that's based at that track that ended up with the best car, and it happened and it happened in the generation before that too.
Yeah. I mean, the coincidence is
a huge coincidence. Alana Carter now 1/10 off the rear bumper of the Mustang last time by.
Yeah, they're just glued to the back of that car right now.
And indeed, I believe the pass has been done. No, not quite. There we can just see him coming into turn 10. The Mustang is still ahead. But we're going to look at kind of a similar, 1 or 2/10 situation as we come by the start-finish line here.
Well, to his credit, Ryan Robertson has found about a second in time. He'd been consistently running in the 37s, low, but still in the 37s. In the last few laps, with the pressure from Alana, he's dropped that down into the 36s. And I wonder, I haven't really seen Alana make any, huge move here.
She didn't make a move, but just now going into going into turn 1, turn 2, she took a much wider approach. I wonder if she's testing the grip a little bit wider to see if she can get a run through there on the next lap. But it may happen before that because she is quite close now.
Yeah. Lights
are being flashed, yeah.
But I was just kind of wondering if, that Mustang tightened up that entry into 6. Let's see what happens here. Here they come. Still hangs on to it, but my thought was has she opted to just stay really close and let that much bigger body work of that Mustang punch that hole in the air and let her just draft and save a little fuel.
2 hours 41 here, and we just had that last stop, 20, 30 minutes ago?
Yep.
I'm like, are we in a fuel save situation yet, Brendan?
Hello.
Hi.
I don't know. Hi, Greg. I don't know that we're... well, we could be. I would say that the flow of the race does not indicate that we're likely to continue getting long green flag runs.
Sure.
But these things do happen eventually, and it's Sunday afternoon, so if you draw this out, you need 2 hours.
Answered that.
Easy, too.
Indeed. She ended up not taking that wide line that she tested last lap. They are going to get held up a little bit by the 21 here, though.
If you're committed on the way into turn 1 and that door is left open for you, that can be a pretty easy overtake, all things considered.
Roberson's going to be under attack from the GTR 99 now as well.
Well, and that was phenomenal by Alana there because she made sure got that lap car going into 4, which forced both the Wheelhouse Mustang and the GTR 99 to follow that lower class car all the way down through the S's. So look at the margin she's got already. That was, I think she saw that opportunity in that overtake, that if she timed it right, she could make that happen, and that was phenomenal execution.
Right. Billy Johnson down in the 135s right now, and so it could be that Alana Carter is saying, listen, I think we've got the pace here to start going in search of the number 2 up ahead. And it's going to get harder and harder as that number 2 car draws further away to make that catch with the amount of time remaining. So you do end up in a spot, I think, Greg, where you've got to make something happen. That way you don't make the deficit any worse.
Yeah, I mean, if she was well and truly getting held up by the Mustang, then yes, you bet. And, that car's got a little bit of good torque coming out as Siegel goes whistling down underneath. And, it just occurred to me that when she ran that really wide line that previous time through 1, Ryan, I wonder if she sort of sold him a dummy a little bit.
Ooh, that's a good call because he did take that line on the way in. Interesting. Could be.
Yep.
Of course, with a background in sprint racing with Alana Carter, I'm sure she's well adept at that sort of move.
Some might say her background's in endurance racing. The adaptation was sprint racing. After a full season last year with victory racing that turned into a handful of races up with the FEL Radical Cup Canada.
Didn't she run that before, though, also?
I don't believe
I thought she had already been
She
in
added
it.
the Hyundai program, didn't she?
She added the Hyundai program.
The Hyundai program, TCR program came after. You're absolutely right. It's a good call. Yep. That GTR 99 pass on the Wheelhouse Mustang looked fairly similar, but had the added benefit of the Skip Barber Toyota GR86 being on the racing line on the way in. GTR not aggressively setting Ryan up to use the or to be behind the pick, as it were, of that GR86, but it's the way it ended up working out. And I think Ryan Roberson, you know, if we remember back to yesterday, gentlemen, that 91 was in full push mode towards the end of the race, and it ended up costing them a podium position and more towards the end. I wonder if they kind of realized, hey, we beat ourselves yesterday. There's no reason we need to do that again today. Let's just ride. There's 2.5 hours to go. We'll take what comes to us, because in every other way, the execution was there for that Wheelhouse Mustang.
Unfortunately, today it's looking like there are 3 cars ahead of the number 91 that are pretty experienced cars in this type of racing. It's going to be harder to break that stranglehold. Obviously, you got 2.5 hours left. There's always something to happen.
It's hard to see where the 3 ahead would falter, right? Relative to that number 91, where does the 91 hold the advantage relative to GTR 99, AE Victory, and ACP Tangerine?
Right.
But we know eventually Billy Johnson's going to get out of the 2.
Yeah.
The 120 probably is not going to skip a beat when Alana gets out, and you know, GTR 99 is just like clockwork.
Yes, they are.
Long way to go, though, till we have to wrestle with the answer to that question.
Wrestle.
Have we seen a McKeever in the 91 yet?
I believe we saw him earlier in the morning session.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting you bring up Dan McKeever, Greg. We kind of forget that these 7-hour races on the Sunday are really functionally pretty different from the 8-hour races on the Saturday. You know, you could make a case for, well, it's only an hour. What difference is it really? You've already done 8, 7's no big deal. But it really does kind of throw some wrinkles into strategy, especially when you're racing in the heat like we are here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. If those stints get shorter, or you're limited by driver fitness and how long you can comfortably in the car and get the most out of, be in the car and get the most out of it, I wonder if maybe we see it from time to time that these driver lineups have been shuffled, and instead of the strong drivers starting when the traffic density is at its highest on Saturday, you kind of throw things around, reverse it, and you set your strong driver up to finish on the Sunday. Dan McKeever was pretty solid in that number 91 throughout yesterday, and I wonder if he's being set up towards the end.
Yeah, and your driver fitness comment is really good. I mean, right now the temperature is 90 degrees, but the real feel is up over 107. And so that means the humidity is way up too. And it's, you know, at that point it is so easy. Ooh, Almonte almost running into the gravel, got it saved, but it's going to lose a huge amount of mojo here. But that is wicked hot, and you're inside a cockpit with a big engine for most of these cars in front of you, radiating heat, and your feet get hot. It's a chore.
Well, it's not just that. Remember, we're on 200 treadwear tires too. We talked about the behavioral differences between the slicks and the DOT-approved tires that we run here in the World Racing League. They move around so much more.
Right.
Yeah, okay, these cars have power steering, and you're not having to physically wrestle the front tires around, but you're still shuffling your hands and pulling left and right, trying to keep the car in a straight line, and balancing the car on the throttle the way you would maybe those older bias ply tires we talked about yesterday. So it's not like you're just in for a cozy ride. These cars on these tires do give you a bit of a thrashing.
Oh, it's a workout for sure.
I wonder if there's some way we could get some biometric type data fed into an in-car. I know we've got a couple of tinkerers down there in the pit lane.
Goes back to what we talked about at dinner last night. You know who makes the best of the biometric data things, and who also does all the timing
GPS
stuff and the GPS and all the
NASA.
Yeah, we're thinking Garmin.
Garmin, yeah.
Who owns MyLabs? Who has the transponder on every one of these cars?
Yeah. You could get every single track guy to have the most expensive Garmin if it integrated. If it had BPM as one of your traces on your catalyst graph.
We just need.
Why am I not working in product development at Garmin?
We need one in an onboard camera, and specifically.
Well, all you need is a Bluetooth Apple Watch or something, right?
You gotta find find a way to get it to the onboard encoder.
I think we've seen that before. Didn't somebody have that? Maybe it was in POC. I feel like I've seen.
You know what? I think you're
that.
right. I think you're right. I think it would be really eye-opening to see that on a day like today.
Oh yeah. Well, in sim racing, in that Tuesday night Full Send Sims League that I work on, a few of the drivers have their heartbeat showing on the screen. And that's just with the watch and Bluetooth or whatever. And it's amazing. You see some guys, it's just pinging. And other guys just, goes up a little bit when things get intense. But that's just sitting in a chair in your basement, You add in these kind of conditions here, that's a whole different deal.
Games. Video games. You just hit reset.
I mean, it's as intense as real-world racing, just without the being tossed around in a bucket seat.
Right.
And I'm sure that there are people who would push back on that, but I mean, really, the level of immersion these days in some of those sim racing leagues, you're up against it the way you are in some of these WRL races, just not sweating it out and getting thrown around quite as much.
Yeah, a decade ago, a series that Brendan and I both raced in, we had a guy who, ran a heart monitor during a 75-minute race and compared it to his hour-long jog. And it was quite informative.
Yeah. I mean, it's impressive. And keep in mind that, Sims now, yes, I understand it's a game mentality, because until I started got asked to announce that series, that was my mindset was, why would I watch this stuff? If you crash, you just get out of your chair in your basement and all that kind of thing. But once I started announcing it and I understood that a lot of these drivers use those sims as a tool to become better in the real world, it really changed my whole concept on that. And, keep in mind, I'm old enough. I was a big Apollo guy. And, they don't go to the moon successfully without sims.
Yeah.
That's true.
So,
True.
I think there are dozens of things you can learn when you're in a reasonably immersive simulator. And even if you're just sitting at a computer desk, honestly, there are so many things you can learn by just driving a car around a circuit or being competitive. And it is still a competition. But I think JT and I will probably both tell you the same thing, that for us, running simulated endurance races teaches you everything you need to know about the craft of endurance racing, the art form of endurance racing, in a way that you don't always see on television, right? You don't know what the mindset of a driver is until you're having to make those decisions. And yep, you're not behind the wheel. Yep, you're not doing 3Gs and getting thrown around in a braking zone and banging a car down through the gearbox with, going 3 wide at turn 10 or whatever. But the decision-making process is identical. It is, where is the limit of the car? What is the other car likely to do? Does he see me? And if we draw it back like an hour or two, I heard JT make an excellent comment that if you as the lead driver try and move out of the way, you're already a second or two behind the thought process of the guy behind you. JT, that's one of the best things you've ever said during a WRL race. It's so correct. I mean, genuinely, it is such a, and I've never thought about it like that, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
We talked constantly when you and I raced 15, almost 20 years ago now, it was about predictability, right? It was about being understandable to the car behind you. You learn these things when you go sim racing without the risk of doing it on a track for the first time. I can't recommend it highly enough as an experience to somebody who wants to go racing, but you're doing the same things as you would be on a racetrack. And I think it can push you a lot further than just, well, I'm going to go do my 2-hour stint and let's see how it goes. Really is an excellent preparation tool.
It helps build, in some ways, habits.
Yeah.
Your ability to start to consistently pick up marks, to hit marks, to try to build a rhythm, to be able to look at the data, in some ways to understand it. You do learn all the nuances that you might not necessarily see as a spectator. Just understanding the ebb and flows of how to work with traffic. As Greg pointed out, there's art to being passed, to minimize the time loss of working with traffic, and all these sort of things you can learn through sim racing. I mean, obviously it's never going to be exactly the same as real racing, at least for the affordability aspect for us. We're still going to miss out on inertia, G-forces, movement, sounds, those odd things, you start to pick up as a driver. But there are good functionality tools that, you can learn through sim racing. And, especially as, we've gone to the point where we have laser scan tracks, we have manufacturers working with, these, sim racing makers to try to get the cars as accurate as possible, because a lot of these manufacturers themselves use sim racing at their facilities to not only help drivers, but to pre-build setups ahead of time to try to figure out, what kind of upgrades they can make, that sort of thing. I mean, Brendan, you and I, we have our friend George Angeludas working with HPD. We did the very same thing, working with, Scott Dixon and Alex Pillow on the simulator in Indianapolis. So it's all sort of helpful tools that, are available to these drivers at a relatively affordable price point in comparison, and that can help, make them not only safer drivers, but more competitive drivers.
Yeah, I think 2 quick points there. Number one, go ahead, Ryan.
I think I want to bring these disparate points together, and I think I've decided that I have a decent bit to share. And I remember playing football in high school. I wasn't tremendously good. It was right as the sort of concussions happen all the time in football narrative, which is true, began to be pushed around by ESPN and all these other places. And so I wasn't, being aware of all that, I wasn't tremendously interested in getting hit in the head repeatedly in practice for doing a job that I wasn't really doing a lot of hitting, which was playing offensive line and a little bit of a defensive end. But there's very little open field tackling for me, and yet that was a big part of the practice. Didn't like that. But one of the things that we were also in like a cool timeline of is even in the late 2000s, early 2010s, it was when the idea of sports optimization started to trickle down, where we get into, diet and the correct types of exercise and which muscle groups to isolate and do all those things. And that was starting to happen even at the high school level when I was in high school. And one of the things that the coach stressed was it's not just about knowing the playbook. It's about being able to make an informed decision and execute it when you're exhausted.
Yeah.
And so routinely, we would do a pretty heavy calisthenics regimen for everybody involved. And then immediately after that, roll into doing scrimmages.
Yeah.
And it was because the thing that you can't get out of most walkthrough practice, but also the thing that you can't get out of just working out all the time, is the ability to understand how your body responds when it's stressed and still be able to make a good decision. I think that's the one thing that you need more exposure to, and it's the only thing that you can get with more track time, right? Sim racing, fantastic. I would argue that you're not physically stressed that often while doing sim racing. Your mind is busy, your heart rate's a little bit higher, but you're not physically exhausted most of the time because you're not having those same forces exerted on your body. And I think that's where, and we see this a lot in the paddock, and this is where I'm going to wrap too. There's a lot of gentlemen in this paddock who I think understand that and are in way better shape than me and Brendan, that are 30, 40, sometimes 50 years older than us, that are in way, way better shape because they understand that too. It's not just about knowing how to deal with the traffic and doing all these things independently. It's understanding that even when you're exhausted, when it's 110 degrees in the car and you've been driving for 4 hours, that you still have the headspace available to make these decisions. I think that's what makes F1 so impressive, is that you have these guys in extremely fast cars in pretty awful conditions. Granted, they're only 90-minute races, but they're able to play chess with each other and make these moves, and they're thinking about the strategy, and they're thinking about the strategy of the car behind, and doing all of those things while still operating the car at a high level. And I think that nexus of all those things is what you miss out on at sim racing. Great tool, to be clear, because you still have to have exposure to what decision you might want to make, but understanding that you're able to make those decisions when you're stressed, I think, is important.
It goes actually way beyond that, Brian. It's not just being exposed to the possible decisions and possible outcomes. It's making those decisions second nature.
Right.
And being able to make those in a split second. And you get so much more exposure to that thought process or subconscious processing.
Right.
If you're doing it in 6-hour sim races every other weekend, rather than going out and, you know, trying to find an 8-hour champ car race or an 8-hour, 15-hour WRL weekend, right?
Right.
You can do this on a regular basis in a multi-class environment, and functionally, that decision-making process that you're trying to store up in your brain, and you're trying to process the potential consequences of a decision, a good decision, a bad decision, risk management, right? Trying to calculate that risk in a split second and decide what the right thing to do is in the right moment, not just as somebody in a GTO type car,
right?
But especially when you're the one being passed, right?
Yep.
And understanding where somebody is likely to try and make a move, what's a safe passing zone, what's not, how do I roll out of the throttle and not cost ourselves time, how do I communicate, and how do I set expectations? That is to me, the benefit of sim racing, the primary benefit of sim racing for a driver at this level. Yes, you have to be able to execute when you're tired and exhausted and sore, but if you make those things second nature or subconscious in a simulator, when you get behind the wheel of a race car, your mind is freed up to handle so many other items other than, oh my gosh, is this guy going to pass me? Or, oh my gosh, how do I let this guy through?
Right.
Well, that's a huge, yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know, the aspect of it is, you know, there's a reason that Lucas Ordonez and Jan Mardenborough were able to have pretty significant success coming straight out of Sims, was because they had all of what you're talking about, Brendan, in terms of, you know, all of that processing. They had learned to do it. And we're able to apply it. Now, as Ryan is talking about, you still had better be in fabulous shape to be able to keep that processing possible when you are at the end of a long, hot stint. There's no question about that. That's the other side of it. And the overarching thing to me is, if you're going to be a really, really good driver, regardless of level, you better have a lot of bandwidth in your mind.
Yeah.
You know, that's the third part of it, is because you've got to, you know, nowadays you're like the microprocessor, you know, in a car, but sharpening those skills. And one last thing, one of the other huge benefits for Sims is the fact that if I've never raced Road Atlanta and I'm finally going to be going and racing there, I don't have to go and rent the track for 2 days to learn it. You know, if I've got a really good sim and I've got a good coach, I can come in and be way ahead of the curve, do it with a very minimal cost
Mine's
outlay.
jokey, so you're good.
Well, sorry, no, there's a real world application today where we can put that into some what if type of scenario. You remember when the number 5 All-Star car went off coming down the hill here at turn number 11?
Yep.
They tried to dart out of the way of a faster car coming behind and ended up pointing themselves at the grass instead of at the racetrack. A well-made and I mean, everything is at this point, right? Because it's all laser scanned and all this, right? It is going to be basically a 1-to-1 match of the real world Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. A couple of endurance races in a simulator in a multi-class environment. Every time you go onto that Fox Factory bridge, there's 3 squares that hang in the middle of the bridge.
Yep.
There's a white one, a red one, and a yellow one. And you point yourself at the middle one. And the idea is you go underneath the middle square with the car pointed at it, coming off of the 10 exit curb. And as you drop over the hill, you are pointed at the big curb on the outside of turns 11 and 12. You are set up for success coming down the hill. If you're too far to the inside, you risk a car, unsighted coming into the pit lane on the right-hand side. If you point yourself at the outside square, you are in trouble.
Right.
You are setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
And I think you do that you make those types of decisions enough times in a pressure-filled environment, even in a simulator, on a virtual model of Road Atlanta, if I'm not pointed at that middle square, I'm in trouble. Right? I've either got to bail out or I've got to get over to the right-hand side of the road. And I just wonder if maybe some extra laps behind the wheel of a sim racing car here with those types of details in mind in a racing and competitive environment might have made a difference.
There's a very recent example that, Jordan, are you on the thing? Can you be on the main thing for a minute? I'm going to have you tell a story. I think. Okay.
While we do this, I just want to point this out here real quick. We're on board with the GTR 99 and was a little bit closer. Well, we're into the pit lane now is what we are. But the white Supra up ahead is the number 120. Jeff Siegel doing a good job to have that gap down to half a second.
Yeah.
Just a couple of moments ago. Let's see what the move is here. Do we do a driver change? And let's see how many more laps the number 120 can get out of the stint here. I think that's going to inform us as we head towards the end of the race here as well.
I think so too.
He should stay in the car.
Okay.
I think so too.
Yeah, they did a driver swap the last green stop.
Right.
Rob Jackowitz got out, I believe.
Can't go to the end here, though. Likely to be Harold Petit, I think, getting back into the end.
Probably, yeah.
Or getting into the end.
To put a fine point on the drivers that Greg mentioned, that the drivers can use the sim to learn a new track. Jordan Worth, do you want to tell the story? Can you tell the story?
Which story am I telling?
About San Diego and learning the track on the sim.
Oh yeah, the Carson Hocevar story.
Correct. Yeah.
Him and Shane Van Gisbergen running the San Diego track on iRacing because it was released that week of the race a few weeks ago, and they ran all day every day for like 3 days, kept running truck races together because the truck drives a lot like the Cup car in real life apparently, and so they just ran all day together. And Carson's not a good road racer. He says that he's just not good at it, and he qualified second and then almost won the real race because he just practiced on iRacing all week against the best guy on road courses right now. So it made him way better.
Sorry to interrupt, but the 99 coming out of pit lane pulls out directly in front of the 119. I believe that's the 119 directly behind India, the mirror.
Yeah, the 120 just went up the hill towards turn number 3, so lost nearly a lap there in the exchange. Again, Jeff Siegel did stay in the car, and so he'll get back after it.
Indeed. So to put a finer point on that, in a situation where the track was known by basically nobody.
Nobody
the track
at all.
Had not been run. Yeah, exactly. Had not been run before. Didn't feature on any other sims. The two people who did the best job of attempting to learn the track during the week on the sim were two of the people that had the most success. Now, granted, Shane Van Gisbergen had an unfortunate situation he was caught up in earlier in the race.
But they qualified first and second.
Yep. But Carson Hocevar able to almost pull away a win at a venue at a type of track that is not to his liking, just with more sim time.
Well, and going back a lot of years, it was hard to call it a sim then, but I'm talking about the old kart IndyCar game. If you remember that, way back.
From Papyrus.
Exactly. Cheat mode enabled. And I got called by the folks at Speed, and they said, Bob Varsha has a conflict with the Tour de France. So how would you like to call the British and German Grand Prix? And of course I went, yeah, I will be happy to do that. And I had that game. I had crappy pedals. I mean, it was a joke. But I spent every hour I could think of when I wasn't actually doing serious prep and all that, driving Hockenheim and driving Silverstone. And when I went in and worked with David Hobbs and Sam Posey for those two races, they were stunned at how well I seemed to know those two tracks. And it was because I'd driven them, you know? And so, you know, there's lots of applications where, you know, just they're a tool, you know. They're never going to be real world level, but they are a tool.
And you know what?
Great.
If nothing else, at the end of that 15-minute conversation or whatever it was, it's a lot of darn fun, man.
Well, that's a fact.
It is a huge.
I love sim racing.
It is a huge generator of anxiety for me.
I can't do it. I get to do relatively little of it these days compared to when I was, you know, a teenager and a little beyond. But man, some of my two best friends in the world are old sim racing teammates of mine. You know, and there was a time when we were good, and getting the results was fun. And now I'm not quite so good, and I'm still having fun. You know? So it's if nothing else, even if you don't have any aspirations, it's still a pretty unique exposure to a sport that you can't experience any other sport the way you experience motorsport in a simulated environment. It just doesn't exist in that same way. So yeah, something I think it's been a big part. Probably make a case DriversEye Live doesn't exist without sim racing.
Probably not.
Reality.
Probably not. Yeah. My exposure to DriversEye Live was not dependent on sim racing.
It was, because we would not have been at Thunderville.
That's true.
It had not been for old Joseph and JT.
Indeed.
Another battle that's on here as things have progressed since the GTR 99 pit stop. Sarah Montgomery in the number 119, all over the back of that GTR number 99, under a second. And I'll tell you what, it's not playing the team game in any sort of nefarious way, but anything Sarah can do to harry the back of Jeff Siegel in that number 99, I think can just maybe pull a little bit of pace away.
I've never heard that before.
Harry?
To harry the back?
Harry never heard
harass.
That harass?
Sure.
I've never put that together, JT.
Strange turn of phrase.
Well, that's why you keep me around.
All right, well.
And actually, we see it headed down the front straightaway here. A little awkward moment for Sarah here. 46 slow ginger racing to the inside. That's been that way for a couple of laps, but Sarah's going to get boxed in behind Brandon Warwis in the number 29 Screaming Goat BMW.
Does our turn 7 camera still work? Report as the 410 of coming to a stop, driver's left.
Oh, no.
There's a waving yellow.
Flag is waving. It must be
there is the yellow, yeah. Driver's left, you said?
That is the note in the log.
Oh, there it is. It's actually just up towards turn 8.
Yeah.
So rather than being out in the weeds there to driver's left on the in the runoff at 7, it's just not quite made it up the hill at 8. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. You know, the waving yellow at 7, you kind of expect the car to be hidden somewhere around the corner, and when you don't find the car immediately, you think, oh, well, maybe I'm actually clear here. But it's way up the straightaway. Jeff does a good job to bleed out of the throttle.
Yep.
Get past not just the incident, but get back to the following green flag. Punch the throttle and have to defend here from that number 119.
Well, that is usually something, guys, that is covered very clearly in a driver's meeting.
Yes.
Is that if if you don't have, say, a 7B station, they will tell you, keep in mind that if you see a yellow at 7, it covers it all the way to the bridge at 8.
Yeah.
So be aware of that. So, but yep, full course caution. So this is going to get tasty now with just over 2 hours to go.
Yeah, this is really the edge. Really, really the edge. The 120 is going to dive in immediately.
It's about time. That car was due in about 3 laps here. So if anything, this has benefited almost everybody except the 99.
Correct.
Said differently, this burns the 99.
I was going to say the last caution that came out also came out perfectly timed for the 120.
Yeah. I mean, we did just say a little bit earlier, did we not, that the flow of the race so far has not given us these long green flag runs. And it's not been because of major incident or things like that, but these are tired cars at the hottest point of the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, on a track that can be quite abusive to the cars.
Yeah. Yep.
What Scott Michaels used to call WRL Sunday-itis.
WRL gonna WRL?
Yep.
Yeah. But AE Victories played that well. They were likely ready anyway to receive Alana Carter in the number 120. Looks like there will be a driver change there as well.
I think we might be seeing a lot of driver changes.
And
the way the temperature is.
This going to be Ashley Freiberg or Michelle Abate?
Michelle Abate was just in.
Oh, sorry. Ashley was in the 119, was she not? It's Hannah Grisham, perhaps?
Well, she started, but no reason she could go back in. Yeah.
Yeah, they've actually cycled through all three.
The 2 is going to come down pit lane now as well. As well as the 246 of TCB.
246 pushing the entry to the pit lane there, Ryan. You and I just saw that.
Yeah. That almost looked to me like not so much pushing the entry, but I'm undoing my belts and didn't realize the wall was right there and jerked the wheel over.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Johnson put in one hell of a couple of stints.
That he did in the 2, and they are doing a driver change right now on that car as well. Just see on the left-hand side of the screen there.
Well, Hannah Grisham back in for AE Victory 120.
Yep, remember Hannah finished the race yesterday. First across the line before Tech undid that result for the number 120. If maybe a little redemption on the cards here for Hannah?
Could be.
In the 120 squad? Some work to do.
Well, she sure didn't do anything wrong, you know.
No, of course not.
She drove an incredibly brilliant stint or multiple stints when she was in the car. But yeah, your point is, all right, let's prove that this wasn't just a dyno fluke, you know. Which we know it wasn't, but, you know.
Slow Ginger Racing 46 is in the pit lane. And after some pretty pointed words from our race director, Steve DeBrecht, upstairs yesterday, a stern reminder to the teams that there is no passing in the pit lane. So, unfortunately, in that case, it kind of caught out the number 129 and the number 91, stuck behind the Ginger Racing BMW doing something less than the posted speed limit.
Both of the general production leaders are in right now. The 29 at the front of the field in GP1, as well as the GP2 leader, the number 21. They're going to pull in.
And just before we went caution here, the 424 Blitzkrieg car had gotten down to about 7 seconds behind Open Throttle 62 in that battle for second. So they were finding some really stout pace.
Yeah, we need to make sure here that this full course yellow hasn't split that gap or that battle up any. Blitzkrieg is in. I think it has actually. I think the 62 is going to be behind them. Yeah.
They decided to bail on tires there.
62 is going to come all the way around here.
Oh boy.
And it's going to split that battle for second you were just talking about.
And a bit of confusion in the wheelhouse pits for the 91. They got done with the fueling, and then one of the crew guys, first of all, struggled to get the air hose clear from getting caught on stuff, went over the wall at the right front, and then at the last minute, they waved him away, and the car pulled right back out again. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know if that was it was, obviously a little bit of miscommunication there. But
so
it
BRD
cost them a few seconds in that stop too. That's if they were going to do just fuel, they sat there for a few seconds longer than they needed.
At least 5 seconds, and as you saw, they came out in the middle of the train. So had that not happened, they would have been 8 cars further ahead.
Yep.
BRD Motorsports comes in from GP2. They're still a couple laps behind. North Loop Motorsports made it comfortably ahead of the 83 So I believe still able to stay on the lap ahead. Or has the 83 not stopped and they've made up the lap? We're going to wait for the timing.
Up at the front, the 120
stops.
has. Sorry, the 120 has jumped to 2 in the pit stop rotation. So that is an overall lead change. To the credit of the number 120 victory crew.
Well, yeah,
I think the 2 did tires.
Well, we also saw the 120 get to pit lane first as well.
Of course, right. But that whole exchange, I don't know that the 2, it's possible the 2 didn't have the opportunity to pit as soon as that full course yellow came out. The 120 was just better positioned close to the pit entry when they called for the double yellow. But on the other hand, you know, this has been a lovely shot from the TV stand up there at turn number 10. Our man Chris finding the podium over there, the platform. Just like
this is a fabulous view here.
You know, if you're in the number 2 camp, okay, yeah, the full course yellow hadn't been called for yet, but that is 10 out of 10 times this weekend. That, you know, a car stopped in that position has resulted in a full course yellow. And if you either weren't prepared or, you know, you thought, oh, maybe they're going to let this go another lap or 2 laps or whatever, you could almost make the case that that's on the strategist down there at the number 2. Greg, to your point now about the number 91. I agree with you on
that, by the way. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, and that's just anticipation, experience, and decision making, right? Pull the trigger when it's all in front of you there. Another pit stop for the number 91 Wheelhouse Mustang here, Greg. I think you're right. I wonder if they wanted to do tires. Somebody said, no, we're not ready, and they sent the car. Also possible they wanted to prevent that car from going a lap down.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting. Greg, you can explain what Jordan just told us.
Yeah, what it was the crew members were, as the guy grabbed that air gun hose and was trying, and it was hooking on all kinds of equipment, and he's trying to get it over the wall, and one of the crew guys started yelling, pace car, and so that's when they waved him out. But they needed to make that call just a bit sooner, because by the time he exited, pace car was already by.
Yeah, that's another one of those execution and pressure moment situations, isn't it?
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, it looks like they will do tires now. They're going to need to try to get out
already done, as a matter of fact.
Okay, good. Because I believe we will go back to green this time by. We did see previously the 410 being removed from the track surface through the turn 10 cutout. Lights are still on at the moment, but we'll see as we get closer to 10A, 10B.
Usually they've been going out on this camera shot.
Yeah, turn 9 is typically the cutoff from my
they're out.
Memory here.
There we go.
Boy, I hope we can keep this camera shot here, because some of these passes into turn 10 from that angle are going to be spectacular.
This is the drone.
Yeah.
I thought it was Chris
Here we
on
go.
the TV.
Yeah, same.
We're going to be wide. This is going to be crazy. 3 wide and straight off.
Off goes Cherry.
Oh,
Cherry stays out of the wall.
Just maybe grazed the mirror.
Woo! I wonder if some of that was participated by the Ginger BMW not going on the restart.
For sure.
Yeah, that number 46 has been slow trackside for the last... Oh, and he almost does it again. The 61, there's almost contact.
Oh, the 55.
And got the wall.
Just barely.
Not hard.
Yeah, but it's a hit into concrete with the right rear.
Yeah, just missed the tire bundles.
You know, I mean, it's wild to say that started all the way back at turn 12, but it really kind of did. There's the 61 out of position. A little overreaction maybe from the 55, and it just takes off on him.
Almost gets it stopped.
Yeah. Well, those darn barriers come back to you eventually.
Yeah, this is one of those situations, Greg. I mean, we've seen it how many times, talked about it how many times. Road Atlanta is a track that still has consequences.
Oh, yeah.
The paved tilkodromes that dot the rest of the world. This is about as polar opposite as you're going to get as the other AOA car is off.
I think he locked up and realized he had a huge scrum of cars coming and just decided to get out of the way.
Yeah, he made it pretty much exactly to the access road there at the turn 10 flag station, which if there is a mechanical issue there and it wasn't just a bailout, I mean, maybe they can get that car pulled out of the way without having to go full course yellow.
Yeah.
One can dream.
Either way, it was a great call by the driver.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and how many times have we seen cars at turn 7 this weekend come around the corner and not make the hard right turn into the access road and go out the back door there that could have saved us probably, I don't know, 4 or 5.
And we are going to go back to double yellow again.
Yeah.
To recover that BMW.
Yeah, he can't get going.
Okay, and so now we've got a situation here where the Ginger Racing car going slowly is going to impact the ability of the BRD car to make up any ground. With no passing under yellow here, of course.
I think this might be a big save for the 99, isn't it?
They're going to lose some track position, but I think it'll end up being okay.
No. JT's right there ahead
the 99 took us to the green.
Yeah.
They are ahead of the 120.
Okay.
JT is absolutely right.
Yep.
Great call. Yeah, Jeff Siegel, I mean, through really very little accomplishments of his own. Him and the 99 team as a
they
whole
didn't pit in this time.
No, but that's exactly it. Is the team decision-making here played that absolutely right, got a bit of luck, and able to get that car now fully onto the lead lap and back in contention.
Yeah, so now they're going to be going from, I don't know, 75 seconds back to hopefully now under 20.
Is that not the 120 just going through turn
There's
1
your
though?
leader heading into 1. Yep.
And
Yeah,
the
okay,
safety
so
car is meeting that Toyota Supra.
Right.
It's up here from Hannah.
That 55 BMW has been in the wars this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That has been a rough weekend for that car.
I think we've got just one too many Supras. No, that is the 120 with the 119 directly behind, isn't it?
No, that is the 3.
Oh, it's a 282. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got actually too many Supras behind the safety car. Those two need to be waved around, and we need to pick up the 120. Which also, there they go, also serves as a bailout for the 119 here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Remember,
truly.
they were a lap down. They're actually in exactly the same position as the GTR 99.
BRD is getting costed in a big way right now, being stuck behind the Ginger car.
Which I think we kind of do need to address this, and it is a bit maybe controversial from my opinion. But I think in this case, when you have a car that is not running at pace and you want it to continuously circulate, I think the right call probably would have been to do a pit stop, not necessarily because you need to take fuel, but to cycle yourself to the tail end of the pace car line.
You're absolutely right.
Just because you know you're not necessarily going to have the pace once you go back to green. And so that just, if you're stuck like right in the middle or at the front, which we just saw with this restart, and you don't have the pace, that's going to make things very awkward for cars trying to go around, and it can make a very risky situation.
Oh, well, we saw it on the restart, didn't we?
Yes, we did. And to be clear, I'm not really blaming the driver here. He did what he could with that car, but that car is unfortunately 20 seconds off the GP1 pace. And that's not necessarily the driver issue. That's whatever's going on with the car at the moment.
Yeah, sounds like transmission here from trackside, for what it's worth.
Yeah,
I feel like
it wasn't like the car had been running great, and then when he went to throttle, it just, something happened. It had been struggling previously. So get out of the way. You got 35 cars behind you.
Yeah, drop to the rear, pull out
exactly.
the escape road or the motorcycle course down there at 12. Something so that you're not stuck in a pack with a car that isn't going to go.
On a track like this.
Yeah. Well, and turn 12 is blind. I mean, yes, okay, you've got a great view as you crest the hill, come over the top of the hill, but once you get to the bottom of that hill, the exit of the corner is hidden behind concrete walls and layers of tires, and all of a sudden, a stack up of cars on the other side. It's not just possible that it'll catch you out; it's likely to catch you out.
Exactly. Yeah, especially when you are going back to the green when you should be accelerating, and cars are suddenly going to have to brake or check up or whatever it is.
Yeah. 99 pits here, by the way. So now that they've more or less caught the back of the queue, they're going to stop Jeff Siegel again, top it up with what is probably only going to be a jug and a half, maybe 2 jugs worth of fuel, and then resume at the very back of the running order with, nominally more fuel than competitors. But you'll take a couple of extra laps, especially inside of the final 2 hours. Or ascent.
Yeah, that was a great read by the GTR 99 team.
You know what I've kind of realized here? I think a lot of us, and certainly the 4 of us, you kind of ride the waves, right? Crest, trough, crest, trough. If you're following the 99's experience, you go from, oh man, we had to pit under green, to, oh, a yellow, and then, oh no, we got caught, right? And you're a full lap down, or almost a full lap down, and you're back in the trough. And now, all of a sudden, things go exactly your way again. You've got more fuel. You have everything's in front of you to go try and chase down a race win again. And I think one of GTR's strengths, we kind of talked about it with Jeff Siegel yesterday, they don't ride those troughs or crests, right? They just keep that flat line like, okay, well, this is what we've been dealt, and we're either going to let it come to us or we're going to try and maximize the situation that's in front of us. There's no panic. There's no, we got to do something right now and get it done. Just let the race come back to you, because it almost always will.
To go back to
did it again.
A great Apollo reference for that, Brendan.
Yeah.
Work the problem.
Yeah.
Don't get, don't let emotion get in the way. Don't let red mist get in the way. Yeah. Just work the problem.
Yep. It's amazing how many places, things like those types of attitudes show up in even just daily life. It's not just sport. It's not just competition. It really is a, don't get yourself caught up in things you can't control.
Yeah.
You've just got to maximize what you've been dealt. And the very best racing teams in the world are almost certainly going to tell you the same thing. No, not confirmation. So I went back just to look at the open throttle 62V Blitzkrieg 424 situation.
Yep.
And it actually looks like the 62 either made a late... Actually, I think that's exactly what happened. I think the 62 made a late pit stop underneath the last full course yellow. And the second full course yellow ended up allowing the Blitzkrieg 424 not just back onto the tail end of the 62, but actually has put it ahead now. Right? Was that not reversed just a couple of laps ago?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I think.
Yep.
So that's another one where, you're almost a full lap down. Things have gone very opposite to the way you would say is ideal. And keep it all in front of you and play the game, and all come back the other way. So that's up into second for Blitzkrieg 424 and Dylan Beckwith.
I did want to point out, after some scouring of social media, the S Collective racing car had some brake troubles. They're not tremendously interested in running that car with brake problems.
I would not be, especially here. Sketchy places to run out of brakes or ABS.
My stress dreams right now are me driving a car and taking on a 2A drive before I give it back to the customer, and just running out of brake pressure as I'm pulling up to like a stoplight at like 15 miles an hour, and just sliding into somebody. Hate to see it.
I think the highest my heartbeat has ever been was when I was in a borrowed ITA Honda CRX at Road America, and my brake pedal went thunk right to the floor going into the kink, or into Canada Corner during qualifying. And I thought, oh, this is going to hurt. And somehow I avoided, the gravel did its job, and I didn't go over. And I was actually able to scoot out of it, but I just literally had to stop for a minute. Just sit there. Put my hand out the window with a thumbs up, but then just sat there and went, all right, calm down.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Ooh.
Are
we under caution here?
We are.
That's a decision.
I'm not sure what happened there with the singular BMW.
Yeah, that's a 25.
Yeah, just kind of maybe chatting on the radio.
Oh, boy. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. Missed it completely and hit the marbles.
Yeah, I think that's going offline because you know you're not at full chat here, and you got to catch the field a little bit, and yeah, you get out in the marbles.
Yep.
Well, won't be making that mistake again.
I'm wondering if there's an actual issue.
It seems okay.
Now, interestingly, the car on track right behind it, I think, is the number 2 of ACP Tangerine. So they want to get that car motivated. And all right, here they come. All right, they've caught the back now. Yeah, it might have been that, something as simple as he was on the radio and just missed his.
Could be.
Sorry, I had to step away for a moment. Have we discussed the forklift on track?
I saw it coming down the hill, but I did not see why it was doing that.
I think that tap from the 55 BMW has created a leading edge in.
A stronger tap than it would have seemed on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, when you think about it, a tap like that into the tire wall, and that energy just goes into the tires, it bounces off like a wink, and it's done. But actually, a 3,500-pound car skidding into a concrete wall, like that energy is not going anywhere except the concrete and the car. Yeah, it doesn't take much to move even big concrete blocks,
True. Very true.
And again, doesn't take much of a leading edge.
No, to catch something, and it should be clear there should be no leading edges. Like that's all bad.
Fortunately, the forklift there coming from somewhere around turn number 7
takes a little bit of time.
It does. We're pretty safely in the window here, where everybody should be within the window for one more stop remaining.
Yeah, this yellow has helped the fuel mileage situation.
Yeah.
We are no longer going to have an IndyCar fuel mileage race at the end here. How do they manage that every race?
So far. We can have a long discussion about how IndyCar chooses its distances if you would like.
Or,
and the length of its yellows.
Is we could remind the paddock that the broadcast booth features nice, cool air conditioning.
We have 45 minutes.
I was going to say, only for the next 40 minutes. because we've restricted the final hour.
We shut off the AC actually at 1 hour to go.
Yes.
And it became.
You did not need to broadcast that over the air.
No, actually, the loader has not gone to turn number 1.
Doing a lap. See what kind of lap time they can get through there.
Maybe they just checked it and felt it was good enough, so it's going to use the either cut out here or go to turn 7.
If it makes it up the hill. I'm sure you guys have spoken at some length about the geography of this, but that climb from the bottom of the S's up to the top of turn 5 just never ceases to. Because cameras do such a bad job of showing you what that actually, how steep that climb actually is. I mean, people talk about Laguna like, oh, you just don't understand until you see it in person. I'm going to be honest with you. I left a little bit underwhelmed by the corkscrew. That climb at 5 is and will forever be just incomprehensible.
You know what turn 5 needs? Your Ryan cam.
That's going to go
right on the inside there, on the grass.
That's not a good spot because it still doesn't show you the elevation.
No, I want to see it going up.
There are places to do that from, but not trackside. You don't need it to be trackside.
Get so much more pull from people.
Understood.
About how much you're willing to go the extra mile.
Toto, I don't think we're at Chuckwalla anymore.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
People, the visual, the image of like, wow, he's willing to do that to get the right shot.
He's willing to do that with Brendan's camera.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
I make that very clear.
Thanks to all of you who have joined us this weekend here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's been, not that we're full end of race podcast mode here.
Look at this shot.
We're getting it from Nate here. This has been a very unique weekend in the history of the World Racing League. First time we've ever had a true external support series come in and be a part of the weekend with the Radical Cup North America.
Yep.
I've never seen rain like we had for 4 hours on Friday morning. That canceled Radical Cup qualifying and a couple of HPD practice sessions here for us. A decent, healthy spectator count. I think among the best I've seen. Certainly here.
Yeah.
And a really solid vibe down and around the paddock.
Yes.
All weekend long. Genuinely some of the most consistently impressive and consistently excited people or teams as a whole that I think we had making up a grid here in the WRL for some time. It's been a lot of fun this weekend. Really appreciative to everybody who's been a part of it and who has come out and join us, whether you're here trackside on Dave Miller's finest PA system.
Yes.
Hearing us out over the tannoys.
His magnum opus.
Or you've joined us on the World Racing League YouTube channel. Give us a like and a subscribe over there if you don't like what you hear and see. A couple weeks till we are back at it again, but Watkins Glen comes quickly.
And DriversEye live action elsewhere coming next weekend.
Yeah, if you're a Porsche file
or a sprint racing person,
well, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, Porsche Owners Club and Porsche Club of America side by side,
hands locked together in true brotherhood.
A lot of fun that week.
That's good. Confirmed, we're not doing Airbnb. I am free to accommodate myself.
We have the Airbnb.
Oh, we do.
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Anybody who we have, there are exactly 2 bedrooms. So anybody who wants to come hang out with us for the weekend, you're
well invited.
Yeah, but the couch.
Louise is like
the couch. Anyway.
You think
I'm glad we're doing well enough we don't have to double up anymore.
I bet that you're not wrong, JT. We don't have to pull a couch from the foyer of the hallway by the elevator.
Yeah, the good news
for me
is
to sleep on the head of the couch and not the base because it's too small.
Thunderhill, I was on the futon dividing the 2 rooms.
Yep. Dire straits, man. Also, we didn't know what we were doing. The flip side of this is now I travel way too many weekends a year to not have some amount of
You have
quiet
standards and comfort
personal
now.
space. Yeah.
Bruno and I, of course, will turn on the finest classic sports car racing video we can find and see pictures of young Greg Kramer.
I was going to say, I think the move here is when we start bringing Greg out to the track to commentate with us, we're going to make him watch all IMSA races.
with him and Dorsey.
Just talk about mustaches.
Bring back if you're aware of that. Brendan and I watched some IMSA race from Laguna Seca, like as part of just hanging out on the Friday night, and it was Greg Kramer and Dorsey Schrader like on the screen. I was like, "Oh, we gotta send it to Greg. Take a picture."
Hell yeah!
Yeah,
it looks like lights are out.
You know, the reason Dorsey and I got rid of those sashes, people would always ask, and we go, because the dye costs too much.
Well, they're back in style now, Greg. So as we get back to green flag racing, consider your decision making.
I will. And green we are. Hannah Grisham leads the field down. And once some of the cars that are chasing, the number 2, the 19, the 99, once they clear traffic here, we've got a battle for the overall here that should be superb.
I'm going to keep my eye on Michael Tosi here, only 6 seconds behind Jeff Siegel in the GTR 99. Really hoping we can try to get the 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports car their first podium this weekend. It's looking tough, but we've got an hour and 37 minutes to go. I think there's still a chance.
Unfortunately, that car is a lap down, and on top of that, going to be under some amount of attack from Mike Skeen, who's gotten back behind the wheel of the 308 SJS by ACI Motorsports Porsche.
Oh, they are 178 right there.
Tosi's going to have it all to do here in the next stint.
Yep. Also keep an eye on GP2, your 3-car battle for third.
Yeah.
That'll be the Skip Barber Racing School, BRD Motorsports, and Garage 66. So, GR86 sandwich. No, not a GR86 sandwich. It's a BMW sandwich.
Look at the escape Hannah has made.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw yesterday, wasn't it? That kind of pays a little bit of clear air. Everybody else in traffic got to get out of London while the getting's good here.
Yeah, that was a brilliant restart lap.
Yeah, that's 133.6 under acceleration, like not at full song.
Ooh, I'm sorry, the 91's going to take him 3 wide into one. Thinks better of it.
Does he? Oh, that's where it went pear-shaped for him yesterday, remember?
Yep.
I'll tell you what, it was an aggressive-looking move, Greg, but credit to Michael Tosi for leaving himself an out there.
Yes.
Right? He didn't sail it off in there and say, well, it's either records or checkers. There was enough brake pressure left in that number 91 to get back out of it, get back single file.
Yeah, he was probably hoping that being that aggressive, at least the look, that it might move Strymer in that number 2 entry just offline a little bit, but didn't happen. So now he's going to try the outside.
Caught a little traffic there, and the 117 2 goes inside. 91 kind of gets actually a pretty good cutback there.
Yeah,
turn number 7. Let's see what kind of run that Mustang can get here.
Ooh.
Remember, this is normally aspirated V8 versus turbo V8.
But he just made a great cutback move and got the inside position. I think he's going to clear him already.
Yeah.
And Skeen is coming right after him.
Yep.
This is going to be fascinating down into turn 10, guys.
A great shot of 10 here.
There's Skeen in that
bright
Skeen
yellow.
got
through as well.
Hannah Grisham's lead is almost the entirety of the front straightaway here as the 91 and the 308 work through the last of the traffic after the restart here. I get the urgency from Michael Tosi. I get the urgency from Mike Skeen here trying to get themselves back on the lead lap. But I'll tell you what, the pace from Hannah Grisham is going to make that really difficult. Never mind the distance she's already put on the field, but even just trying to overcome that pace 2 or 3 tenths at a time is going to be a really tall order for those two.
Yeah, I don't know. The 308 was the quickest car that time through, doing a 34.2 versus Hannah's 33.5.
Yeah, 33.2 from Mike Skeen. So yeah, a couple of tenths.
Well, and keep in mind, Skeen, we've seen Skeen down into the low 31s pretty frequently when he's behind the wheel. And if he could clear these cars and actually get some clear track, he can make up big chunks of time. But then, once he clears these cars, he's going to have other cars that he's going to have to deal with.
I think with somebody that's been as really solid as Michael Tosi has been in that number 91 Ford Mustang here, you kind of wonder where Skeen is going to be able to get a pass like that done.
Yeah.
If indeed he's being held up by that wheelhouse Mustang. We saw the Mustang clear the number 2 BMW by the midpoint of the back straightaway just a lap ago. I think Skeen's going to have to get a little creative here if you think he's got pace in hand.
Maybe exit a 1. The 2 kind of looks, but has to tuck in behind the 25. Oh.
No. That traffic jam there. Is that same car that's been having the issues?
Yes.
Yeah, doing a good job of getting out of the way, but it's at
the problem is he gets out of the way there, but those change direction so much, you're out of the way, and then you're in the way right at the apex of the next turn. And there's nothing he could do about it. He can't hit the disappear button. But this is not the track.
No, maybe the worst
that's
possible.
20, 30 seconds off the pace, just trundle around. I hate to say it.
I'm with you there, Greg. I think it's a fair point. So far, we haven't had any been noted, obviously, action taken there. Yeah. Let's see what the next little while holds here. It's all the way to the back of the field now, obviously, but it won't be very long before the number 120 PE Victory Supra is up onto that Ginger Racing 46. 33.9 that time from Hannah. That's ACP Tangerine in second. Already 15 seconds off the back of that Supra. Wheelhouse does a 33.4 and a 33.2 from Skeen.
I really think if Skeen can get around, he's going to drop into the low 32s, high 31s pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if the race stays green, if he can be in the 31s, you've got some time. It's a quick enough lap that, a second or so, second and a half, 2 seconds a lap can get you there in 90 minutes.
He's going to really need to maximize the exit here.
Outside
there we
move in 7. Holy cow.
The Mustang's going to come back here with its higher top speed, but I have a feeling that Skeen's going to go a bit deep into the braking zone for 10A.
Yeah, remember
those two guys jousting side by side.
Get here in the approach to turn number 10.
Deep on the binders.
Listen. It's going to be a cold day somewhere before you outfox Mike Skeen in the most obvious passing zone on the track. It's a good effort. It's a good effort for Michael Tosi, and I applaud the bravado, but not likely.
Yeah.
Certainly wish it was a cold day in hell here.
Yeah, I sure do. As I was saying it, I was like, man, could it be cold here today? No, of course not.
Well, neither would apply. It's not going to be cold here, and this place certainly isn't hell.
Just like Sam Posey says, it's heaven on earth.
Yep.
I listen.
I know I have heavily misattributed that quote.
No, it's way better than that. So on the SCCA broadcast from DriversEye Live, my bit for the last year and a half has been gaslighting people into believing that Paul Newman said it about Hallett instead of VIR. It's gone exceptionally well.
That's right up there with these hallowed grounds.
I think it's well beyond.
I think that we need a T-shirt of a track map of Hallett. That's
Heaven on earth. One of the finest T-shirt shops you will see in this land. They've got a tremendous little shop down there.
Oh.
Yeah, all
But
kinds
dude,
of
nowadays
goodies.
we could do the pre-order too.
Greg, I'm going to pick up some bandanas for the doggos.
Oh,
Next time I'm out there, yeah, we'll get them walking around and representing the little track 40 miles from Tulsa.
32.7 from skiing.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, we thought he was going to be right into the 32s. Is there a response from the 120 here? It's this game of chicken, right? Like, you don't want to take too much life out of the tires. You know the car is at its most fragile at this point. It's a tired machine. You have limited resources to get that car to the checkered flag, and you kind of wonder who's gonna jump first, right? Who's gonna decide? Okay, ripcord is pulled. We're going for it. I think Mike Skeen has so much natural pace just as a pro driver that. It was probably always going to be him, but let's see if anybody else follows suit here, because we know, not just from yesterday, but even from earlier today, that the 120 will do 132s. We know the GTR 99 will do a 132.
It all comes down now, I think, to tires.
Well, and you know what, Greg? We saw Hannah Grisham in the number 120 yesterday. Tires inside the final 2 hours. A fresh set. Got her to the end with pace to spare.
Exactly.
99 did not take tires. I think the 308 did. We know the 91 did. We saw that happen in real time.
Yeah. Oh, skiing way off the pace of the 33-1.
Just not concentrating, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to this phase in your career, and you're just not really even putting in the effort, to be honest. It is what it is. Come out here and give half effort.
Battle for second in GP1 is right around 8.5 to 9 seconds. That's Blitzkrieg ahead of Open Throttle Racing. Blitzkrieg comes through 141.1 in the Stars and Stripes. Bilikonski,
that's the current
number
bit.
62. Oh, 40.7. It comes down a couple of tenths.
Mm-hmm.
Good lap for
Graham Jacobson.
Graham Jacobson was up here yesterday.
Graham Jacobson said he's here for a win, and I don't think he's going to get that today, but it looks like he's in position for a potential podium.
I mean, if you're a driver, a pro ascendant driver, let's say, you're somebody who's running out in Trans Am and you're in the pro racing sphere and you're trying to be seen and be noticed. Okay, at the end of an 8-hour race, maybe you're not in the contention for a win. Maybe circumstances have conspired against you or you're coming back from a problem or whatever. But I think for Graham Jacobson, this is now his victory.
Yes.
Right? Go get that guy. Push the car. Be smart. Be consistent. Even if you're not going for the number one step on the podium, that you can say, I won races X, Y, and Z. For you can go point back to that stint, show some highlights or something like that, and say, you know what? I had a chance to get that, and I went and I got that.
Yep.
Give me a shot.
It all matters.
I mean, everybody's got their thing, right?
Yep. Skeen, by the way, just went to a 32.7.
Seems to be about that car's water level, I think.
It does right now.
Mid 32s for now, mid to high 32s.
Interesting GP2 update. Justin Bombard had taken third in the BRD Motorsports BMW.
Yeah, they stopped
now down,
again.
Yeah, now down on pit lane, and it looks like the hood is up.
Yeah. They had the eventual, I'm sorry, the one-time leaders of the GP2 class after some yellow cycling and good strategy calls now find themselves at the back of the runners here in GP2.
Yeah, so that's going to put Jordan Musser back into third in the Garage 66 BRZ, and promoting Ryan Imami in the 216 Skip Barber Toyota to fourth.
And guys, we have
go ahead.
A really good battle shaping up for second overall in the GTO, as the GTR 99 car of Siegel is now within almost half a second of the number 2 of Steven Strymer, the ACP Tangerine.
It's already done.
It's already happened, yeah.
They already got it. Wow. Yep. Okay. Yep. Sure did. As I was reading the times, he made the pass.
Yeah, and a good lap time to go with it, and a high 133. Okay, yeah, it's a little slower than Hannah Grisham in the 120, and obviously slower than Mike Skeen in the 308. But for making a pass on a similarly classed car, Jeff Siegel kind of seems like he's in a pretty decent zone and rhythm here.
Yeah, he does.
Double podium potential here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else, they'll be the only car with the double podium right now.
Yep. And they also had third yesterday, so if they can hang on here, that's a third and a second, not too shabby.
Had a change for 9th place overall as well. That's 9th place in GTO. Bryson Liu in the Almonte Motorsports number 9 passed the Singler Racing number 25 BMW. Porsche on BMW action there towards the bottom end of the top 10. Grisham was in some traffic here last lap. Let's see what the updated lap time is. Oh, it's still a 133. She was off the throttle at start finish, trying to clear the Palomar number 83 last time through.
A couple other cars. Another thread the needle moment. She got through. That was spectacular.
I think our margin to watch in the medium to longer term here, gentlemen, is going to be the SJS by ACI Motorsports Porsche up to the back of the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW. Right now, it's showing as that's 20 seconds. Yeah, that can't be. No, that can't be right. It's
it was a minute
14. Yeah. I'm not sure where that artifact came from, but it's about a minute 14.
Seems like a lot.
Skeen, the fastest car on the track generally. Steven Strymer in the number 2. Been in the 35s. So some pace there, but I mean, Skeen is just like a bat out of hell at the moment. So relatively speaking. So minute 14 is a lot to make up, but if you can do that 2.5 seconds a lap, it's going to come down pretty quickly. Look at that. Skeen maximizing everything down the back straight, right in the toe of the tiniest car on the circuit. Like it might be half a mile an hour, so you take what you can get.
Yeah.
Is that Skeen maxing?
What was the key to your win? Well, I got a great side draft up in Miata.
Margin's usually not that thin in the World Racing League, but you know, when you come from a certain background, and you have a certain mindset, you maximize everything that's in front of you.
Yep. Some of that is that bandwidth thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Is you can just process that,
or you do it without thinking about it.
Right.
You know, it's just not even a concern.
Mental muscle memory.
Who is your favorite Mike SK driver? Mike Skinner or Mike Skeen?
Me?
Anybody.
No, Skeen for me.
Trying to think of other Mike drivers.
Mike SK drivers.
And like I've said this for years, and I said it yesterday, that to me, Mike Skeen somehow has remained, one of North America's best kept secrets. And it doesn't help that he's pretty tall.
Yeah.
In ways, but
some might say it's a marketing problem.
He's the anti-Patrick Long. In a couple of different ways. right? Patrick Long, short guy, got the right opportunity at the right time with Porsche and then built an entire career off of it. Mike Skeen, kind of tall guy, just never really got the right opportunity with the right team in the right place, and it just went a different way.
Yeah.
But I would say no less talented than, many to most of the North American GT professionals.
I agree. I mean, I've called him for a long time.
Yeah.
And he got my attention right away, so I really started watching him, and he's just brilliant. He's super fast, and would have been fun, because you think about who Patrick Long's teammate was for a long time in the.
I was just going to bring that up.
Porsche, Mr. Bergmeister,
who was really tall,
who was Skeen's height.
Yeah,
that would have been a fun pairing.
Mark Skeen.
George Maxon.
I like that a lot. I had that bit for about 2 weeks with Layla. Oh, this is a fantastic view. Oh,
Isn't this awesome? Yep.
This is turn 5 at its best.
You bet.
See how much that curb, that exit curb, you've got to use it, but you can see how much it upsets the car.
Yeah, when it's dry, you got to eat that curb.
Yep.
When it's wet, you want to avoid it at all costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say my favorite shot's probably the opposite side. Just looking straight up the curbing as the cars climb the hill.
Nate, is it possible to get on that, try and show how much elevation you actually lose as you descend down the S's and how much you gain as you climb up the other side? Trying to think of ways to show that aren't completely useless by, when you stick a static camera out there.
Sure.
And I think maybe doing like a horizon level drone shot from that perspective might actually show that pretty well.
Well, and I tell you, there's a shot that I saw when I was announcing Ferrari Challenge, and if you take the drone and you set it basically just outside of turn 11, right?
Yeah.
Just on the outside of the bridge, and you have it down low.
Yep.
And the cars come out of 11 and then just drop.
Yeah.
And it was one of the shots that, finally I went, man, there you could see the elevation change.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good idea of it, too.
It is, but specifically, Greg, this only shows the drop. It doesn't show how steep the climb is up the other side.
True that.
There we go. So from where we are, we're about level with the top of the S's here, right? So you see how much it drops down, but look at the it's like a hump in the road as you come up over the top of turn 5.
You bet.
It's just kind of pointed at the sky. Even this doesn't perfectly show it. There we go. That's a little better. It's just a place you got to see in person. You gotta get
further
here.
to the left is probably like physically further to the left and then pan right more, and you see
That's
more of the
probably
side
true,
profile.
yeah.
Over on top of the gravel trap.
Oh yeah, that would be perfect. But we gotta maybe by the access road. Flash the cutout. Club course, school course.
This is pretty
But
good.
Nate, we love what you're doing.
We do.
Yeah.
You're doing
Allow me to
great.
continue to
Just ideas.
micro-direct this.
Of course you are.
Let's Krieg into the pit lane.
I mean, I was asking him to come up with beauty shots of the Rolex sign at Daytona, so
I
this is not
remember that.
meaningfully worse. That was a good shot, though.
It was.
It was a pretty good shot.
It was.
I think this is a bit
I had-
unscheduled here from Blitzkrieg.
I do too.
Fuel first.
Agent Canuck was also recently in, though.
Could also be them back timing.
Also true, but you wouldn't, for a race that has had as many full course yellows as this one has, I don't think you get too cute with that strategy.
Yeah,
Just
I
kind of
agree.
let the race come to you and do what you can. Oh, hood up. Here we go. This is the one.
Yes.
Just that little bit further to the left. This is the one. And this is even panned down a little bit. I don't think we're quite horizon level here. Here we go. So you see how steep that descent is that you see on all the classic shots, all the TV shots, that steep descent down the front side? That's how steep it is coming up the other side and out of turn 5. It really is. What was the Darrell Waltrip quote about Bathurst? The geological oddity?
Yes.
It's not quite that, but it's still really dang cool.
It is.
What a wild time in racing that was.
Greg, did you ever have that opportunity to go do Bathurst with the couple years of Speed Channel coverage there?
I did not.
No,
I did not. Which one of my regrets for sure.
Was there any talk about it in the years leading up to that?
Of us going and covering it?
Yeah, the way that I know Marcus Ambrose created a lot of that impetus.
Yes.
Right, when he came over to NASCAR, we got to go do this thing, and it's an amazing race, blah, blah. But, did Speed Channel ever talk about, maybe you should get the rights to this thing?
I don't think so because of the cost.
Interesting.
It's just, it would have been great.
Yeah.
Obviously. But, and remember, that was, still back in the day when it was a little tough to do these things remote.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
And so, the crew, having the crew on site and all that was a little.
I was going to say they could have done it the way they did F1 at the time.
Yeah.
And just have you sitting in Bristol, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Calling it,
Yeah, exactly.
And they did, they got to where they were doing Le Mans like that too, right? Where
they were flying.
It was only Justin Bell was really going.
They were flying Hobbs out to go recon on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they're flying back for Thursday, so call the race in the state. Isn't it awful?
Gross.
Gross, yeah. But, hey, the reason for that was the ACO and all their finite, I definitely say finite wisdom.
French wisdom.
Decided for, the on-site booth locations, and they had put in a brand new big coupling system to be able to hook fiber up to go underneath the track from the tribunes, the top of the tribunes where the booths were, and just be able to plug in.
Yeah.
And everybody thought, this is it. Now, game on. And then they decided to charge something like, $100,000 to plug into the darn thing. And it was like, that's it. And that's when the booth moved. That's when the booth moved. Yeah, they just said enough of this.
Battle on screen here. Sorry, Greg. This is the 91 from Wheelhouse Motorsports. Michael Tosi defending from former Mazda factory driver Tom Long behind the wheel of the 246 ECB Racing Supra. They both scoot up the inside of the slowish number 282. Team car to Tom Long, not necessarily doing them any favors there. We know this is where the Mustang is strong. Does Tom Long have an answer? As they power up the long back straightaway.
Well, we'll find out here. Looks like that Mustang just enough leg here.
Yeah.
But, how Mustang's heavier, how are the brakes? How are the tires? Can he go in deep? Yeah, looks like no problem.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what your measuring stick is there. If you're measuring against Mike Skeen, the answer is no, not that great. But actually pretty well balanced on the way down into turn number 10 there. Didn't lose more than maybe half a car length or so. Battle for 5th overall, remember. 5th place in GTO.
Yep.
I just think it's too bad he never has to drive with his brother.
Patrick?
Yeah.
Is that Patrick? Yeah.
That's funny.
It wasn't that funny.
It's like Ryan funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
The joke is that genuinely everywhere I go, I'm workshopping. Everywhere. It used to be like I was just workshopping with my friends, and they're like, yeah, but you make the same bad jokes at work, too. And I was like, you're right.
Yeah. It really is. If you're just out to entertain yourself, you're kind of set.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. Initially, that started in my head as like Tom Long would be it is Patrick Long. Tom Long. Initially, it was like, there's a short and a long reference here, and then it was like, no, actually, they're the same name. It's like, that's not as good of a joke. Don't do it anyway.
Well, thanks for just throwing it out there, though.
Hey, no problem. That's what I'm here for. I've only got 40 minutes left, Greg. So, I mean, I got to get it all in here.
There you go.
Otherwise, you guys will do the last 30 minutes with no fun.
We're kind of setting ourselves up for something of a mini time trial here at the end with the finishing drivers. If you look up and down GTO, we've got Hannah Grisham in the number 120. You've got Mike Skeen in the number 308. Tom Long in the 246. Tyler Hoffman just got into the number 11 Kingpin Supra.
Ooh.
Sarah Montgomery in the 119, right?
We got to get their points for fastest lap, you know.
Sure, right.
Hey, guys, Michael Tosi just set the fastest lap of that 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang of the race. 33.4.
Wow.
What happened was Tyler Hoffman heard that the commentary booth was closed in the last hour. And went, you know what? I may as well get in the car.
You know what? There is a world where that actually kind of is the case.
That might be what happened.
Have you seen Tyler's picture of his VW Fun Cup experience from Spa?
The one where he's underneath the podium?
Nope.
No.
The steering wheel mount?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I have not.
Place.
Okay, all right.
This is not Fun Cup hour, I promise, but I do have to.
We already did that while you were out doing cameras.
Oh, darn it. See, that's actually pretty smart, because you knew if I were here, it would just drag on forever.
No, I tried to get Johann Schwartz signed to the open throttle camp for the Fun Cup.
Yeah, you were working that.
I know. You've been working it for a long time, Greg. Basically, as soon as Brendan was made aware that that was a car that existed.
Oh, that's not really true.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've known about that series for a long time.
No, I meant working Johan into the team.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, you were.
No, we're trying to make deals up here, you know?
You were repping well. Hey,
I don't know. The beginnings of the open throttle and round 3 collaboration started in a very similar way on the broadcast.
Talking about Fun Cup, I think.
I think so too. We're just up here. If you're up with DriversEye Live and there's 2 different teams up here, we're making business deals for you. As a result, we need 10%.
This is the device that connects the steering rack to the steering wheel.
I don't know about that. That's just tough.
Here, I'll set it.
Just a coupler.
In absolute shreds.
A lightweight coupler that has been shredded in the way that you would think a lightweight coupler would get shredded.
Well, when you drive the thing like a go-kart and you're pitching it sideways to keep the revs up all the time, and then you throw it over the big FIA curbs.
That's Radeon, actually.
Correct.
Yep.
That is what happens. They're just sending all these shearing forces through the steering rack.
I want to see if these Fun Cups are going to have like a NASCAR front end setup on them.
There's only one way
where
to find out.
Where they're going to be like crabbing on the straight.
Only one way to find out.
Oh, man.
Got to get there.
How do we get that broadcast deal? Do they already have one?
Speak
Gotta
French.
get there. Tom Long.
I speak enough French.
Okay. Tom Long, 33.6.
Oh, the voiture.
But this is, I mean, JT, Greg, et al. We discussed
et al.
Ryan et al. It's French for West.
It's not.
It's the same kind of issue we, could have seen with the Mike Skeen situation, I guess. That Mustang is quick in the right places, and it doesn't give up enough in any singular area that you would say, Tom Long in the Supra has an obvious advantage. Maybe it's on the brakes into turn 10, but he's got to stay close enough, and that's just not possible given the top speed of that Mustang. It's the kind of thing that's going to have to be, Mike Skeen's surprise move on the outside of turn 7. Or
something, or a mistake.
Exactly.
Eventually by Tosi. But I've been watching him, and I mean, obviously, for him, the most important corner is 7 and getting out of there. And just watching his arc through the corner and his acceleration out of there, he is just driving that thing to perfection on that corner in particular. And
you know what?
That's the key.
You know what, Greg? I think it's so easy when you get coached, or somebody's in your ear telling you, just focus on your exits, focus on your exits.
Yep.
It can be really disruptive to a rhythm to be like in your head, say, oh, I gotta make sure I get on the throttle early. I can't brake too late. I can't be off the apex. I gotta be right at the curb. And you start getting in your head about how you need to be driving the car instead of making it a part of your rhythm.
Yes.
Right, and just making sure that thing in particular is the one thing you're doing well, because you can't be vulnerable there.
Yeah.
And I'm actually really impressed with Michael Tosi here. He knows he has the run down the straight, but he's giving nothing up on the brakes at 6 or 7, nothing up in mid-corner speed, and really maximizing the advantage he does have with the big power of that Mustang down the back straightaway. It's really good, clean, smooth driving from Michael Tosi.
Yep. And the one thing he can do that's can be very effective into 7 is, if he looks and he's got Long right where he wants him in the mirror, he's just over slow for that corner just a little bit. And, get that car, he lifts right as you square up and go to the power. But look at this.
Was going to force him all the way around the long way.
Defense move. Now he's going to try and go around the outside. And that was, you could see Tosi turned in too early. I don't know if we have that replay. Turned in too early to 5. And it really hurt his exit up that hill.
Yeah, he went all the way to the outside to defend and then tried to cut back to take the line away.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonable blocking move.
That Supra is a really pointy car as well. So somebody like Tom Long can get the most out of it.
Yep.
You kind of hustle that car on the way into turn number 5, balance it on the rear end as you come back in the throttle. And best chance we've seen yet for Tom and that number 246.
Now, I just watched Tosi coming through 10A, and he left some black streaks.
Well, so this is
coming out of there. So tires, that heavier Mustang, it could really be tearing up some tire now.
Yep. Unfortunately, Michael Tosi is not in the media guide.
Negative.
Unfortunately.
Keep in mind that Mustang did take tires previously.
Yep.
On top of that, remember that this isn't just Michael Tosi driving in a vacuum trying to maximize corner exits and not give anything up here. This is very much
this is
under pressure.
Yep.
Caught that 46 about as badly as you can down there at the bottom of turn number 5. And here we go again.
Here we go. He's got the outside, but Tosi pins him to the outside because of that other GP car there. That was Tosi read that really well. Oh, he's wide of the apex though.
Yeah, that's going to give
really
Tom Long a shot here to
long
pin
up
him.
and underneath him. Tosi's going to shove him over. He knows if he doesn't get around that car, Long's got him. Wow, it was a great recovery by Tosi after missing the apex there in 7.
I'll tell you what, if Tom were desperate there, another quarter car length or so, and he could have pinned Michael Tosi behind the number 21 North Loop BMW if he really wanted to. I don't think that's how Tom Long plays, and certainly not with an hour to go for a top 5. But that opportunity was there, and it didn't take much of a slip from Tosi to make that happen.
No, not at all. Here we come down through 12. Just to let you know, I was watching Hannah Grisham a lap ago turned a 32.6.
Wow.
So I think she delivered a little message there that, bring it on.
Let's cast our minds back to the end of the race yesterday. And one important detail that we kind of mentioned but said, well, maybe it gets lost in the margins, is that they ran that car basically to the end of a fuel tank.
Yep.
Kept it light for most of the stint, and then just put a little bit of that's too off.
Skip Barber car, trying to give everybody some space. Yeah.
Put just enough fuel to get into the end, rather than pitting early and carrying it heavy through the end of the race. I wonder if they've got the balance of that car really nicely set up for the middle to end of these stints. Right, so that when the car is capable of being the quickest because it's so light, it's also got the balance just bang on. And whoever is behind the wheel of one of those AE Victory Supras can just push, right? Be comfortable and push and get the most out of it. We saw it yesterday with Hannah in the last 2 stints. I think we're seeing it again here.
I think
yes,
that
the
makes
car's
great
lighter,
sense, yeah.
but it sure seems to be in its sweet spot here.
It sure does.
We're also coming up on the fuel window here. 1 hour to go. It's going to start to be green flag pit stop time, and we've spoken about this a little bit. You've got to try to extend if you can. There's been a lot of yellow. There's a lot of aggressive, safe but aggressive driving going on right now.
Oh, it's awkward down the front straightaway here. I think this is going to be the opportunity for Tom Long round the outside at 1.
No, not deep enough, I don't think.
No, look at the wiggle on the brakes for the Mustang. And he floats wide. Long going to square up underneath.
Whoa.
Trying to get up on the shoulder. Cannot get there. Whoa.
Oh, he's sideways there over the top of 3.
Yep. Oh, man.
Going wide too early.
Oh, and now we got the aftermath car. Now watch Tosi's turn in here. That was better. When he lost all that time earlier, he turned in really, really early.
the back end of that car is just beginning to protest a little bit. I wonder if by squaring up these exits as much as he has been, it's putting more and more heat into the rear tires on that Ford Mustang, and now he's just finding, because it's not the limit of wear. Those tires were just put on maybe an hour and a half ago, but as the heat builds up in those tires on a hot track at the hottest part of the day, just a bit of protest, a bit of anger out of those rear tires.
Well, they just lose a little bit of grip.
The 117 here giving them a wide berth.
That issue compounds, though, doesn't it, Greg, right?
Yes.
If the rear end of the car moving around on hot tires, it becomes really easy for that to become a runaway situation.
Absolutely. And especially when you've got a, big V8 with that, all that torque under throttle, you've got to be really, really gentle in your throttle application.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you cannot be lazy with it because Tom Long's going to pounce then. So I think Tosi's on a tightrope right now. He really is.
Other battles that are changing as we speak. Well, now I'm confused. Almonte was up ahead of the TCB Racing number 282 and going away, but has dropped from 8th to 10th all at once. Oh, it's because the 9 is into the pit lane.
Yeah, pit lane.
Like I was saying before, we had that close call there with the potential pass. We are entering the fuel window for the GTO field, and as I was saying, you really need to try to stretch it as much as you can to try to catch a yellow. The 9 is potentially hurting themselves here. I mean, if you're out of fuel, you're out of fuel, but if a yellow comes, then you're at a huge disadvantage having stopped under green. So I think everybody's going to try to take this all the way as deep as they can, and to Brendan's point earlier, if you've got a car that likes being on the medium to light fuel load, it does behoove you to stretch this fuel window as long as you can.
You're not going to believe this. That car hasn't been in since lap 150.
The open throttle car up into second,
62
in GP1. The number 62, Graham Jacobson, is going to come into the pit lane.
Which car hasn't been in since
That's the number 9 Almonte Porsche. They've done 50 laps with that car. Now, remember, we did have that fairly long yellow where we were worried about the barrier alignment, and that did drag itself on a little bit, but 50 laps is still a long way to go. On other battle that we had touched on earlier that we need to kind of wrap up here or bring some attention back to, ACP Tangerine number 2 being caught by the 308 SJS by ACI Motorsports. That's Mike Skeen chasing Steve Strymer. That margin was at 1 minute and 14, I think, last time we talked about it. It's down to 34.
Yeah.
So closed in 40 seconds. More than half that gap has been erased in the battle for the final step on the podium in the last, call it 30 to 40 minutes. See Mike Skeen climbing the hill.
And Skeen now, there's Hannah up front. If Skeen can get through, he's back on the lead lap if there is that caution.
Now, the other thing to think about here is just potentially, you've got the wheelhouse car behind the ACI car now by about 18 seconds or so. It's not getting too far away. He's keeping him out there, trying to put in good pace. He is defending against Tom Long, which is costing him a little bit of time. But there's always the chance that somebody doesn't pass Tech also. So if you're in the wheelhouse car, you really are trying to hold on to this 5th spot, because if you end up with a late penalty with a pit lane infraction, because we've got one more green flag stop coming here for most people. You've got, blowing the dyno or blowing your weight, anything like that. You could be sitting in a podium spot like the GTR 99 was yesterday, having only come home in 4th or indeed 5th, depending on how the thing cuts here. So there is motivation for that wheelhouse car to stay as close as he can to the rear of the ACI car and not get passed by the 246, just because weird things happen.
Well, we just saw what makes Mike Skeen the driver he is. He used a large chunk of the entry curb on driver's right at 5 and got that car rotated in on the throttle early. And he was by that car, that lap car, in a heartbeat right at the exit of 5. That was the thing of beauty. And just so you know, last lap, Hannah had us 34.7. And Skeen a 33.3.
Yeah,
And
Mike Skeen still got the hammer
I don't remember
down
whether
there.
Hannah had some traffic or not, but
Jeff Siegel still in the mid-34s, 40 seconds adrift of Hannah Grisham in the 120.
but Jeff is just clicking the laps off, though, isn't
Yep. All right, here comes the number 4 Supra from Kingpin. This is going to give us an idea, sort of where the window might land for the Supras.
he? Hannah must have had traffic. She just did a 33.1 to Skeen's 33.5.
Yep.
Ooh.
The TCB car is going to try to dice here.
Opportunity here. Sorry, just wanted to jump in
Yeah, no, go
because
for
the
it.
Mustang got pinched, and Long has an opportunity, but he could not get there. The Skip Barber car forced the Mustang to really tighten up the exit at 12, but had just enough left in the quiver to be able to make it happen.
He is a lot closer than he's been in a while.
Yes.
As we go into the S's here. Almost losing a little bit of ground between the top of the S's at the start and the top of the S's at the finish there. Yep. Not something I would expect generally from a Supra, but maybe backing it up a little bit to get a good run.
This is going to be really dicey here, coming out of 7.
Just have to see. Oh, he's going to be blocked by a little bit of traffic here. We'll see if he's able to get around, and indeed he is. So not a huge jump by the Supra that time. Whoa! That was the Skip Barber Racing School GR86.
Yeah.
Just held on to that one.
Yeah, that was a nice save. All right, here we go. Down again. Long's got to get by the prototype, and does, but it did cost him time.
Don't look now, by the way, but Sarah Montgomery's only 21 seconds behind this scrap.
Well, I was sort of speaking about that as you stepped away, that one, Michael Tosi, we don't know what's going to happen with tech. We don't know what's going to happen in the pit lane.
Yep.
Really has a motivation to keep that spot.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, and I'm thinking about this, is going to sound a little crazy. If and when Mike Skeen catches the 2, is the 2 going to make it hard? Is that going to cause the 2 and the 308 to lose time and get Tosi a little bit closer, and as a result bring Tom Long and Sarah Montgomery with him? We could have a schmozzle, a scrap.
The pace of the number 2 at the moment does not support the idea that he's going to be able to hold off Mike Skeen very long.
All right.
Even, I mean, look at Tosi, right?
Yep.
Tosi has held off Tom Long for the last 20 laps or whatever it's been that we've been following this. He held on for about a lap and a half.
Right.
With that number 3.
That's true.
You know. Now we're deeper into the run, and tire situation's different, and I get all that.
And that's well, and then plus the pit stop everybody's got coming.
Sure. Yes, also a great point. Yep.
Oh, prototype almost loses
40,
it.
48.
Good catch.
Well, he did lose it, but he didn't get into the barrier.
I hope he's not high centered there. He's able to get it rolling.
Yeah. I think there's some marbles these guys are getting in. It looks like he tightens his exit up. Yeah.
Yeah. Does get it stopped there.
I wonder, just watching the 308 catch the back of the 120 and head up the hill, and now headed down through the S's. I wonder how long Hannah Grisham fights this. And I kind of half wonder if maybe she just lets Mike Skeen go.
Yeah, I think when he's there, and if he gets aggressive, I think she's smart enough to say it isn't worth this fight.
It's 40 seconds still to Jeff Siegel between Hannah Grisham. I don't think he's going to get there.
Yeah. It's not about getting there. It's okay, well, you know, you want to keep him off the lead lap for as long as possible.
Oh, I see.
Yellow,
I see.
right? It cycles him all the way back around.
Right.
And while that is true,
yeah,
I kind of wonder if at this point it's worse to have the distraction of trying to defend while you've got, you know, what is still not just effectively, but actually a 45-second lead.
Right.
You know, as you go for a race win. Let's see what Hannah does here.
Yeah.
I wonder if.
By the way, just how well is Michael Tosi driving just that fast lap of the race for that car?
Again, reset. About 10 laps ago, had already done it once. Now at 33.375. Yep. Really matches Mike Skeen on that lap. Throws the margin back to Tom Long up to 0.8 of a second, which is the largest it's been for 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Really absorbing this pressure well.
What do you think, guys?
Into the pits. Into the pits comes the number 91.
Okay. I was wondering if that Supra might have been starting to get a little hot because he's been so close to the back of that Mustang for a long time.
Right, and these are some of the situations where I'm not going to say undercut, but does it make sense to pit the car, get out from behind the wheel tracks of that Mustang, and roll the dice? Because so far, there's been no reason to believe that you have the strength where you need it to get that move done. Tosi has just been so rock solid, and in absorbing that pressure that Long just that car doesn't have it where it needs it. Now, Tom is going to be able to stretch the legs on that Supra a little bit, and let's see what kind of laps he can put in with that number 91 stationary in the pit lane.
And here comes Skeen on Hannah as they head down into 10.
On top of that,
two's in
as well. So we know that the 91 pit stop execution is, let's say, in development. Right? They don't do this every week. They do, maybe 5 or 6 races a year, but it's not the, well-oiled machine that somebody like Jason Marks, who oversees. Hey, that's out of fourth place. 2 is in, so your battle is actually changing hands in the pit lane temporarily.
Well, I was going to say, it's going to change hands again, most likely.
That seemed to be a pretty decent stop for the Mustang.
Yeah, but the 246 is going to give up nothing. TCB will give up nothing in the pit lane. So it's possible that actually Tosi is going to have some work to do.
And here he comes.
When he comes back out.
Yep. Well, the 2 is... Okay, so there was a chance I thought that the 2 might release in front of and cause an incident, a slowdown, but that was not the case.
It's actually still fueling as we speak. Side of your screen there.
Yep.
I think that's 99 coming on pit road as well.
And this is it for pretty much everybody.
Yep. Is the 2 going to beat the Porsche back out? It looks like yes, comfortably so.
Get your marks.
Remember that margin was about
driver change.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess Siegel wasn't going to make it to the end. Now we thought not so very long ago that it might be Harold Petit getting behind the wheel of the 99 here. Helmets well enough. Helmets are suits.
Ooh, probably the belts.
246 beats the
got it.
Porsche back out. I think that 308 Porsche does not have a motorsport friendly fueling system.
It does not.
That. Yeah, I would believe that.
We talked about that. You were
Actually,
off air
here
for
comes
a while.
Tosi.
There he goes.
He's fallen almost all the way back into the clutches of Michael Tosi.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, means the 246 has been sent and gone. That move has been completed on the pit lane.
It has. So Tom Long going to have cleared both cars, I think. The 308 as well.
There's Long, bottom of the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's the 308 right there. Wow.
And there's the Mustang.
Now, do we think that the 308 was slow because there was a driver change? Do you think Mike Skeen had enough time to go to the end?
Nothing has updated at the end of pit lane, but also
that's why he wouldn't have. Because I think he got in.
Let's find out.
Relatively recently.
He took over from Kurt Swearingen at lap 166, so that was just one stint for Mike Skeen, so he should be.
Okay, so he should be good. So
yeah,
that's
I would think into the end.
Uh-oh.
That's a slowish Supra there out of the...
Yeah.
Is that the 11?
It is the 11, yes.
Okay.
Turns out Tyler's just in that car because nobody wanted to drive it because it lacks all the punch out of the slow corners. In comes your race leader.
Well, and that was... If, she extended it a little bit, and if they are, if they really know where they are in the fuel, and that car's working better like you were supposing, Brendan, being a little lighter,
Yeah.
Wasn't by much, but boy, 45 minutes essentially to go. I don't know if you try and short fill.
I mean, I
short fill a little.
Yeah, I mean, you leave yourself a margin there, but this is the longest green flag run we've had of the weekend, so you certainly don't bank on seeing another yellow.
Yeah.
I think you've got most of the field in get home mode, and we happen to be locked in on these two or three pretty intense battles, but
yes,
just about everybody else is in cruise mode here. I would just bank on 100% push to the end, build in a little margin, and send it.
Laura Hayes gets back in the 282. Unfortunately, they're a few laps adrift. Down in 8th position.
120 has been sent.
I don't believe the 119 has stopped yet either, Brendan.
I would probably believe that. No, was in at 209.
Okay.
Yep.
So they are only 6 seconds, Sarah Montgomery, behind Michael Tosi.
I did say that just before this round of pit stops started. I said, don't look now.
Yep.
But Sarah Montgomery is only insert number of seconds here behind this battle. And it's 27. No, here she comes, downhill. Around the bend. 33.9 from Sarah Montgomery, 34.1 from Tosi. So, Tom Long's gotten out of the 246. It's Kyle Roach now. So we did get a driver change out of TCB.
And they still
able to come out ahead.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, I'm surprised they changed driver, but the more impressive thing is that, man, that is a crazy quick driver change, being that it's probably not even a full tank.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I'm not even sure Kyle Roach has had a full stint in this car yet. From looking earlier, it was only about 30 laps. And a yellow flag cycle, they ended up taking him back out of the car to put Tom Long in. But let's see how quickly Kyle Roach can get comfy behind the wheel of that number 246. I think Tom Long and the Jason Marks and the 246 crew have set man up for success.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ryan West is taking his leave. Mans has got to drive across Atlanta to get down to Hartsfield. Doing stellar, the yeoman's work this weekend. The Nick Yeoman's work.
Farewell, good sir.
Thanks, man. Take it easy. Drive safe, huh?
Thought he'd never leave. Just kidding.
The Ryan Club de la West. All right. Take it easy. 41 minutes to go. Yes.
Yeah, we're getting there. And we got a battle of brewing here, folks. Just let's update everybody. Screaming Goat Racing into the pits right now, according to scoring, but they have a significant margin in hand over the Open Throttle Racing entry right now in the GP1. And then those two are well clear of third, which is Blitzkrieg Racing, which has really had some issues here.
And
GP2
actively having issues back in the pit lane.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, just wanted to add that. Hood up.
Yep.
Go ahead.
There is your Screaming Goat Racing, the GP1 class leader. Just topping off. And GP2, North Loop Motorsport, has done a brilliant job. Derek Wagner driving right now, 16th overall, leading in the class, and a lap in hand, I believe, over the 214 Garage 66 machine. And then Palomar. And there's still a potential battle for second in the GP2 class. Palomar is 22 and a half seconds back of Garage 66, so it's not a done deal yet.
It's actually gone that way.
I do want to point out, Palomar was just in recently for their final stop. We are still expecting Garage 66.
Good catch, JT.
Yep,
Yeah.
good point.
I also do want to note some good news in GP1. Ginger Racing, who has unfortunately been dealing with a quite wounded car at the moment, has been staying out, circulating long enough that they have moved up from 9th in class to 6th in class.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you what. We've seen quite a bit of Ginger racing this year. I wonder if they're trying to pick up championship points here, and they knew that there was something to be gained.
That's my
by
thought.
continuing to circulate.
I think it's might be out of reach to get up to 5th, but they're gonna try.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you certainly cannot fault the team for saying, stay out, do what you can, and get up there and see what we can get in terms of a finish. Especially, like you said, if you're chasing some points here for sure.
Rob Jackowitz got back behind the wheel of the GTR 99, so that was Jackowitz to Siegel, back to Jackowitz to finish things off. Did not see Harold Petit in that car as far as we can tell. Actually, it looks like it might have been Michael Gilbert. Started things off for them, so free driver lineup still, but we've got the what appears to have been the quickest driver in that car in to finish things off for us this weekend, or for them this weekend. Ashley Freiberg has gotten into the 119.
All the curb.
You see that? I was watching hands on the wheel as he got up well onto the exit curb there at 10B, and he had that thing in monster opposite lock for a minute as he was picking the throttle up.
That curb is atrocious.
Oh,
I don't know if you've ever been out there in a rental car or anything, but it is so aggressive. By far the most aggressive curb on the circuit. Still shows Skeen behind the wheel of that number 308, but the pace now is at a 34 flat. OC catching.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense because I mean, that car was pushed a bit hard previous stint, and now we've gone and we've added quite a lot of weight in terms of fuel to the car.
Yep.
Also, bearing the lead a bit there, Tosi's gotten back around the TCB Racing number 246, so Kyler Roach just not immediately up to pace of that to the pace of that Toyota Supra. Tom Long did some pretty excellent work there to hang with the Mustang, and maybe it's possible that was actually the best that car was going to be capable of, and Tom was just extracting 100% out of it.
Yep.
But that margin is growing quickly, now out to 4.5 seconds. Ashley Freiberg behind the wheel of the number 119, catching the 246 pretty quickly here. So another battle on our hands. That'll be the change for 6th place when it occurs.
And let's not forget now, Skeen 25 plus seconds only behind the number 2, the ACP Tangerine entry, and lapping about 2 seconds a lap quicker. Yeah. So a podium is a possibility now for the SJS by ACI team. No,
sorry,
my bad.
That is the one battle that kind of hasn't changed or shuffled in this exchange, right?
Yeah.
That was the battle that started at a minute 14 and then was down to 34. It's now down to what was it, 22?
25,
we said
25.5.
There we go, 25 and a half. So that battle is picking up basically right where it left off. Skeen chasing Strymer, and if you need something to mark the passage of time, that gap coming down is going to do it for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably another, do some math here, another maybe 10 to 12 laps until they're nose to tail.
I'll tell you what,
plenty of time to get the move done.
Yeah, and Tosi's found his groove again. He's just turned to 33.8.
Yeah, matching Skeen. Actually, just kind of following him around here, 1.3 seconds behind.
Yep, exactly.
So unlike the last stint, Greg, where we saw Skeen get by and then drive off into the distance, just hanging right in the wheel tracks of that Porsche 991. See if we can pick up the 119 on the back of the number 246. The move might actually already be done. Probably down around the turn number 5. Is this it here? There it is. It's 246 just ahead of 119.
Yep. And she's been, yeah, her laps are way quicker than Roach right now. Now, Roach had to get through these two GP cars, but here she comes.
Just up through the gears out of the turn 7. They're so much quicker.
Yep.
Than the 246.
And then absolutely nailed it down into turn 10. Yeah, Ashley's always been, a really, really talented racer.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Mike Skeen earlier, Greg, and maybe just not getting the right opportunities at the right time.
Yep.
I think there is a generation of racing fan or a group of racing fans that saw Ashley come up through the open wheel ranks initially, then transition over to what at the time I think was Porsche, the GT3 Cup Challenge.
Yep.
That ran with IMSA, and it seemed like the chances were there and the support was there at least for a while to bring her up, through the various ladders, and then it all just seemed to go away at once.
Yeah, it really did.
Did pick up a podium at Sebring with Turner, I think, in the old M6 GT3.
Yep.
In the United Sports Car Championship, but beyond that, just it never really went her way, even though the results were pretty consistently there. And once I think it was TrueCar funding kind of dried up, had more than just Ashley Freiberg being supported, by the way, in terms of young female drivers. Once that kind of went away and things dried up, didn't really go Ashley's way. But great to see her behind the wheel of various Porsche GT3 Cup cars over in Porsche Sprint Challenge, and obviously finding an opportunity and a home here with AE Victory Racing in the World Racing League.
And doing a really, really good job.
And
as well.
I think not every endurance team, but so many endurance teams benefit from having an anchor. Sarah Montgomery has been ever present with that squad, even when they were, running with Shift Up Now backing a couple of years ago. Sarah Montgomery's just always kind of been there. And she's really good and really quick and didn't, quite get the same opportunities that Ashley did. But Ashley is now kind of that next anchor. And has even more pace than Sarah has more experience, more background, and just can be that anchor driver when you need somebody. Just throw Ashley in the car.
Yeah.
Go get it done.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And to me, it also shows just how much she just loves driving race cars. She didn't let all that other stuff get her down, and she does what she can where she can, but she's found a home here and is just doing a super job. So there's Skeen, there's Tosi.
Got out a little bit, just out to 2.2 seconds.
Just watching these times here. Last time, Streimer in the number 2 a 35.7, and Skeen a 34 flat.
Is there
that margin just dropped to 15 seconds?
Sorry, is there damage on the left front of the Wheelhouse Mustang? I just caught it as it went away here. It's possible it's just the shape of the car, but it kind of struck me as different. Wow. Look on the left front corner of this Mustang as it comes up over the hill here. No, looks all right there.
Yeah.
Worth it for Tosi to keep with Skeen here. Not necessarily because, he's got a massive chance of passing Mike Skeen, although he's done a really, really good job. But obviously, the closer he can stay to Skeen, the more he can follow him, the more likely he is also to get by the number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW when Mike gets there, and pick up a P4 as a result.
Exactly. And there are those who would say, well, what's the difference if you're not on the podium? Well, the top 5 is a stat that is tracked.
We talked about it earlier, Greg. It's not just the top 5 stuff, but when you don't have a chance at a race win, even though that's maybe your stated goal, it's what is my race now?
Yeah,
what do I have a real chance of catching? What can I maximize out of what's in front of me? And right now, I think that's probably Michael Tosi's best case scenario. I mean, if Mike Skeen slips up or something happens to the Porsche, then you're on for a podium for sure. Keep it up and push hard. But I think realistically, his race is that number 2 ACP Tangerine BMW of Steve Strymer. And got to do what he can here to try and keep that up. Not just for the team and for the points, but sometimes it's just what you need for personal satisfaction.
For you.
Feeling good,
Exactly. Boy, Jakowicz just carried a beautiful slide through the exit of 10B. Hey, Jordan, can we pick up the yellow Porsche and that blue nose Mustang with that shot looking up at turn 3 from... Nope. Back one more. Oh, they're already through. Okay. Next time by. I'm just watching how much Skeen, his aggression on the curb up at 3, and then what he does at that turn-in point for turn 5 is just impressive to watch. A guy that utilizes every conceivable inch of racetrack and does it with confidence. It's just cool here. So we're under a half hour, 28 minutes. He's going to get balked here a little bit. Opted to go around the outside, and boy, made it work easily.
And be awkward down here into one. That Blitzkrieg car is not that much quicker than Ginger has been, but this time he's on the racing line. Does he see Mike boot up the inside? Yes, he does.
Yeah, man, he was bouncing along there. He made a late decision to open that wheel up just a little bit, but it was a good one. Oh. Yeah.
11 doesn't fight.
Now watch what Skeen does here. See him use that whole entry curb at 5?
Not really.
Yeah,
It's
it just
the
helps
right-hand curb to help rotate to set up for the left of 5.
It's really, really cool to watch.
It's such a knife-edge decision, though, because it can spit you out any number of directions if you get it even slightly wrong.
Yes.
These cars are reasonably soft, so
that's why I said
help.
With confidence.
Yes, yes.
But it really helps you rotate and be able to grab the throttle just that bit sooner. And you are climbing. That climb, we were talking about it, up and out of 5 is steep. And so the sooner and harder you can be on throttle there. And let's see. Wow. Wait to see what this margin is going to be here from the number 2 back down to 8.6, Brendan. He is coming.
I mean, it really does kind of feel
inevitable.
Inevitable, yeah, exactly. We've been watching this now for so long that I think everybody kind of realizes what's coming. Now, Steve Strymer has done an excellent job to stay within himself and not panic. Right? Yep. It could be very easy, not unlike we saw from Wheelhouse yesterday, actually, where you realize what you have in front of you and you think, oh, I got to work harder, I got to push harder, I got to try harder. And when you start doing that and racing outside yourself or trying to perform outside what you're really capable of executing on, you get yourself into trouble. And they like we said, did everything right for 7 hours, tried too hard and got bit.
Yeah.
And Strymer is absolutely not doing that because it could be very easy for this to go wrong, and he's just going to take this as it comes and bring the car home, whether it's on the podium or it's the top 5.
And that's what you want to do is just consistently be as fast as you can be.
Yeah, I mean, you get better by doing laps, not by trying too hard and wrecking.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Just keep doing laps. Maybe try and carry a little bit more speed into one corner next time, but leave yourself an out, or break a little bit later somewhere. Get back in the throttle sooner, but don't overdo it. Just little baby steps.
That's it. It's literally sometimes it's baby stepping. You just that little bit deeper here, that little bit deeper here.
It's data.
Yeah.
Get a clean stint, no mistakes. Get the data, and then go talk with a coach and try and find ways to improve that way.
Absolutely.
5.8 seconds. It's 4.9 from that 308. Now back to Michael Tosi in the number 91. 10 seconds now from Tosi back to Freiberg. So that's actually come out a little bit.
It has. Yeah, I'm really.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I'm really impressed with the pace that Tosi's maintaining here.
It's pace, it's consistency, it's pressure. I mean, he's experienced just about everything I think you can experience behind the wheel of a race car here. It's pacing pros, being caught by pros, defending, attacking, managing traffic. Just had a little bit of everything in the last hour and a half here or so, and doing it all by the way, where the real field temperature is about 105.
Yeah.
Probably feels a lot hotter than that even inside the race car.
Oh, you bet it does.
A couple other notes in general production here. The 83 from Palomar, Matt Million lapping very quickly, has unlapped himself from the 21 of Norfolk Motorsports.
Oh.
So they are back on the lead lap, but just. Yeah. But that can always play a factor. Garage 66, 50 seconds behind Palomar, also running very quickly as well. And then sounds like 62 has been fighting the 29 pretty well, trying to get another lap back here. Graham Jacobson behind the wheel of that open throttle BMW.
Yeah, it's good to see them have that kind of pace late in the game here. Matt Million in the 83?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been throwing down 43s pretty regularly here, and Jordan Musser even quicker in the Garage 66 though at a 142.1. That's a good lap.
Yep, in about 5 laps time, the 61 of Open Throttle will overtake the 5 of All-Star Racing to step into the top 10 in GP1. Not bad considering that car had an extremely late start to the day after replacing the engine.
Boy, that's a success story for that crew as much as anybody else, wasn't it? What a deal. Ooh, boy, Hannah is still pushing hard. See that back end step around going up into 5?
I did not. I was noticing the donut down the left-hand side of the number 90. Partially because I'm hungry, but also I remember seeing it before.
Yeah, that was...
From which car?
On the 91.
Boy, 0.3 of a second here for the 308 of Skeen, the Porsche on the Bimmer of Strymer for ACP Tangerine. Last time by, not sure where they are, but that pass may already have been made. Here they come, and it is. It is through.
We have a request to try and pick up a battle.
They just came through shot.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just ahead of the 308 here. So yeah, that's the 308 moving up into 3rd. And then the GP1 fight is here coming through turn 10.
Yeah, so this isn't a fight for position at the moment, although they are 1st and 2nd in GP1. This is open throttle racing. Graham Jacobson trying to catch and unlap himself from Brett Mitchell behind the wheel of the number 29 Screaming Goat. M3, 330. Well, 3 Series anyway. Oh, man.
Oh, that was close. Oh, hang on.
Well,
Nice
and
job.
You can see how much it, not upset, but spooked maybe the, I think that's the 851, right at the apex there. Pushed it so, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just got it out of position enough to be out over the exit curb at turn number 1. That is a sketchy place to be.
Yeah, and the driver did the absolute perfect thing in that moment. Was just hang on, and here we go. It's a pass coming as well.
Yeah.
The Mustang on the 2 here. 2 covered it. Now here we go. Tosi looking to the outside. Strymer's going to cover that. He's got that lap car in front. Try and use his advantage if possible.
Where that 91's been so strong.
Oh,
excellent straight line handling. Draws alongside as they climb up the hill towards turn number 8. This might be another done by 9 scenario here, Greg.
It might just, yep. I think he's...
Yeah, single file over the top of the hill.
Yep, got it done.
And just coming down the hill now is the 119. And they are trying to catch up to both of those cars as well.
Yeah, both Mike Skeen and Michael Tosi now into the 35s last lap as a result of making that pass on the number 2. AE victory, number 119, Ashley Freiberg, a 33.8, so able to get 7.3 seconds behind. So let's give this another maybe 3 or 4 laps. But, you know, with every lap and every minute that passes here, guys, it's a little bit more pressure that gets applied to Ashley Freiberg to close that margin down. She's done a really nice, consistent job to this point, but her time hasn't really been a concern for anybody else up till now. We've only got 17 and a half minutes left here. All that about, 11 laps or so? 11 to 12 laps? Definitely got to keep the hurry up on.
Yeah.
I mean, she is flying. I mean, you can see the Mustang coming through shot here, and then this is her exiting turn 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gap had been 9 seconds. It's down to 7.3. When we get to the line, it's probably going to be 6.5.
Good late race battling here. And I know Skeen's been dealing with a little bit of traffic, but, you know, Tosi just took a 1.5 seconds off. And it's got that margin down to just 2 seconds of drift to Skeen again.
Meanwhile, just coming through the picture on the left, the 117 Aftermath Motorsports, Justin Rosenblum on board, coming in for a stop that's going to allow the 410 of ACP to get back, I believe, to overtake that position.
Boy, Ashley just made up a ton of ground. Strymer got caught in some traffic.
Yeah, really nothing Steve could do there. Just trapped in behind a pair of production BMWs.
Oh, Ashley, be careful. And she got him?
No.
No. Okay, sorry.
No, having to back out there.
Yeah.
Mitchell helping to avoid that as well.
Yeah. That was a great piece of track awareness by Brett.
It was. You know, it's easy to think that you can scoot up the inside on the way into turn number 6. The problem is, or one of the problems there is, number one, very rarely does a car expect to pass on the way into 6 unless you're fully alongside. But it costs you so much speed to have to check up from that narrowing gap on the inside that then you can't even make the move into 7.
Yeah.
In reality, you're probably better off just sitting in line behind, trying to gain speed through 6.
Yep.
Come back to the throttle for a second.
And she's through.
Done.
All right, let's come back to the throttle for a second between 6
Yeah.
and 7, and then make the move on the brakes into 7. Instead, now, that move was always going to happen sooner or later, but it did, end up costing her probably half a second or so.
Yeah.
And were we maybe at a different point in the race or in a different battle, those are the kinds of things that cost you time that you didn't need to give up necessarily. But good move anyway. Way to get the job done, and yeah, it'll be a top 5 now for AE victory.
Absolutely.
1 and 5 as things stand. Also, Tosi's closed the gap back down to Mike Ski now.
He has.
Was out almost to 5 seconds at one point. Now just 1.7.
Yeah. Tosi just ran a 33.6 to Skeen's 33.9 last time.
You can see here on the screen.
Got a bit hung up there, so that's, big lurid slide from the 18 Porsche. Boy, that team and that car, that is a real coulda, woulda, shoulda kind of day. With the way Wilmot was driving earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Wilmot's such a star.
Oh, no kidding.
It's another one of these, we see these every so often, these just, not that they peak. I'm trying to think of an allegory here, or a comparison here. It's almost like the drivers that just dominated things like, the NASCAR Nationwide or Busch Series. Like, they just fit in that second or so tier of racing, and they're so good and so comfortable there. Their car control skills are there. They really get the most out of those cars, but never really translate into that top tier. Yep. Patrick's one of those guys. He's quick. He's so consistent. He will absolutely get the most out of whatever you ask him to drive, be it a stock car, a Trans Am car, this Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, obviously, any of the Supras he's driven for Kingpin.
Yep.
But just hasn't really had that same translation to, blowing people out of the water or really surprising people at that next level. Happy to have him here, and he's a lot of fun to watch, and a super guy as well. Hasn't really had anything above this level to
really click into, yeah.
Yeah. It's early days for that program, though, Greg. That Kingpin GT3 Cup program. New to them in WRL. We saw how long it took and how much it took round 3 racing to get their 991.2 Cup up to speed and become kind of the dominant force in GTO over the last couple of years. I think it's going to take some time.
Sure.
With that Kingpin entry. Oh, Skeen's caught there, climbing the hill into turn number 5. Absolutely going to crush his exit speed up over the top of the hill. Now he'll get by the Zanella Racing number 129, and it's Tosi's turn to be held up as they dip into turn number 6.
Call 410.
Oh, sorry, it's the 410. I thought I've done that 4 or 5 times.
That's caught me out a couple of times,
yeah,
too.
I've been right every time so far, but got this one wrong. In person, they look nothing like each other, but on screen, the dark blue is very close to black.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this 1.7 second margin is now, maybe 4 car lengths.
Yeah,
now, do we
it's
think
really
this is
tight.
Do we think this is Skeen rolling out of it a little bit and just cruising this car home, or do we think he used up all his stuff trying to get to the 2?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that that he's used up the rears on that Porsche. Yeah. Because they plant, the weight with the engine back there plants those tires really well and everything. But remember, you also have that big pendulum of weight that far back, and so when you're really hustling, you can really load those tires huge.
Yeah, you can ask a lot of the rear of the car because it is really compliant, but that energy's got to go somewhere or be turned into something, and unfortunately, it goes through the tires and becomes heat.
Without GTO traffic, that thing is doing 133s. The problem is it has had to deal with both first the other Porsche and, then a BMW here.
Yeah, good point.
But it's not just a chunk here and a chunk there. Like, this has pretty consistently come down over the last 20 minutes, where it really wasn't this way. Remember, too, that the 91 did take fresh tires about 2 hours ago.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be part of it.
Yeah.
And also, let's not count out, Michael Tosi. Yes, they're two very different platforms, but just watching what Skeen's doing.
Yeah.
And maybe going, there's a couple spots here where I can change that up just a little bit. All right. Under 9 minutes to go.
'61 on pit lane.
To the attention of absolutely nobody, JT. There was nobody there.
Now they are on the same lap as the 5. So they need to do one more lap. And that gets them 10th.
Oh, interesting.
So it's like, come on. Let's get it together. It's like right here, coming across the line, the MX-5, the 851. That thing had pulled off at a turn 7 like an hour and a half ago, whatever. It's back out there. It's been circulating. One more lap, it will be on the same lap as the BRD Motorsports BMW, which had its issue and hasn't been out circulating. So that MX-5 just getting back out there and putting in more and more laps is looking at a top 5.
They're pushing the 61.
Oh boy!
I think it might actually be Kingpin and a bit Marshall pushing the 61.
Well, Screaming Goat Racing still has a very solid margin in hand.
Yeah,
in
I mean, when it's not the little things catching out Screaming Goat Racing, that car is a rocket ship.
Absolutely.
It's the diesel power.
I think that car is that team is a fantastic case study in, the powertrain has changed, but it's the same chassis we've seen since the first time we've seen them. And most of that driving squad were literal teenagers when they started driving that car as a GP1 car. And, running the same platform, the same basic concept, and getting the most out of it for, the last couple of years, really, I think pays its dividends.
Yeah.
When you keep the car reliable, it becomes a very easy job for the people that know it best in that group of Screaming Goat drivers. Traffic doing Mike Skeen favors here in this on-screen battle for the final step on the GTO podium.
Absolutely. Second in GP1, 16th overall is Graham Jacobson in the 62 open throttle racing entry. That is, of course, one of their multiple BMWs. And then way down the order in third in GP1 right now is the 424 Blitzkrieg entry that we've been following its issues. GP2, North Loop Motorsports. Chris Davis doing a beautiful job behind the wheel of that number 21 BMW 330. And again, doesn't have a full lap in hand, but has a good chunk in hand over the 83 of Palomar Racing. That is Matt Million. What a great race name, huh? And then third, the 214 Garage 66 entry. That is the Scion FRS. That's your top 3 in GP1 and GP2.
That FRS just leaving the shot here to the bottom of the screen, just ahead of that battle for third in GTO.
Whew.
Good wiggle.
That was a power wiggle.
Never mind. Good work. Oh, actually, the 91 got held up for longer than I thought he would be. It kind of looked like he was going to be through on the way into turn number 3. Probably played it safe, but it meant he kind of had to square it up and find a way to get back on the throttle early into 4 to get that move done.
trying to spot where Ashley is. This is her.
Yep.
Is her times have dropped a little bit. She's up
Yeah.
into the high 34s. I don't know whether she just used up too much tire coming through here or if it was just little bits of traffic, but she's running out of time to join that great battle for that final podium spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that at a certain point you just say,
yeah,
9 seconds after 7 hours sounds like such a, oh, well, that's nothing. You can go get it. But you trick yourself into thinking that gaining 9 seconds on cars that you've been so evenly matched with all race is just an easy job. And actually, you have to push really hard to make that happen. And you've had otherwise a pretty calm and straightforward 15 hours. There's no reason to risk a car, the next race down at Watkins Glen. We've only got 4 weeks or so before we head there. Why risk it?
Yeah.
For a couple of points?
Yeah. And you got a solid top 5 right now.
Yep. On the other hand,
yes.
Not necessarily if you're Ashley, but if you're Michael Tosi and you've had this Mike Skeen-shaped carrot being dangled out in front of you for the last, hour and a half.
Yep.
Again, you don't need to risk things, but it's there for you. 3.5 minutes left on the clock and a bunch of traffic.
Yep.
In front of the SJS ACI Porsche.
And I mean,
sorry, Greg. It's a touch early. The white flag is waving at start finish.
Wow.
That reminds me. Totally meant to bring this up earlier. Timing on Red Mist is ahead of the timing we have.
Interesting.
So we're actually behind.
Interesting. I had set the timer for 5:30, thinking that, well, that's what we run to is 5:30. But yeah, very good. Okay, so Hannah Grisham has started her last lap. Skeen will just be coming through to start his, as will Michael Tosi behind.
Yeah, and Skeen opened up a little bit of a margin. Tosi got hung up a bit.
See if we can pick up the leader here, Jordan. Hannah Grisham should be somewhere around turn 7, I would think.
But Skeen might get parked as they head up into turn 3. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here's Hannah.
Oh, there she is.
Just another fabulous drive.
Yeah, I mean, really not any functionally different than it was yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
I know they didn't end up coming away with the win, but it's like a mirror image. We just did this.
Yeah. Yeah, she's just such an incredibly talented, capable shoe, Here she comes last time through 10A, 10B, onto the throttle, up and underneath the bridge at turn 11, down the hill, watch the starter, checkered flag comes out, and second day in a row on track, Hannah Grisham brings the number 120 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra through for the win. And now the battle, the GTR 99 BMW should have a pretty easy run to that second spot.
Nearly
the
a
big
full lap
story.
down, so it'll take a little while to get around. But as you're saying, Greg, go ahead.
No, the big battle right now is the Porsche from Mike Skeen and the Mustang from Tosi. And Tosi got bottled up a little bit more here as they work through that traffic. Out from under the bridge, they're going to head down the hill. There's Freiberg. She couldn't get it done, so Skeen comes through and helps put the SJS by ACI Motorsports Porsche onto the podium with Michael Tosi 2.2 seconds away.
Isn't it just the most GTR 99 thing that we spent most of the last 90 minutes talking about the 120 and the 308 and the 91 and all those battles, and there was just little old GTR 99 in second place, minding their own business and coming away with another podium. That's just so them.
Place after a third yesterday.
Yeah.
So, that's just fabulous. And again, they just execute, man. They no mistakes anywhere.
For 10 years. It really is remarkable. Great job by everybody involved. Great drive by Jeff Siegel to set them up for success, and then Rob Jakowitz brings it home there. But you could really say that, I think, Greg and JT, out of everybody in the top 5, it really was, like, not not endurance or grassroots quality, actual quality driving from all of that top 5.
Yeah, without a doubt. Winning in GP1 as expected, the 29 Screaming Goat Racing entry, and Brett Mitchell doing a really nice job bringing that home. Second will be the 62 of Open Throttle Racing, and that's just a fabulous story. Graham Jacobson bringing that home. Third, a ways back, the 424 Blitzkrieg Racing, and Dylan Beckwith on board. And then we look at GP2 and North Loop Motorsport. Just a wonderful drive, wonderful execution all day. Chris Davis bringing that home. Second, Palomar Racing and Matt Millian doing the job there. And then in third, the 214 Garage 66 Scion FRS of Jordan Musser. I asked this yesterday. I'm just going to try and keep this alive. If we had a Driver of the Day award, who do you choose, guys?
Hey, two, who's your man or woman?
I don't know if I'd probably have to go Cade McKee. That call to stay out or to come in, I can't remember what it was, but right before we went to the operational yellow and red, which helped get Screaming Goat that one lap safety net, allowed them to basically do smooth sailing for the rest of the day.
Ignoring team orders and bringing it home for a win. That's what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's situational awareness, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Even behind the wheel. That's a really good call, actually, JT. I like that. For me, I hate to go with the obvious choice. Maybe it's not so obvious, but for me, it's got to be Michael Tosi. And it's not because he was the fastest driver behind the wheel of that Mustang. But number one, we've kind of been waiting for this Mustang to pop a little bit, and I think this is a good reflection of what that car's potential is. Certainly one of the best weekends I can remember them having. But the last 2 hours he put in behind the wheel of that Stang were anything you could ask a driver to do and more. It was improvement along the way. The lap times came down. He hung with Skeen when he needed to hang with Skeen. He absorbed all of that pressure from Tom Long for well over half an hour. So going toe-to-toe with the pros. And in the end, no mistakes, no offs, no contact, no nothing. Just delivered a quality drive to the end of the race and got him a podium. It's really good stuff from Michael Tosi.
Yeah, and JT, I love your call, no question. But mine was Tosi as well. When you fend off Tom Long, and when you not only hang with Skeen after he passes you, but then you close him down again, and with a heavier car, and just what he did, it was a mega drive.
Oh yeah.
And so Michael, fabulous job. But yeah, JT, I love your call, man. So let's talk the Glen. That one's coming up here.
It
and,
sure is.
About just a month away.
Technically the DriversEye Live home circuit.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And, talk about, this is, just like a speedrome. There's no question. But, Watkins Glen, wickedly fast, also has the monster elevation change, just a longer track with immense grip. And, it just produces some absolutely incredible racing as well. And some corners that, to me, are a bit underrated. There's plenty of them that are great. But, to me, turn 9, that is one of the trickiest corners, I think, in North America. And it is going to be fun to see these cars, these drivers, these teams with a couple of long endurance races at the Glen. Hey, home of the Watkins Glen 6 hour. Now it's going to be the 8 and the 7 hour. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that.
Bringing back, as we did last year, the Glen Continental for that race was the name of the end of season race there for IMSA for many years. Of course, we have the Continental Tire in GP1 and GP2. Seemed appropriate. So I'll tell you what, if you've been here trackside with us this weekend at Road Atlanta, first off, thank you for being here. Thank you for making us a part of your weekend. I know the weather has certainly been many things this weekend, and that primarily the folks that are out here are locals who just like to be at a racetrack and like to hang out and enjoy being at racetracks. That being said, if you like what you saw, give us a follow over on YouTube. World Racing League on the YouTube channel is World Racing League. Give us a like and a follow over there. Tune in when we get up to Watkins Glen. 200 treadwear tires on these cars turn that place into something else, kind of like it was originally designed to be, not just foot to the floor and a speed roam, but some real challenges there as you climb up the S's, hustle the speed into the inner loop, down through the carousel, and then everything you've got to contend with elevation changes and camber changes down at the boot. It really is a special place for anything, but the World Racing League is going to put on a show up there. Invite you to be a part of it as well.
You bet. You don't want to miss that. JT, any final thoughts?
I was just looking at the entry list for Watkins Glen, and you're definitely going to have the return of a lot of the usual cast, but we're going to get to see the return of NFC Motorsports and Moorhead Speedworks and GTO. I'm spying TC Klein back with their C8 Corvette in GP1, Flying for Motorsports back with their M3. So it's already looking like it's going to be a really good show. But I mean, this weekend, what can we say that we haven't already? It's been another fantastic endurance weekend. We've seen so much good racing here. It's always a treat to come back to Road Atlanta, and well done to WRL for putting on another great weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't say enough about the series. The rules makers, the administrators, the officials, just a fantastic job. And keep in mind, this is the first race of the second half of the World Racing League season. So there's lots more yet to come. The Glen is going to be absolutely fantastic. A huge thank you to all the volunteers that come out and do a great job in all of these positions that are absolutely necessary, of course. I want to just personally thank Dave Miller once again, the IT tech guru here at this phenomenal track. And as always, congratulations to all of the competitors, not just the winners. You get through a weekend like this, you have achieved something, and it's great. And a special shout out to the crews, the unsung heroes of the sport. With that, it's going to wrap things up here. Again, Brendan, thank you so much. Just a joy to work with you again. JT, as always. Ryan, great job. And, of course, Jordan doing a fabulous job cutting the racing action for us here and the onboards. And then, of course, our pit cameras and the drones, just amazing work. So big thanks to all. We'll see you from the Glen. Take care.